The Incoherence of the Incoherence by Averroes, translated by Simon van den Berg. Introduction. In the name of the merciful and compassionate God, and after, praise to God and benediction upon all his messengers and prophets. The aim of this book is to show the different degrees of assent and conviction attained by the assertions in the incoherence of the philosophers, and to prove that the greater part has not reached the degree of evidence and of truth. The first discussion, concerning the eternity of the world. Ghazali, speaking of the philosophers' proofs for the eternity of the world, says, "Let us restrict ourselves in this chapter to those proofs that make an impression on the mind." This chapter contains 4 proofs. The first proof. The philosophers say, it is impossible that the temporal should proceed from the absolutely eternal. For it is clear, if we assume the eternal existing without, for instance, the world proceeding from him, then, at a certain moment, the world beginning to proceed from him, that it did not proceed before, because there was no determining principle for its existence, but its existence was pure possibility. When the world begins in time, a new determinant either does or does not arise. If it does not, the world will stay in the same state of pure possibility as before. If a new determinant does arise, the same question can be asked about this new determinant, why it determines now and not before. And either we shall have an infinite regress, or we shall arrive at a principle determining eternally. I say, this argument is in the highest degree dialectical and does not reach the pitch of demonstrative proof, for its premises are common notions, and common notions approach the equivocal, whereas demonstrative premises are concerned with things proper to the same genus. For the term possible is used in an equivocal way of the possible that happens more often than not, of the possible that happens less often than not, and of the possible with equal chances of happening. And these 3 types of the possible do not seem to have the same need for a new determining principle. For the possible that happens more often than not is frequently believed to have its determining principle in itself, not outside, as is the case with the possible, which has equal chances of happening and not happening. Further, the possible resides sometimes in the agent, i.e. the possibility of acting, and sometimes in the patient, i.e. the possibility of receiving, and it does not seem that the necessity for a determining principle is the same in both cases. For it is well known that the possible in the patient needs a new determinant from the outside. This can be perceived by the senses in artificial things, and in many natural things too, although in regard to natural things there is a doubt, for in most natural things, the principle of their change forms part of them. Therefore it is believed of many natural things that they move themselves, and it is by no means self-evident that everything that is moved has a mover, and that there is nothing that moves itself. But all this needs to be examined, and the old philosophers have therefore done so. As concerns the possible in the agent, however, in many cases it is believed that it can be actualized without an external principle, for the transition in the agent from inactivity to activity is often regarded as not being a change which requires a principle, e.g., the transition in the geometer from non-geometrizing to geometrizing, or in the teacher from non-teaching to teaching. Further, those changes which are regarded as needing a principle of change can sometimes be changes in substance, sometimes in quality, or in quantity, or in place. In addition, eternal is predicated by many of the eternal by itself and the eternal through another. According to some, it is permissible to admit certain changes in the eternal, for instance, a new volition in the eternal, according to the Karamites, and the possibility of generation and corruption, which the ancients attribute to primary matter, although it is eternal. Equally, new concepts are admitted in the possible intellect, although, according to most authors, it is eternal. But there are also changes which are inadmissible, especially according to certain ancients, though not according to others. Then there is the agent who acts of his will, and the agent which acts by nature, and the manner of actualization of the possible act is not the same for both agents, i.e., so far as the need for a new determinant is concerned. Further, is this division into 2 agents complete, or does demonstration lead to an agent which resembles neither the natural agent nor the voluntary agent of human experience? All these are multifarious and difficult questions which need each of them a special examination, both in themselves and in regard to the opinions the ancients held about them. To treat what is in reality a plurality of questions as one problem is one of the well-known 7 sophisms, and a mistake in one of these principles becomes a great error by the end of the examination of reality. Ghazali says, there are 2 objections to this. The first objection is to say, why do you deny the theory of those who say that the world has been created by an eternal will, which has decreed its existence in the time in which it exists, that its non-existence lasts until the moment it ceases, and that its existence begins from the moment it begins, that its existence was not willed before and therefore did not happen, and that at the exact moment it began, it was willed by an eternal will and therefore began? What is the objection to this theory, and what is absurd in it? I say, this argument is sophistical. Although it is not allowable for him to admit the possibility of the actual effect being delayed after the actual cause, and in a voluntary agent after the decision to act, he regards it as possible that the effect should be delayed after the will of the agent. It is possible that the effect should be delayed after the will of the agent, but its being delayed after the actual cause is impossible, and equally impossible is its being delayed after a voluntary agent's decision to act. The difficulty is thus unchanged, for he must of necessity draw one of these 2 conclusions: either that the act of the agent does not imply in him a change which itself would need an external principle of change, or that there are changes which arise by themselves, without the necessity of an agent in whom they occur and who causes them, and that therefore there are changes possible in the eternal without an agent who causes them. And his adversaries insist on these 2 very points. 1. That the act of the agent necessarily implies a change, and that each change has a principle which causes it. 2. That the eternal cannot change in any way. But all this is difficult to prove. The Ash'arites are forced to assume either a first agent or a first act of this agent, for they cannot admit that the disposition of the agent relative to the effect when he acts is the same as his disposition when he does not act. This implies therefore a new disposition or a new relation, and this necessarily either in the agent or in the effect, or in both. But in this case, if we posit as a principle that for each new disposition there is an agent, this new disposition in the first agent will either need another agent, and then this first agent was not the first, and was not on his own account sufficient for the act, but needed another, or the agent of the disposition, which is the condition of the agent's act, will be identical with the agent of the act. Then this act, which we regarded as being the first act arising out of him, will not be the first, but his act producing the disposition, which is the condition of the effect, will be anterior to the act producing the effect. This, you see, is a necessary consequence, unless one allows that new dispositions may arise in the agents without a cause. But this is absurd, unless one believes that there are things which happen at haphazard and by themselves, a theory of the old philosophers who denied the agent, the falsehood of which is self-evident. In Ghazali's objection, there is a confusion, for our expressions eternal will and temporal will are equivocal, indeed contrary. For the empirical will is a faculty which possesses the possibility of doing equally one of 2 contraries, and then of receiving equally one of the 2 contraries willed. For the will is the desire of the agent towards action. When the agent acts, the desire ceases, and the thing willed happens, and this desire and this act are equally related to both the contraries. But when one says, there is a willier who wills eternally one of 2 contraries in himself, the definition of the will is abandoned, for we have transferred its nature from the possible to the necessary. If it is objected that in an eternal will, the will does not cease through the presence of the object willed, for as an eternal will has no beginning, there is no moment in it, which is specially determined for the realization of the object willed, we answer, this is not obvious, unless we say that demonstrative proof leads to the existence of an agent endowed with a power which is neither voluntary nor natural, which, however, the divine law calls will, in the same way as demonstrative proof leads to middle terms between things which seemed at first sight to be contrary, without being really so, as when we speak of an existence which is neither inside nor outside the world. Ghazali answers on behalf of the philosophers. The philosophers say, this is clearly impossible, For everything that happens is necessitated and has its cause. And as it is impossible that there should be an effect without a necessitating principle and a cause, so it is impossible that there should exist a cause of which the effect is delayed, when all the conditions of its necessitating, its causes and elements, are completely fulfilled. On the contrary, the existence of the effect, when the cause is realized with all its conditions, is necessary, and its delay is just as impossible as an effect without cause. Before the existence of the world, there existed a willia, a will, and its relation to the thing willed. No new willia arose, nor a new will, nor a new relation to the will. For all this is change. How then could a new object of will arise, and what prevented its arising before? The condition of the new production did not distinguish itself from the condition of the non-production in any way, in any mode, in any relation. On the contrary, everything remained as it was before. At one moment, the object of will did not exist. Everything remained as it was before, and then the object of will existed. Is not this a perfectly absurd theory? I say, this is perfectly clear, except for one who denies one of the premises we have laid down previously. But Ghazali passes from this proof to an example based upon convention, and through this, he confuses this defense of the philosophers. Ghazali says, this kind of impossibility is found not only in the necessary and essential cause and effect, but also in the accidental and conventional. If a man pronounces the formula of divorce against his wife without the divorce becoming irrevocable immediately, one does not imagine that it will become so later. For he made the formula through convention and usage a cause of the judgment, and we do not believe that the effect can be delayed, except when the divorce depends on an ulterior event, e.g. on the arrival of tomorrow or on someone's entering the house. For then the divorce does not take place at once, but only when tomorrow arrives or someone enters the house. In this case, the man made the formula a cause only in conjunction with an ulterior event. But as this event, the coming of tomorrow, and someone's entering the house, is not yet actual, the effect is delayed until this future event is realized. The effect only takes place when a new event, i.e. entering the house or the arrival of tomorrow, has actually happened. Even if a man wanted to delay the effect after the formula, without making it dependent on an ulterior event, this would be regarded as impossible, although it is he himself who lays down the convention and fixes its modalities. If thus in conventional matters, such a delay is incomprehensible and inadmissible, how can we admit it in essential, rational, and necessary causal relations? In respect of our conduct and our voluntary actions, there is a delay in actual volition only when there is some obstacle. When there is actual volition and actual power, and the obstacles are eliminated, a delay in the object willed is inadmissible. A delay in the object willed is imaginable only in decision, for decision is not sufficient for the existence of the act. The decision to write does not produce the writing, if it is not, as a new fact, accompanied by an act of volition, i.e., an impulse in the man which presents itself at the moment of the act. If there is thus an analogy between the eternal will and our will to act, a delay of the object willed is inadmissible, unless through an obstacle, and an antecedent existence of the volition is equally inadmissible, for I cannot will to get up tomorrow, except by way of decision. If, however, the eternal will is analogous to our decision, it does not suffice to produce the thing decided upon, but the act of creation must be accompanied by a new act of volition, and this brings us again to the idea of a change. But then we have the same difficulty all over again. Why does this impulse or volition or will or whatever you choose to call it happen just now and not before? There remain then only these alternatives, either something happening without a cause or an infinite regress. This is the upshot of the discussion. There is a cause the conditions of which are all completely fulfilled, but notwithstanding this, the effect is delayed and is not realized during a period to the beginning of which imagination cannot attain, and for which thousands of years would mean no diminution. Then suddenly, without the addition of any new fact, and without the realization of any new condition, this effect comes into existence and is produced. And this is absurd. I say, this example of divorce based on convention seems to strengthen the argument of the philosophers, but in reality, it weakens it. For it enables the Asherites to say, In the same way as the actual divorce is delayed after the formula of divorce till the moment when the condition of someone's entering the house, or any other, is fulfilled, so the realization of the world can be delayed after God's act of creation until the condition is fulfilled on which this realization depends, i.e., the moment when God willed it. But conventional things do not behave like rational. The literalists, comparing these conventional things to rational, say, this divorce is not binding and does not become effective through the realization of the condition which is posterior to the pronouncement of the divorce by the divorcer, since it would be a divorce which became effective without connection with the act of the divorcer. But in this matter, there is no relation between the concept drawn from the nature of things and that which is artificial and conventional. Then Ghazali says, on behalf of the Ash'arites, the answer is, do you recognize the impossibility of connecting the eternal will with the temporal production of anything, through the necessity of intuitive thought or through a logical deduction, or to use your own logical terminology? Do you recognize the clash between these two concepts through a middle term or without a middle term? If you claim a middle term, and this is the deductive method, you will have to produce it. And if you assert that you know this through the necessity of thought, why do your adversaries not share this intuition with you? For the party which believes in the creation of the world in time through an eternal will includes so many persons that no country can contain them and no number enumerate them. And they certainly do not contradict the logically minded out of obstinacy, while knowing better in their hearts. A proof according to the rules of logic must be produced to show this impossibility. As in all your arguments up till now, there is only a presumption of impossibility and a comparison with our decision and our will. And this is false, for the eternal will does not resemble temporal volitions, and a pure presumption of impossibility will not suffice without proof. I say, this argument is one of those which have only a very feeble persuasive power. It amounts to saying that one who claims the impossibility of delay in an effect when its cause with all its conditions is realized must assert that he knows this either by a syllogism or from first principles. If through a syllogism, he must produce it, but there is none. If from first principles, it must be known to all, adversaries and others alike. But this argument is mistaken, for it is not a condition of objective truth that it should be known to all. That anything should be held by all does not imply anything more than its being a common notion, just as the existence of a common notion does not imply objective truth. Ghazali answers on behalf of the Ash'arites. If it is said, we know by the necessity of thought that, when all its conditions are fulfilled, a cause without effect is inadmissible, and that to admit it is an affront to the necessity of thought, we answer, what is the difference between you and your adversaries when they say to you, we know by the necessity of thought the impossibility of a theory which affirms that one single being knows all the universals, without this knowledge forming a plurality in its essence or adding anything to it, and without this plurality of things known implying a plurality in the knowledge? For this is your theory of God, which according to us and our science is quite absurd. You, however, say, there is no analogy between eternal and temporal knowledge. Some of you acknowledge the impossibility involved, and say that God knows only himself, and that he is the knower, the knowledge and the known, and that the three are one. One might object, the unity of the knowledge, the knower, and the known is clearly an impossibility. For to suppose the creator of the world ignorant of his own work is necessarily absurd, and the eternal who is far too high to be reached by your words, and the words of any heretics could, if he knows only himself, never know his work. I say, this amounts to saying that the theologians do not gratuitously and without proof deny the admitted impossibility of a delay between the effect and its cause, but base themselves on an argument which leads them to believe in the temporal creation of the world, and that they therefore act in the same way as the philosophers, who only deny the well-known necessary plurality of knowledge and known, so far as it concerns their unity in God, because of a demonstration which, according to them, leads them to their theory about him. And that this is still more true of those philosophers who deny it to be necessary that God should know his own work, affirming that he knows only himself. This assertion belongs to the class of assertions whose contrary is equally false, for there exists no proof which refutes anything that is evidently true and universally acknowledged. Anything that can be refuted by a demonstrative proof is only supposed to be true, not really true. Therefore, if it is absolutely and evidently true that knowledge and known form a plurality, both in the visible and in the invisible world, we can be sure that the philosophers cannot have a proof of this unity in God. But if the theory of the plurality of knowledge and known is only a supposition, then it is possible for the philosophers to have a proof. Equally, if it is absolutely true that the effect of a cause cannot be delayed after the causation, and the Asherites claim that they can advance a proof to deny it, then we can be absolutely sure that they cannot have such a proof. If there is a controversy about questions like this, the final criterion rests with the sound understanding, which does not base itself on prejudice and passion, when it probes according to the signs and rules by which truth and mere opinion are logically distinguished. Likewise, if two people dispute about a sentence and one says that it is poetry, the other that it is prose, the final judgment rests with the sound understanding, which can distinguish poetry from prose, and with the science of prosody. And as, in the case of meter, the denial of him who denies it does not interfere with its perception by him who perceives it, so the denial of a truth by a contradictor does not trouble the conviction of the men to whom it is evident. This whole argument is extremely inept and weak, and Ghazali ought not to have filled his book with such talk if he intended to convince the learned. And drawing consequences which are irrelevant and beside the point, Ghazali goes on to say, "But the consequences of this argument cannot be overcome. And we say to them, how will you refute your adversaries when they say the eternity of the world is impossible, for it implies an infinite number and an infinity of unifies for the spherical revolutions, although they can be divided by 6, by 4, and by 2. For the sphere of the sun revolves in 1 year, the sphere of Saturn in 30 years, and so Saturn's revolution is a 30th, and Jupiter's revolution, for Jupiter revolves in 12 years, a 12th of the sun's revolution. But the number of revolutions of Saturn has the same infinity as the revolutions of the sun, although they are in a proportion of 1 to 30, and even the infinity of the sphere of the fixed stars, which turns round once in 36,000 years, is the same as the daily revolution which the sun performs in 24 hours. If now your adversary says that this is plainly impossible, in what does your argument differ from his? And suppose it is asked, are the numbers of these revolutions even or uneven, or both even and uneven, or neither even nor uneven? If you answer, both even and uneven, or neither even nor uneven, you say what is evidently absurd. If, however, you say even or uneven, even and uneven become uneven, and even by the addition of 1 unit, and how could infinity be 1 unit short? You must therefore draw the conclusion that they are neither even nor uneven. I say, this too is a sophistical argument. It amounts to saying, in the same way as you are unable to refute our argument for the creation of the world in time, that if it were eternal, its revolutions would be neither even nor uneven, so we cannot refute your theory that the effect of an agent whose conditions to act are always fulfilled cannot be delayed. This argument aims only at creating and establishing a doubt, which is one of the sophists' objectives. But you, reader of this book, you have already heard the arguments of the philosophers to establish the eternity of the world and the refutation of the Asherites. Now hear the proofs of the Asherites for their refutation, and hear the arguments of the philosophers to refute those proofs in the wording of Ghazali. I say, this is in brief that, if you imagine 2 circular movements in one and the same finite time, and imagine then a limited part of these movements in one and the same finite time, the proportion between the parts of these 2 circular movements and between their wholes will be the same. For instance, if the circular movement of Saturn in T, the period which we call a year, is a 30th of the circular movement of the Sun in this period, and you imagine the whole of the circular movements of the Sun in proportion to the whole of the circular movements of Saturn in one and the same period, necessarily the proportion between their wholes and between their parts will be the same. If, however, there is no proportion between 2 movements in their totality, because they are both potential, i.e., they have neither beginning nor end, but there exists a proportion between the parts, because they are both actual, then the proportion between the wholes is not necessarily the same as the proportion between the parts. Although many think so, basing their proof on this prejudice, for there is no proportion between 2 magnitudes or quantities which are both taken to be infinite. When, therefore, The ancients believed that, for instance, the totality of the movements of the Sun and of Saturn had neither beginning nor end. There could be no proportion between them, for this would have implied the finitude of both these totalities, just as this is implied for the parts of both. This is self-evident. Our adversaries believe that, when a proportion of more and less exists between parts, this proportion holds good also for the totalities. But this is only binding when the totalities are finite. For where there is no end, there is neither more nor less. The admission in such a case of the proportion of more and less brings with it another absurd consequence, namely, that one infinite could be greater than another. This is only absurd when one supposes two things actually infinite, for then a proportion does exist between them. When, however, one imagines things potentially infinite, there exists no proportion at all. This is the right answer to this question, not what Ghazali says in the name of the philosophers. And through this are solved all the difficulties which beset our adversaries on this question, of which the greatest is that which they habitually formulate in this way. If the movements in the past are infinite, then no movement in the actual present can take place, unless an infinite number of preceding movements is terminated. This is true, and acknowledged by the philosophers, once granted that the anterior movement is the condition for the posterior movements taking place, i.e., once granted that the existence of one single movement implies an infinite number of causes. But no philosopher allows the existence of an infinite number of causes, as accepted by the materialists, for this would imply the existence of an effect without cause and a motion without mover. But when the existence of an eternal prime mover had been proved, whose act cannot be posterior to his being, it followed that there could as little be a beginning for his act as for his being. Otherwise his act would be possible, not necessary, and he would not be a first principle. The acts of an agent who has no beginning have a beginning as little as his existence, and therefore it follows necessarily that no preceding act of his is the condition for the existence of a later, for neither of them is an agent by itself, and their sequence is accidental. An accidental infinite, not an essential infinite, is admitted by the philosophers. Nay, this type of infinite is in fact a necessary consequence of the existence of an eternal first principle. And this is not only true for successive or continuous movements and the like, but even where the earlier is regarded as the cause of the later, for instance, the man who engenders a man like himself. For it is necessary that the series of temporal productions of one individual man by another should lead upwards to an eternal agent, for whom there is no beginning either of his existence or of his production of man out of man. The production of one man by another ad infinitum is accidental, whereas the relation of before and after in it is essential. The agent who has no beginning either for his existence or for those acts of his which he performs without an instrument has no first instrument either to perform those acts of his without beginning which by their nature need an instrument. But since the theologians mistook the accidental for the essential, they denied this eternal agent. The solution of their problem was difficult, and they believed this proof to be stringent. But this theory of the philosophers is clear, and their first master Aristotle has explained that, if motion were produced by motion, or element by element, motion and element could not exist. For this type of infinite, the philosophers admit neither a beginning nor an end, and therefore one can never say of anything in this series that it has ended or has begun, not even in the past, for everything that has an end must have begun, and what does not begin does not end. This can also be understood from the fact that beginning and end are correlatives. Therefore, one who affirms that there is no end of the celestial revolutions in the future cannot logically ascribe a beginning to them, for what has a beginning has an end, and what has no end has no beginning. And the same relation exists between first and last, i.e., what has a first term has also a last term, and what has no first term has no last term. And there is in reality neither end nor beginning for any part of a series that has no last term, and what has no beginning for any of its parts has no end for any of them either. When, therefore, the theologians ask the philosophers if the movements which precede the present one are ended, their answer is negative, for their assumption that they have no beginning implies their endlessness. The opinion of the theologians that the philosophers admit their end is erroneous, for they do not admit an end for what has no beginning. it will be clear to you that neither the arguments of the theologians for the temporal creation of the world of which Ghazali speaks, nor the arguments of the philosophers which he includes and describes in his book, suffice to reach absolute evidence or afford stringent proof. And this is what we have tried to show in this book. The best answer one can give to him who asks where in the past is the starting point of his acts is, the starting point of his acts is at the starting point of his existence, for neither of them has a beginning. And here is the passage of Ghazali in which he sets forth the defense of the philosophers against the argument built on the difference in speed of the celestial spheres, and his refutation of their argument. Ghazali says, if one says, the error in your argument consists in your considering those circular movements as an aggregate of units, but those movements have no real existence, for the past is no more, and the future not yet. Aggregate means units existing in the present, but in this case, there is no existence. Then he says to refute this. We answer, number can be divided into even and uneven. There is no third possibility, whether for the numbered permanent reality or for the numbered passing event. Therefore, whatever number we imagine, we must believe it to be even or uneven, whether we regard it as existent or non-existent. And if the thing numbered vanishes from existence, our judgment of its being even or uneven does not vanish or change. I say, this is the end of his argument. But this argument, that the numbered thing must be judged as even or uneven, whether it exists or not, is only valid so far as it concerns external things, or things in the soul, that have a beginning and an end. For of the number which exists only potentially, i.e. which has neither beginning nor end, it cannot truly be said that it is even or uneven, or that it begins or ends. It happens neither in the past nor in the future. For what exists potentially falls under the law of non-existence. This is what the philosophers meant when they said that the circular movements of the past and the future are non-existent. The upshot of this question is, everything that is called a limited aggregate with a beginning and an end is so called either because it has a beginning and end in the world exterior to the soul, or because it is inside, not outside, the soul. Every totality, actual and limited in the past, whether inside or outside the soul, is necessarily either even or uneven. But an unlimited aggregate existing outside the soul cannot be other than limited so far as it is represented in the soul, for the soul cannot represent unlimited existence. Therefore also, this unlimited aggregate, as being limited in the soul, can be called even or uneven. Insofar, however, as it exists outside the soul, it can be called neither even nor uneven. Equally, past aggregates which are considered to exist potentially outside the soul, i.e. which have no beginning, cannot be called even or uneven unless they are looked upon as actual, i.e. as having beginning and end. No motion possesses totality or forms an aggregate, i.e. is provided with a beginning or an end, except insofar as it is in the soul, as is the case with time. And it follows from the nature of circular movement that it is neither even nor uneven, except as represented in the soul. The cause of this mistake is that it was believed that, when something possesses a certain quality in the soul, it must possess this quality also outside the soul. And since anything that has happened in the past can only be represented in the soul as finite, it was thought that everything that has happened in the past must also be finite outside the soul. And as the circular movements of the future are regarded by the imagination as infinite, for it represents them as a sequence of part after part, Plato and the Asherites believed that they might be infinite, but this is simply a judgment based on imagination, not on proof. Therefore, those who believe, as many theologians have done, that, if the world is supposed to have begun, it must have an end, are truer to their principles and show more consistency. Ghazali says after this, and we say moreover to the philosophers, according to your principles, it is not absurd that there should be actual units, qualitatively differentiated, which are infinite in number. I am thinking of human souls, separated through death from their bodies. These are therefore realities that can neither be called even nor uneven. How will you refute the man who affirms that this is necessarily absurd in the same way as you claim the connection between an eternal will and a temporal creation to be necessarily absurd? This theory about souls is that which Avicenna accented, and it is perhaps Aristotle's. I say, This argument is extremely weak. It says in brief, "You philosophers need not refute our assertion that what is a logical necessity for you is not necessary, as you consider things possible which your adversaries consider impossible by the necessity of thought." That is to say, just as you consider things possible which your adversaries consider impossible, so you consider things necessary which your adversaries do not consider so. And you cannot bring a criterion for judging the two claims. It has already been shown in the science of logic that this is a weak rhetorical or sophistical kind of argument. The answer is that what we claim to be necessarily true is objectively true, whereas what you claim as necessarily absurd is not as you claim it to be. For this, there is no other criterion than immediate intuitive apprehension, just as, when one man claims that a line is rhythmical and another denies it, the criterion is the intuition of the sound understanding. As for the thesis of a numerical plurality of immaterial souls, this is not a theory acknowledged by the philosophers, for they regard matter as the cause of numerical plurality and form as the cause of congruity in numerical plurality, and that there should be a numerical plurality without matter, having one unique form, is impossible. For in its description, one individual can only be distinguished from another accidentally, as there is often another individual who participates in these descriptions, but only through their matter do individuals differ in reality. And also this, the impossibility of an actual infinite is an acknowledged axiom in philosophical theory, equally valid for material and immaterial things. We do not know of anyone who makes a distinction here between the spatial and the non-spatial, with the single exception of Avicenna. I do not know of any other philosopher who affirms this. It does not correspond with any of their principles, and it makes no sense. For the philosophers deny the existence of an actual infinite equally for material and for immaterial things, as it would imply that one infinite could be greater than another. Perhaps Avicenna wanted only to satisfy the masses, telling them what they were accustomed to hear about the soul. But this theory is far from satisfactory. For if there were an actual infinite and it were divided in two, the part would equal the whole, e.g. if there were a line or a number actually infinite in both directions and it were divided in two, both the parts and the whole would be actually infinite, and this is absurd. All this is simply the consequence of the admission of an actual and not potential infinite. Ghazali says, "If it is said, the truth lies with Plato's theory of one eternal soul, which is only divided in bodies, and returns after its separation from them to its original unity," we answer, this theory is still worse, more objectionable and more apt to be regarded as contrary to the necessity of thought. For we say that the soul of Zaid is either identical with the soul of Amr or different from it. But their identity would mean something absurd, for everyone is conscious of his own identity and knows that he is not another. And, were they identical? Their knowledge, which is an essential quality of their souls, and enters into all the relations into which their souls enter, would be identical too. If you say their soul is unique and only divided through its association with bodies, we answer that the division of a unity, which has no measurable volume, is absurd by the necessity of thought. And how could the one become two, and indeed 1,000, and then return to its unity? This can be understood of things which have volume and quantity, like the water of the sea, which is distributed into brooks and rivers, and flows then back again into the sea. But how can that which has no quantity be divided? We seek to show by all this that the philosophers cannot shake the conviction of their adversaries that the eternal will is connected with temporal creation, except by claiming its absurdity by the necessity of thought, and that therefore they are in no way different from the theologians who make the same claim against the philosophical doctrines opposed to theirs. And out of this there is no issue. I say, Zaid and Amr are numerically different, but identical in form. If, for example, the soul of Zaid were numerically different from the soul of Amr, in the way Zaid is numerically different from Amr, the soul of Zaid and the soul of Amr would be numerically two, but one in their form, and the soul would possess another soul. The necessary conclusion is therefore that the soul of Zaid and the soul of Amr are identical in their form. An identical form inheres in a numerical, i.e., a divisible, multiplicity, only through the multiplicity of matter. If then the soul does not die when the body dies, or if it possesses an immortal element, it must, when it has left the bodies, form a numerical unity. But this is not the place to go deeper into this subject. His argument against Plato is sophistical. It says, in short, that the soul of Zaid is either identical with the soul of Amr or different from it, but that the soul of Zaid is not identical with the soul of Amr, and that therefore it is different from it. But different is an equivocal term, and identity too is predicated of a number of things which are also called different. The souls of Zaid and Amr are one in one sense, and many in another. We might say one in relation to their form, many in relation to their substratum. His remark that division can only be imagined of the quantitative is partially false. It is true of essential division, but not of accidental division, i.e. of those things which can be divided, because they exist in the essentially divisible. The essentially divisible is, for example, body. Accidental division is, for instance, the division of whiteness, when the bodies in which it is present are divided, and in this way, the forms and the soul are accidentally divisible, i.e., through the division of the substrate. The soul is closely similar to light. Light is divided by the division of illuminated bodies, and is unified when the bodies are annihilated, and this same relation holds between soul and bodies. To advance such sophistical arguments is dishonest, for it may be supposed that he is not a man to have overlooked the points mentioned. What he said only to flatter the masses of his times. But how far removed is such an attitude from the character of those who seek to set forth the truth? But perhaps the man may be forgiven on account of the time and place in which he lived, and indeed he only proceeded in his books in a tentative way. And as these arguments carry no evidence whatsoever, Ghazali says, "We want to show by all this that the philosophers cannot shake the conviction of their adversaries that the eternal will is connected with temporal creation, by claiming its absurdity by the necessity of thought, and that therefore they do not distinguish themselves from the theologians, who make the same claim against the philosophical doctrines opposed to theirs. And out of this, there is no issue. I say, when someone denies a truth of which it is absolutely certain that it is such and such, there exists no argument by which we can come to an understanding with him. For every argument is based on known premises about which both adversaries agree. When each point advanced is denied by the adversary, discussion with him becomes impossible, but such people stand outside the pale of humanity and have to be educated. But for him who denies an evident truth, and because of a difficulty which presents itself to him, there is a remedy, i.e. the solution of this difficulty. He who does not understand evident truth, because he is lacking in intelligence, cannot be taught anything, nor can he be educated. It is like trying to make the blind imagine colors or know their existence. Ghazali says, the philosophers may object. This argument, that the present has been preceded by an infinite past, can be turned against you, for God before the creation of the world was able to create it, say, 1 year or 2 years before he did, and there is no limit to his power. But he seemed to have patience and did not create. Then he created. Now the duration of his inactivity is either finite or infinite. If you say finite, the existence of the Creator becomes finite. If you say infinite, a duration in which there is an infinite number of possibilities receives its termination. We answer, duration and time are, according to us, created. But we shall explain the real answer to this question when we reply to the second proof of the philosophers. I say, most people who accept a temporal creation of the world believe time to have been created with it. Therefore, his assertion that the duration of his inactivity was either limited or unlimited is untrue. For what has no beginning does not finish or end, and the opponent does not admit that the inactivity has any duration at all. What one has to ask them about the consequences of their theory is it possible, when the creation of time is admitted, that the term of its beginning may lie beyond the real time in which we live? If they answer that it is not possible, they posit a limited extension beyond which the Creator cannot pass, and this is, in their view, shocking and absurd. If, however, they concede that its possible beginning may lie beyond the moment of its created term, it may further be asked if there may not lie another term beyond this second. If they answer in the affirmative, and they cannot do otherwise, it will be said, then we shall have here a possible creation of an infinite number of durations, and you will be forced to admit according to your argument about the spherical revolutions, that their termination is a condition for the real age which exists since them. If you say what is infinite does not finish, the arguments you use about the spherical revolutions against your opponents will use against you on the subject of the possibility of created durations. If it is objected that the difference between those two cases is that these infinite possibilities belong to extensions which do not become actual, whereas the spherical revolutions do become actual, the answer is that the possibilities of things belong to their necessary accidents, and that it does not make any difference. According to the philosophers, if they precede these things or are simultaneous with them, for of necessity they are the dispositions of things. If, then, it is impossible that before the existence of the present spherical revolution there should have been infinite spherical revolutions, the existence of infinite possible revolutions is equally impossible. If one wants to avoid these consequences, one can say that the age of the world is a definite quantity and cannot be longer or shorter than it is, in conformity with the philosophical doctrine about the size of the world. Therefore, these arguments are not stringent, and the safest way for him who accepts the temporal creation of the world is to regard time as of a definite extension and not to admit a possibility which precedes the possible, and to regard also the spatial extension of the world as finite. Only spatial extension forms a simultaneous whole, not so time. Ghazali expounds a certain kind of argument attributed to the philosophers on this subject against the theologians when they denied that the impossibility of delay in the Creator's act after his existence is known by primitive intuition. How will you defend yourselves, theologians, against the philosophers when they drop this argument, based on the necessity of thought, and prove the eternity of the world in this way, saying that times are equivalent so far as the possibility that the divine will should attach itself to them is concerned, for what differentiates a given time from an earlier or a later time? And it is not absurd to believe that the earlier or the later might be chosen, when on the contrary, you theologians say about white, black, movement, and rest, that the white is realized through the eternal will, although its substrate accepts equally black and white. Why then does the eternal will attach itself to the white rather than to the black? And what differentiates one of the two possibles from the other for connection with the eternal will? But we philosophers know by the necessity of thought that one thing does not distinguish itself from a similar except by a differentiating principle. For if not, it would be possible that the world should come into existence. If you answer that the will of God is the differentiating principle, then one has to inquire what differentiates the will, i.e. the reason why it has been differentiated in such or such way. And if you answer, one does not inquire after the motives of the eternal, well, let the world then be eternal, and let us not inquire after its creator and its cause, since one does not inquire after the motives of the eternal. If it is regarded as possible that the eternal should differentiate one of the two possibles by chance, it will be an extreme absurdity to say that the world is differentiated in differentiated forms, which might just as well be otherwise, and one might then say that this has happened by chance, in the same way as you say that the divine will has differentiated one time rather than another, or one form rather than another by chance. If you say that such a question is irrelevant, because it refers to anything God can will or decide, we answer that this question is quite relevant, for it concerns any time and is pertinent for our opponents to any decision God takes. We answer, the world exists in the way it exists, in its time, with its qualities, and in its space, by the divine will, and will is a quality which has the faculty of differentiating one thing from another. And if it had not this faculty, power in itself would suffice. But since power is equally related to two contraries, and a differentiating principle is needed to differentiate one thing from a similar, it is said that the eternal possesses besides his power a quality which can differentiate between two similars. And to ask why will differentiates one of two similars is like asking why knowledge must comprehend the knowable. And the answer is that knowledge is the term for a quality which has just this nature. And in the same way, will is the term for a quality, the nature, or rather, the essence of which is to differentiate one thing from another. The philosophers may object, the assumption of a quality, the nature of which is to differentiate one thing from a similar one, is something incomprehensible, nay even contradictory, for similar means not to be differentiated, and differentiated means not similar. And it must not be believed that two blacks in two substrates are similar in every way, since the one is in one place and the other in another, and this causes a distinction. Nor are two blacks at two times in one substrate absolutely similar, since they are separated in time. And how could they therefore be similar in every way? When we say of two blacks that they are similar, we mean that they are similar in blackness, in their special relation to it, not absolutely. Certainly, if the substrate and the time were one without any distinction, one could not speak any more of two blacks, or of any duality at all. This proves that the term divine will is derived from our will, and one does not imagine that through our will, two similar things can be differentiated. On the contrary, if someone who is thirsty has before him 2 cups of water, similar in everything in respect to his aim, it will not be possible for him to take either of them. No, he can only take the one he thinks more beautiful or lighter, or nearer to his right hand, if he is right-handed, or act from some such reason, hidden or known. Without this, the differentiation of the one from the other cannot be imagined. I say, the summary of what Ghazali relates in this section of the proofs of the philosophers for the impossibility of a temporal proceeding from an eternal agent is that in God there cannot be a will. The philosophers could only arrive at this argument after granting to their opponents that all opposites in time be like anterior and posterior, as well as those in quality, like white and black, are equivalent in relation to the eternal will. And also non-existence and existence are, according to the theologians, equivalent in relation to the divine will. And having granted their opponents this premise, although they did not acknowledge its truth, they said to them, "It is of the nature of will that it cannot give preponderance to one thing rather than to a similar one, except through a differentiating principle and a cause which only exist in one of these two similar things. If not, one of the two would happen by chance." And the philosophers argued for the sake of discussion, as if they had conceded that, if the eternal had a will, a temporal could proceed from an eternal. As the theologians were unable to give a satisfactory answer, they took refuge in the theory that the eternal will is a quality, the nature of which is to differentiate between two similar things, without there being for God a differentiating principle which inclines him to one of two similar acts. That the eternal will is thus a quality like warmth, which gives heat, or like knowledge, which comprehends the knowable. But their opponents, the philosophers, answered, "It is impossible that this should happen, for two similar things are equivalent for the willia, and his action can only attach itself to the one rather than to the other, through their being dissimilar, i.e., through one's having a quality the other has not. When, however, they are similar in every way, and when for God there is no differentiating principle at all, his will attach itself to both of them indifferently, and, when this is the case, his will being the cause of his act, the act will not attach itself to the one rather than to the other. It will attach itself either to the two contrary actions simultaneously, or to neither of them at all, and both cases are absurd." The philosophers, therefore, began their argument, as if they had it granted to them that all things were equivalent in relation to the first agent, and they forced them to admit that there must be for God a differentiating principle which precedes him, which is absurd. When the theologians answered that will is a quality the nature of which is to differentiate the similar from the similar, insofar as it is similar, the philosophers objected that this is not understood or meant by the idea of will. They therefore appear to reject the principle which they granted them in the beginning. This is, in short, the content of this section. It waves the argument from the original question to the problem of the will. To shift one's ground, however, is an act of sophistry. Ghazali answers in defense of the theological doctrine of the divine will. There are two objections. First, as to your affirmation that you cannot imagine this, do you know it by the necessity of thought or through deduction? You can claim neither the one nor the other. Your comparison with our will is a bad analogy, which resembles that employed on the question of God's knowledge. Now, God's knowledge is different from ours in several ways which we acknowledge. Therefore, it is not absurd to admit a difference in the will. Your affirmation is like saying that an essence existing neither outside nor inside the world, neither continuous with the world nor separated from it, cannot be understood, because we cannot understand this according to our human measure. The right answer is that it is the fault of your imagination, for rational proof has led the learned to accept its truth. How then will you refute those who say that rational proof has led to establishing in God a quality, the nature of which is to differentiate between two similar things? And, if the word will does not apply, call it by another name, for let us not quibble about words. We only use the term will by permission of the divine law. It may be objected that by its conventional meaning will designates that which has desire, and God has no desire. But we are concerned here with a question not of words, but of fact. Besides, we do not even with respect to our human will concede that this cannot be imagined. Suppose two similar dates in front of a man who has a strong desire for them, but who is unable to take them both. Surely he will take one of them through a quality in him, the nature of which is to differentiate between two similar things. All the distinguishing qualities you have mentioned, like beauty or nearness or facility in taking, we can assume to be absent, but still the possibility of the taking remains. You can choose between two answers. Either you merely say that an equivalence in respect to his desire cannot be imagined, but this is a silly answer, for to assume it is indeed possible, or you say that if an equivalence is assumed, the man will remain forever hungry and perplexed, looking at the dates without taking one of them, and without a power to choose or to will, distinct from his desire. And this again is one of those absurdities which are recognized by the necessity of thought. Everyone, therefore, who studies, in the human and the divine, the real working of the act of choice, must necessarily admit a quality, the nature of which is to differentiate between two similar things. I say, this objection can be summarized in two parts. In the first, Ghazali concedes that the human will is such that it is unable to differentiate one thing from a similar one, insofar as it is similar, but that a rational proof forces us to accept the existence of such a quality in the first agent. To believe that such a quality cannot exist would be like believing that there cannot exist a being who is neither inside nor outside the world. According to this reasoning, will, which is attributed to the first agent and to man, is predicated in an equivocal way, like knowledge and other qualities which exist in the eternal in a different way from that in which they exist in the temporal, and it is only through the prescription of the divine law that we speak of the divine will. It is clear that this objection cannot have anything more than a dialectical value, for a proof that could demonstrate the existence of such a quality, i.e. a principle determining the existence of one thing rather than that of a similar, would have to assume things willed that are similar. Things willed are, however, not similar, but on the contrary opposite, for all opposites can be reduced to the opposition of being and not being, which is the extreme form of opposition, and opposition is the contrary of similarity. The assumption of the theologians that the things to which the will attaches itself are similar is a false one, and we shall speak of it later. If they say, we affirm only that they are similar in relation to the first Willia, who in his holiness is too exalted to possess desires, and it is through desires that two similar things are actually differentiated, we answer, as to the desires whose realization contributes to the perfection of the essence of the Willia, as happens with our desires, through which our will attaches itself to the things willed. Those desires are impossible in God, for the will which acts in this way is a longing for perfection when there is an imperfection in the essence of the Willia. But as to the desires which belong to the essence of the things willed, nothing new comes to the Willia from their realization. It comes exclusively to the thing willed, for instance, when a thing passes into existence from non-existence, for it cannot be doubted that existence is better for it than non-existence. It is in this second way that the primal will is related to the existing things, for it chooses for them eternally the better of two opposites, and this essentially and primally. This is the first part of the objection contained in this argument. In the second part, he no longer concedes that this quality cannot exist in the human will, but tries to prove that there is also in us, in the face of similar things, a will which distinguishes one from the other. Of this, he gives examples. For instance, it is assumed that in front of a man there are two dates, similar in every way, and it is supposed that he cannot take them both at the same time. It is supposed that no special attraction need be imagined for him in either of them, and that nevertheless he will of necessity distinguish one of them by taking it. But this is an error. For when one supposes such a thing, and a wheelier whom necessity prompts to eat or to take the date, then it is by no means a matter of distinguishing between two similar things when, in this condition, he takes one of the two dates. It is nothing but the admission of an equivalence of two similar things. For whichever of the two dates he may take, his aim will be attained, and his desire satisfied. His will attaches itself therefore merely to the distinction between the fact of taking one of them and the fact of leaving them altogether. It attaches itself by no means to the act of taking one definite date and distinguishing this act from the act of leaving the other. That is to say, when it is assumed that the desires for the two are equal. He does not prefer the act of taking the one to the act of taking the other, but he prefers the act of taking one of the two, whichever it may be, and he gives a preference to the act of taking over the act of leaving. This is self-evident, for distinguishing one from the other means giving a preference to the one over the other, and one cannot give a preponderance to one of two similar things, insofar as it is similar to the other, although in their existence as individuals, they are not similar since each of two individuals is different from the other, by reason of a quality exclusive to it. If, therefore, we assume that the will attaches itself to that special character of one of them, then it can be imagined that the will attaches to the one rather than the other, because of the element of difference existing in both. But then the will does not attach itself to two similar objects, insofar as they are similar. This is, in short, the meaning of Ghazali's first objection. Then he gives his second objection against those who deny the existence of a quality, distinguishing two similar objects from one another. Ghazali says, "The second objection is that we say, you in your system also are unable to do without a principle differentiating between two equals. For the world exists in virtue of a cause which has produced it in its peculiar shape out of a number of possible distinct shapes which are equivalent. Why then has this cause differentiated some of them? If to distinguish two similar things is impossible, it is irrelevant whether this concerns the act of God, natural causality, or the logical necessity of ideas. Perhaps you will say, the universal order of the world could not be different from what it is. If the world were smaller or bigger than it actually is, this order would not be perfect, and the same may be asserted of the number of spheres and of stars. And perhaps you will say, the big differs from the small, and the many from the few, insofar as they are the object of the will, and therefore they are not similar but different. But human power is too feeble to perceive the modes of divine wisdom in its determination of the measures and qualities of things. Only in some of them can his wisdom be perceived, as in the obliquity of the ecliptic in relation to the equator, and in the wise contrivance of the apogee and the eccentric sphere. In most cases, however, the secret is not revealed, but the differences are known, and it is not impossible that a thing should be distinguished from another, because the order of the world depends on it. But certainly the times are absolutely indifferent in relation to the world's possibility and its order, and it cannot be claimed that, if the world were created one moment later or earlier, this order could not be imagined, and this indifference is known by the necessity of thought. But then we answer, although we can employ the same reasoning against your argument in the matter of different times, for it might be said that God created the world at the time most propitious for its creation, we shall not limit ourselves to this refutation, but shall assume, according to your own principle, a differentiation in 2 points about which there can be no disagreement. 1. The difference in the direction of spherical movement. 2. The definite place of the poles in relation to the ecliptic in spherical movement. The proof of the statement relating to the poles is that heaven is a globe, moving on 2 poles, as on 2 immovable points, whereas the globe of heaven is homogeneous and simple, especially the highest sphere, the 9th, which possesses no stars at all, and these 2 spheres move on 2 poles, the north and the south. We now say, of all the opposite points, which are infinite, according to you philosophers, there is no pair one could not imagine as poles. Why then have the 2 points of the north and south pole been fixed upon as poles and as immovable? And why does the ecliptic not pass through these 2 poles, so that the poles would become the opposite points of the ecliptic? And if wisdom is shown in the size and shape of heaven, What then distinguishes the place of the poles from others, so that they are fixed upon to serve as poles, to the exclusion of all the other parts and points? And yet all the points are similar, and all parts of the globe are equivalent. And to this, there is no answer. One might say, perhaps the spot in which the point of the poles is distinguished from other points by a special quality, in relation to its being the place of the poles and to its being at rest, for it does not seem to change its place or space or position or whatever one wishes to call it. And all the other spots of the sphere by turning change their position in relation to the earth and the other spheres, and only the poles are at rest. Perhaps this spot was more apt to be at rest than the others. We answer, if you say so, you explain the fact through a natural differentiation of the parts of the first sphere. The sphere, then, ceases to be homogeneous, and this is in contradiction with your principle. For one of the proofs by which you prove the necessity of the globular shape of heaven is that its nature is simple, homogeneous, and without differentiation, and the simplest shape is the globe. For the quadrangle and the hexagon and other figures demand a salience and a differentiation of the angles, and this happens only when its simple nature is added to. But although this supposition of yours is in contradiction with your own theory, it does not break the strength of your opponent's argument. The question about this special quality still holds good, namely, can those other parts accept this quality or not? If the answer is in the affirmative, why then is this quality limited to a few only of those homogeneous parts? If the answer is negative, we reply, the other parts, insofar as they constitute bodies, receiving the form of bodies, are homogeneous of necessity, and there is no justification for attributing this special quality to this spot, exclusively on account of its being a part of a body and a part of heaven. For the other parts of heaven participate in this qualification. Therefore its differentiation must rest on a decision by God, or on a quality whose nature consists in differentiating between two similars. Therefore, just as among philosophers, the theory is upheld that all times are equivalent in regard to the creation of the world. Their opponents are justified in claiming that the parts of heaven are equivalent for the reception of the quality through which stability in position becomes more appropriate than a change of position. And out of this there is no issue. I say, this means in brief that the philosophers must acknowledge that there is a quality in the creator of the world which differentiates between two similars. For it seems that the world might have had another shape and another quantity than it actually has, for it might have been bigger or smaller. Those different possibilities are, therefore, equivalent in regard to the determination of the existence of the world. On the other hand, if the philosophers say that the world can have only one special shape, the special quantity of its bodies, and the special number of them it actually has, and that this equivalence of possibilities can only be imagined in relation to the times of temporal creation, since for God, no moment is more suitable than another for its creation, they may be told that it is possible to answer this by saying that the creation of the world happened at its most propitious moment. But we, the theologians say, want to show the philosophers two equivalent things of which they cannot affirm that there exists any difference between them. The first is the particular direction of the spherical movement, and the second, the particular position of the poles relative to the spheres. For any pair whatever of opposite points, united by a line which passes through the center of the sphere, might constitute the poles. But the differentiation of these two points, exclusive of all other points which might just as well be the poles of this identical sphere, cannot happen except by a quality differentiating between two similar objects. If the philosophers assert that it is not true that any other place on the sphere might be the seat for these poles, they will be told, such an assertion implies that the parts of the spheres are not homogeneous, and yet you have often said that the sphere is of a simple nature, and therefore has a simple form, viz., the spherical. And again, if the philosophers affirm that there are spots on the sphere which are not homogeneous, it will be asked how these spots came to be of a heterogeneous nature. Is it because they are a body, or because they are a celestial body? But the absence of homogeneity cannot be explained in this way. Therefore, Ghazali says, just as among philosophers, the theory is upheld that all times are equivalent in regard to the creation of the world, the theologians are justified in claiming that the parts of heaven are equivalent in regard to their serving as poles, and that the poles do not seem differentiated from the other points, through a special position, or through their being in an immovable place, exclusive of all other places. This then, in short, is the objection. It is, however, a rhetorical one, for many things which by demonstration can be found to be necessary seem at first sight merely possible. The philosophers' answer is that they assert that they have proved that the world is composed of 5 bodies, a body neither heavy nor light, i.e. the revolving spherical body of heaven, and 4 other bodies, 2 of which are earth, absolutely heavy, which is the center of the revolving spherical body, and fire, absolutely light, which is seated in the extremity of the revolving sphere. Nearest to earth is water, which is heavy relatively to air, light relatively to earth. Next to water comes air, which is light relatively to water, heavy relatively to fire. The reason why earth is absolutely heavy is that it is farthest away from the circular movement, and therefore it is the fixed center of the revolving body. The reason why fire is absolutely light is that it is nearest to the revolving sphere. The intermediate bodies are both heavy and light because they are in the middle between the 2 extremes, i.e. the farthest point and the nearest. If there were not a revolving body, surely there would be neither heavy nor light by nature, and neither high nor low by nature, and this whether absolutely or relatively. And the bodies would not differ by nature in the way in which, for instance, earth moves by nature to its specific place, and fire moves by nature to another place, and equally so, the intermediary bodies. And the world is only finite because of the spherical body, and this because of the essential and natural finiteness of the spherical body, as one single plane circumscribes it. Rectilinear bodies are not essentially finite, as they allow of an increase and decrease. They are only finite because they are in the middle of a body that admits neither increase nor decrease, and is therefore essentially finite. And therefore, the body circumscribing the world cannot but be spherical, as otherwise the bodies would either have to end in other bodies, and we should have an infinite regress, or they would end in empty space, and the impossibility of both suppositions has been demonstrated. He who understands this knows that every possible world imaginable can only consist of these bodies, and that bodies have to be either circular, and then they are neither heavy nor light, or rectilinear, and then they are either heavy or light, i.e. either fire or earth, or the intermediate bodies. That these bodies have to be either revolving or surrounded by a revolving periphery, for each body either moves from, towards, or round the center. That by the movements of the heavenly bodies to the right and to the left, all bodies are constituted, and all that is produced from opposites is generated, and that through these movements, the individuals of these 4 bodies never cease being in a continual production and corruption. Indeed, if a single one of these movements should cease, the order and proportion of this universe would disappear, for it is clear that this order must necessarily depend on the actual number of these movements. For if this were smaller or greater, either the order would be disturbed, or there would be another order, and that the number of these movements is as it is, either through its necessity for the existence of this sublunary world, or because it is the best. Do not ask here for a proof for all this, but if you are interested in science, look for its proof where you can find it. Here, however, listen to theories which are more convincing than those of the theologians, and which, even if they do not bring you complete proof, will give your mind an inclination to lead you to proof through scientific speculation. You should imagine that each heavenly sphere is a living being, insofar as it possesses a body of a definite measure and shape, and moves itself in definite directions, not at random. Anything of this nature is necessarily a living being, i.e., when we see a body of a definite quality and quantity move itself in space, in a definite direction, not at random, through its own power, not through an exterior cause, and move in opposite directions at the same time, we are absolutely sure that it is a living being, and we said only not through an exterior cause, because iron moves towards a magnet when the magnet is brought to it from the outside, and besides, iron moves to a magnet from any direction whatever. The heavenly bodies, therefore, possess places which are poles by nature, and these bodies cannot have their poles in other places, just as earthly animals have particular organs in particular parts of their bodies for particular actions, and cannot have them in other places, e.g. the organs of locomotion, which are located in definite parts. The poles represent the organs of locomotion in animals of spherical form, and the only difference in this respect between spherical and non-spherical animals is that in the latter, these organs differ in both shape and power, whereas in the former, they only differ in power. For this reason, it has been thought on first sight that they do not differ at all, and that the poles could be in any 2 points on the sphere. And just as it would be ridiculous to say that a certain movement in a certain species of earthly animal could be in any part whatever of its body, or in that part where it is in another species, because this movement has been localized in each species, in the place where it conforms most to its nature, or in the only place where this animal can perform the movement. So it stands with the differentiation in the heavenly bodies for the place of their poles. For the heavenly bodies are not one species, and numerically many, but they form a plurality in species, like the plurality of different individuals of animals, where there is only one individual in the species. Exactly the same answer can be given to the question why the heavens move in different directions. That, because they are animals, they must move in definite directions, like right and left, before and behind, which are directions determined by the movements of animals. And the only difference between the movements of earthly animals and those of heavenly bodies is that in the different animals, these movements are different in shape and in power, whereas in the heavenly animals, they only differ in power. And it is for this reason that Aristotle thinks that heaven possesses the directions of right and left, before and behind, high and low. The diversity of the heavenly bodies in the direction of their movements rests on their diversity of species, and the fact that this difference in the directions of their movements forms the specific differentia of their species is something proper to them. Imagine the first heaven as one identical animal whose nature obliges it, either by necessity or because it is for the best, to move with all its parts in one movement from east to west. The other spheres are obliged by their nature to have the opposite movement. The direction which the body of the universe is compelled to follow through its nature is the best one, because its body is the best of bodies, and the best among the moving bodies must also have the best direction. All this is explained here in this tentative way, but is proved apodictically in its proper place. This is also the manifest sense of the divine words. There is no changing the words of God, and there is no altering the creation of God. If you want to be an educated man, proceeding by proof, you should look for the proof of this in its proper place. Now, if you have understood all this, it will not be difficult for you to see the faults in Ghazali's arguments here about the equivalence of the two opposite movements in relation to each heavenly body and to the sublunary world. On first thoughts, it might be imagined that the movement from east to west might also belong to other spheres besides the first, and that the first sphere might equally well move from west to east. You might as well say that the crab could be imagined as having the same direction of movement as man. But, as a matter of fact, such a thought will not occur to you about men and crabs, because of their difference in shape, whereas it might occur to you about the heavenly spheres, since they agree in shape. He who contemplates a product of art does not perceive its wisdom if he does not perceive the wisdom of the intention embodied in it, and the effect intended. And if he does not understand its wisdom, he may well imagine that this object might have any form, any quantity, any configuration of its parts, and any composition whatever. This is the case with the theologians in regard to the body of the heavens, but all such opinions are superficial. He who has such beliefs about products of art understands neither the work nor the artist, and this holds also in respect of the works of God's creation. Understand this principle, and do not judge the works of God's creation hastily and superficially, so that you may not become one of those about whom the Quran says, "Say, shall we inform you of those who lose most by their works, those who erred in their endeavor after the life of this world, and who think they are doing good deeds? May God make us perspicacious, and lift from us the veils of ignorance. Indeed, He is the bounteous, the generous." To contemplate the various actions of the heavenly bodies is like contemplating the kingdom of heaven, which Abraham contemplated according to the words of the Quran. Thus did we show Abraham the kingdom of heaven and of the earth, that he should be of those who are sure. And let us now relate Ghazali's argument about the movements. Ghazali says, the second point in this argument concerns the special direction of the movement of the spheres, which move partially from east to west, partially in the opposite direction, whereas the equivalence of the directions in relation to their cause is exactly the same as the equivalence of the times. If it is said, if the universe revolved in only one direction, there would never be a difference in the configuration of the stars, and such relations of the stars as their being in trine, in sextile, and in conjunction would never arise, but the universe would remain in one unique position without any change. The difference of these relations, however, is the principle of all production in the world. We answer, our argument does not concern the difference in direction of movement. No, we concede that the highest sphere moves from east to west, and the spheres beneath it in the opposite direction. But everything that happens in this way would happen equally if the reverse took place, i.e., if the highest sphere moved from west to east and the lower spheres in the opposite direction. For all the same differences in configuration would arise just as well. Granted that these movements are circular and in opposite directions, both directions are equivalent. Why then is the one distinguished from the other, which is similar to it? If it is said, as the two directions are opposed and contrary, how can they be similar? We answer, this is like saying, since before and after are opposed in the existing world, how could it be claimed that they are equivalent? Still, it is asserted by you philosophers that the equivalence of times, so far as the possibility of their realization and any purpose one might imagine in their realization is concerned, is an evident fact. Now, we regard it as equally evident that spaces, positions, situations, and directions are equivalent so far as concerns their receiving movement and any purpose that might be connected with it. If therefore the philosophers are allowed to claim that notwithstanding this equivalence they are different, their opponents are fully justified in claiming the same in regard to the times. I say, from what I have said previously, the speciousness of this argument and the way in which it has to be answered will not be obscure to you. All this is the work of one who does not understand the exalted natures of the heavenly bodies and their acts of wisdom for the sake of which they have been created, and who compares God's knowledge with the knowledge of ignorant man. Ghazali says, if it is said, as the two directions are opposed and contrary, how can they be similar? We answer, this is like saying, since before and after in the existing world are opposed, how could it be claimed that they are equivalent? Still, it is asserted by you philosophers that the equivalence of times, so far as the possibility of their realization and any purpose one might imagine in their realization is concerned, is an evident fact. Now, we regard it as equally evident that spaces, positions, situations, and directions are equivalent so far as concerns their receiving the movement and any purpose that might be connected with it. I say, the falsehood of this is self-evident. Even if one should admit that the possibilities of man's existence and non-existence are equivalent in the matter out of which he has been created, and that this is a proof for the existence of a determining principle which prefers his existence to his non-existence, still, it cannot be imagined that the possibilities of seeing and not seeing are equivalent in the eye. Thus, no one can claim that the opposite directions are equivalent, although he may claim that the substratum for both is indifferent, and that therefore out of both directions similar actions result. And the same holds good for before and after. They are not equivalent, insofar as this event is earlier and that event later. They can only be claimed to be equivalent so far as their possibility of existence is concerned. But the whole assumption is wrong, for essential opposites also need essentially opposite substrata, and a unique substratum giving rise to opposite acts at one and the same time is an impossibility. The philosophers do not believe that the possibilities of a thing's existence and of its non-existence are equivalent at one and the same time. No, the time of the possibility of its existence is different from the time of the possibility of its non-existence. Time for them is the condition for the production of what is produced, and for the corruption of what perishes. If the time for the possibility of the existence of a thing and the time for the possibility of its non-existence were the same, that is to say, in its proximate matter, its existence would be vitiated because of the possibility of its non-existence, and the possibility of its existence and of its non-existence would be dependent only on the agent, not on the substratum. Thus, he who tries to prove the existence of an agent in this way gives only persuasive, dialectical arguments, not apodictic proof. It is believed that Farabi and Avicenna followed this line to establish that every act must have an agent, but it is not a proof of the ancient philosophers, and both of them merely took it over from the theologians of our religion. In relation, however, to the temporal creation of the world, for him who believes in it, before and after cannot even be imagined, for before and after in time can only be imagined in relation to the present moment. And as, according to the theologians, there was before the creation of the world no time, how could there be imagined something preceding the moment when the world was created? A definite moment cannot be assigned for the creation of the world, for either time did not exist before it, or there was an infinite time, and in neither case could a definite time be fixed to which the divine could attach itself. Therefore, it would be more suitable to call this book Incoherence, without qualification, rather than the incoherence of the philosophers, for the only profit it gives the reader is to make him incoherent. Ghazali says, if therefore the philosophers are allowed to claim that, notwithstanding this equivalence, they are different, their opponents are fully justified in claiming the same in regard to times. I say, he wants to say, if the philosophers are justified in claiming a difference in the direction of movement, the theologians have the right to assert a difference in times, notwithstanding their belief in their equivalence. This is only a verbal argument, and does not refer to the facts themselves, even if one admits an analogy between the opposite directions and the different times. But this is often objected to, because there is no analogy between this difference in times and directions. Our adversary, however, is forced to admit that there is an analogy between them, because they are both claimed to be different, and both to be equivalent. These, therefore, are one and all only dialectical arguments. Ghazali says, the second objection against the basis of their argument is that the philosophers are told, you regard the creation of a temporal being by an eternal as impossible, but you have to acknowledge it too, for there are new events happening in the world, and they have causes. It is absurd to think that these events lead to other events ad infinitum, and no intelligent person can believe such a thing. If such a thing were possible, you need not acknowledge a creator and establish a necessary being on whom possible existences depend. If, however, there is a limit for those events in which their sequence ends, this limit will be the eternal, and then indubitably, you too acknowledge the principle that a temporal can proceed from an eternal being. I say, if the philosophers had introduced the eternal being into reality from the side of the temporal by this kind of argument, i.e., if they had admitted that the temporal, insofar as temporal, proceeds from an eternal being, there would be no possibility of their avoiding the difficulty in this problem. But you must understand that the philosophers permit the existence of a temporal, which comes out of a temporal being ad infinitum, in an accidental way, when this is repeated in a limited and finite matter. When, for instance, the corruption of one of two things becomes the necessary condition for the existence of the other. For instance, according to the philosophers, it is necessary that man should be produced from man on condition that the anterior man perishes so as to become the matter for the production of a third. For instance, we must imagine two men of whom the first produces the second from the matter of a man who perishes. When the second becomes a man himself, the first perishes. Then the second man produces a third man out of the matter of the first, and then the second perishes, and the third produces out of his matter a fourth. And so we can imagine in two matters an activity continuing ad infinitum, without any impossibility arising. And this happens as long as the agent lasts. For if this agent has neither beginning nor end for his existence, the activity has neither beginning nor end for its existence, as it has been explained before. And in the same way, you may imagine this happening in them in the past. When a man exists, there must before him have been a man who produced him, and a man who perished. And before this second man, a man who produced him, and a man who perished. For everything that is produced in this way is, when it depends on an eternal agent, of a circular nature in which no actual totality can be reached. If, on the other hand, a man were produced from another man out of infinite matters, or there were an infinite addition of them, there would be an impossibility, for then there could arise an infinite matter, and there could be an infinite whole. For if a finite whole existed to which things were added ad infinitum, without any corruption taking place in it, an infinite whole could come into existence, as Aristotle proved in his Physics. For this reason, the ancients introduce an eternal, absolutely unchanging being, having in mind not temporal beings, proceeding from him insofar as they are temporal, but beings proceeding from him as being eternal generically, and they hold that this infinite series is the necessary consequence of an eternal agent, for the temporal needs for its own existence only a temporal cause. Now there are two reasons why the ancients introduced the existence of an eternal, numerically unique being, which does not suffer any change. The first is that they discovered that this revolving being is eternal, for they discovered that the present individual is produced through the corruption of its predecessor, and that the corruption of this previous individual implies the production of the one that follows it, and that it is necessary that this everlasting change should proceed from an eternal mover and an eternal moved body, which does not change in its substance, but which changes only in place so far as concerns its parts, and approaches certain of the transitory things, and recedes from certain of them, and this is the cause of the corruption of one half of them, and the production of the other half. And this heavenly body is the being that changes in place only, not in any of the other kinds of change, and is through its temporal activities the cause of all things temporal. And because of the continuity of its activities, which have neither beginning nor end, it proceeds from a cause which has neither beginning nor end. The second reason why they introduce an eternal being absolutely without body and matter is that they found that all the kinds of movement depend on spatial movement, and that spatial movement depends on a being moved essentially by a prime mover, absolutely unmoved, both essentially and accidentally, for otherwise there would exist at the same time an infinite number of moved movers, and this is impossible. And it is necessary that this first mover should be eternal, or else it would not be the first. Every movement, therefore, depends on this mover and its setting in motion, essentially, not accidentally. And this mover exists simultaneously with each thing moved at the time of its motion, for a mover existing before the thing moved, such as a man producing a man, sets only in motion accidentally, not essentially. But the mover, who is the condition of man's existence from the beginning of his production till its end, or rather from the beginning of his existence till its end, is the prime mover. And likewise, his existence is the condition for the existence of all beings and the preservation of heaven and earth and all that is between them. All this is not proved here apodictically, but only in the way we follow here, and which is in any case more plausible for an impartial reader than the arguments of our opponents. If this is clear to you, you certainly are in no need of the subterfuge by which Ghazali in his argument against the philosophers tries to conciliate them with their adversaries in this matter. Indeed, these artifices will not do, for if you have not understood how the philosophers introduce an eternal being into reality, you have not understood how they settle the difficulty of the rise of the temporal out of the eternal. They do that, as we said, either through the medium of a being eternal in its essence, but generable and corruptible in its particular movements, not, however, in its universal circular movement, or through the medium of what is generically eternal, i.e., has neither beginning nor end in its acts. Ghazali answers in the name of the philosophers. The philosophers may say, we do not consider it impossible that any temporal being, whatever it may be, should proceed from an eternal being, but we regard it as impossible that the first temporal should proceed from the eternal, as the mode of its procession does not differ from that which precedes it, either in a greater inclination towards existence, or through the presence of some particular time, or through an instrument, condition, nature, accident, or any cause whatever which might produce a new mode. If this therefore is not the first temporal, it will be possible that it should proceed from the eternal, when another thing proceeds from it, because of the disposition of the receiving substratum, or because the time was propitious, or for any other reason. Having given this reply on the part of the philosophers, Ghazali answers it. This question about the actualization of the disposition, whether of the time and of any new condition which arises in it, still holds good, and we must either come to an infinite regress or arrive at an eternal being out of which a first temporal being proceeds. I say, this question is the same question all over again as he asked the philosophers first. And this is the same kind of conclusion as he made them draw then, namely, that a temporal proceeds from an eternal, and having given as their answer something which does not correspond with the question, i.e., that it is possible that a temporal being should proceed from the eternal without there being a first temporal being. He turns the same question against them again. The correct answer to this question was given above. The temporal proceeds from the first eternal, not insofar as it is temporal, but insofar as it is eternal, i.e. through being eternal generically, though temporal in its parts. For according to the philosophers, an eternal being out of which a temporal being proceeds essentially is not the first eternal, but its acts, according to them, depend on the first eternal, i.e. the actualization of the condition for activity of the eternal, which is not the first eternal, depends on the first eternal in the same way as the temporal products depend on the first eternal, and this is a dependence based on the universal, not on individuals. After this, Ghazali introduces an answer of the philosophers in one of the forms in which this theory can be represented, which amounts to this: a temporal being proceeding from an eternal can only be represented by means of a circular movement which resembles the eternal by not having beginning or end, and which resembles the temporal insofar as each part of it is transient, so that this movement through the generation of its parts is the principle of temporal things, and through the eternity of its totality, the activity of the eternal. Then Ghazali argues against this view, according to which, in the opinion of the philosophers, the temporal proceeds from the first eternal, and says to them, is this circular movement temporal or eternal? If it is eternal, how does it become the principle for temporal things? And if it is temporal, it will need another temporal being, and we shall have an infinite regress. And when you say that it partially resembles the eternal, partially the temporal, for it resembles the eternal insofar as it is permanent, and the temporal insofar as it arises anew, we answer, is it the principle of temporal things because of its permanence, or because of its arising anew? In the former case, how can a temporal proceed from something because of its permanence? And in the latter case, what arises anew will need a cause for its arising anew, and we have an infinite regress. I say, this argument is sophistical. The temporal does not proceed from it insofar as it is eternal, but insofar as it is temporal. It does not need, however, for its arising anew a cause arising anew. For its arising anew is not a new fact, but is an eternal act, i.e., an act without no beginning or end. Therefore its agent must be an eternal agent, for an eternal act has an eternal agent, and a temporal act a temporal agent. Only through the eternal element in it can it be understood that movement has neither beginning nor end, and this is meant by its permanence, for movement itself is not permanent, but changing. And since Ghazali knew this, he said, in order to elude this consequence, the philosophers have a kind of artifice, which we will expose briefly. Ghazali says, the second proof of the philosophers concerning this problem. They assert that he who affirms that the world is posterior to God, and God prior to the world, cannot mean anything but that he is prior, not temporally, but essentially, like the natural priority of 1 to 2, although they can exist together in temporal existence, or like the priority of cause to effect, for instance the priority of the movement of a man to the movement of his shadow which follows him, or the movement of the hand to the movement of the ring, or the movement of the hand in the water to the movement of the water. For all these things are simultaneous, but the one is cause, the other effect. For it is said that the shadow moves through the movement of the man, and the water through the hand in the water, and the reverse is not said, although they are simultaneous. If this is what you mean by saying that God is prior to the world, then it follows that they must both either be temporal or eternal, for it is absurd that the one should be temporal and the other eternal. If it is meant that God is prior to the world and to time, not essentially but temporally, then there was, before the existence of the world and of time, a time in which the world was non-existent, since non-existence preceded the world, and God preceded it during a long duration, which had a final term, but no initial one. And then there was before time an infinite time, which is self-contradictory. Therefore, the assertion that time had a beginning is absurd. And if time, which is the expression of the measure of movement, is eternal, movement must be eternal. And the necessity of the eternity of movement implies the necessity of the eternity of the thing in motion, through the duration of which time endures. I say, the mode of their reasoning which he reproduces does not constitute a proof. It amounts to saying that the Creator, if he is prior to the world, must either be prior not in time, but in causation, like the priority of a man to his shadow, or prior in time, like a builder to a wall. If he is prior in the same way as the man is prior to his shadow, and if the Creator is eternal, then the world too is eternal. But if he is prior in time, then he must precede the world by a time which has no beginning, and time will be eternal. For if there is a time before the actual, its starting point cannot be imagined. And if time is eternal, movement too is eternal, for time cannot be understood without motion. And if motion is eternal, the thing in motion will be eternal, and its mover will necessarily be eternal too. But this proof is unsound, for it is not of the nature of the Creator to be in time, whereas it belongs to the nature of the world to be so. And for this very reason, it is not true that he is either simultaneous with it or prior to it in time or in causation. Ghazali says, the objection to this is, time is generated and created, and before it, there was no time at all. The meaning of our words that God is prior to the world and to time is, he existed without the world and without time. Then he existed, and with him there was the world and there was time. And the meaning of our words that he existed without the world is the existence of the essence of the Creator and the non-existence of the essence of the world, and nothing else. And the meaning of our words that he existed, and with him there was the world is the existence of the two essences, and nothing else. And the meaning of priority, the uniqueness of his existence, and nothing else. And the world is like a singular person. If we should say, for instance, God existed without Jesus, then he existed with Jesus. These words contain nothing but first, the existence of an essence, and the non-existence of an essence then, the existence of two essences. And there is no need to assume here a third essence, namely time, although imagination cannot desist from assuming it. But we should not heed the errors of the imagination. I say, these words are erroneous and mistaken, for we have already proved that there are two kinds of existence. One in the nature of which there is motion, and which cannot be separated from time. The other in the nature of which there is no motion, and which is eternal, and cannot be described in terms of time. The first is known by the senses and by reason. The existence of the second, in the nature of which there is neither motion nor change, is known by proof to everyone who acknowledges that each motion needs a mover, and each effect a cause, and that the causes which move each other do not regress infinitely, but end in a first cause which is absolutely unmoved. And it has also been established that the entity, in the nature of which there is no movement, is the cause of the entity, in the nature of which there is movement. And it has been proved also that the entity, in the nature of which there is motion, cannot be separated from time, and that the entity, in the nature of which there is no movement, is entirely free from time. Therefore, the priority of the one entity over the other is based neither on a priority in time, nor on the priority of that kind of cause and effect, which belongs to the nature of things in motion, like the priority of a man to his shadow. For this reason, anyone who compares the priority of the unmoved being to the thing in motion, to the priority existing between two things in motion, is in error, since it is only true of each one in pairs of moving things that, when it is brought in relation to the other, it is either simultaneous with it, or prior or posterior in time to it. It is the later philosophers of Islam who made this mistake, since they enjoyed but slight comprehension of the doctrine of the ancients. So the priority of this one being to the other is the priority of the unchanging, timeless existence to the changing existence which is in time, and this is an altogether different type of priority. It is therefore not true of these existences that they are simultaneous, or that the one precedes the other. And Ghazali's observation that the priority of the Creator to the world is not a temporal priority is true, but the posteriority of the world to the Creator, since he does not precede the world in time, can only be understood as the posteriority of effect to cause. For posteriority and priority are opposites, which are necessarily in one genus, as has been shown in the sciences. Since therefore this priority is not in time, the posteriority also cannot be in time, and we have the same difficulty all over again. How can the effect be delayed after the cause, when the conditions of acting are fulfilled? The philosophers, however, since they do not recognize a beginning in the totality of this existence in moti n, are not touched by this difficulty, and it is possible for them to indicate in what way the temporal beings proceed from the eternal. One of their proofs that existence in motion has no beginning, and that in its totality it does not start, is that, when it is assumed to start, it is assumed to exist before its existence, for to start is a movement, and movement is of necessity in the thing in motion, equally whether the movement is regarded as taking place in time or at an instance. Another proof is that everything that becomes has the potentiality of becoming before it actually becomes, although the theologians deny this. A discussion with them on this point will follow. Now, potentiality is a necessary attribute of being in motion, and it follows necessarily that, if it were assumed to become, it would exist before its existence. What we have here are only dialectical arguments. They have, however, a much greater plausibility than what the theologians advance. As for Ghazali's words, if we should say, for instance, that God existed without Jesus, and then he existed with Jesus, these words contain nothing but, first, the existence of an essence and the non-existence of an essence. Then, the existence of two essences, and there is no need to assume here a third essence, namely time. I say, this is true, provided that Jesus' posteriority is not regarded as an essential temporal posteriority, but, if there is a posteriority, it is an accidental posteriority, for time precedes this posterior entity, i.e., it is a necessity of Jesus' existence that time should precede him and that his existence should have begun. But the world is not subject to such a necessity, except insofar as it is a part of a moving existence beyond which time extends in two directions, as happens to Jesus and other transitory individuals. Nothing of this is proved here. Here it is simply explained that the objection is not valid. In addition, what he says afterwards of the proofs of the philosophers is untrue. Answering in the name of the philosophers, Ghazali says, one might say that our expression, God existed without the world, means a third thing, besides the existence of one being and the non-existence of another. Because, if we should suppose that in the future God should exist without the world, there would be in the future the existence of one being and the non-existence of another. Still, it would not be right to say, God existed without the world, but we should say, God will exist without the world, for only of the past do we say, God existed without the world, and between the words existed and will exist, there is a difference, for they cannot replace each other. And if we try to find out where the difference between the two sentences lies, it certainly does not lie in the words existence of one being and non-existence of another being, but in a third entity, for if we say of the non-existence of the world in the future, God was without the world, it will be objected, this is wrong, for was refers only to the past. This shows therefore that the word was comprises a third entity, namely the past, and the past by itself is time, and through another existent, it is movement, for movement passes only through the passing of time. And so it follows necessarily that, before the world, a time finished which terminated in the existence of the world. I say, in this in brief, he shows that when it is said, such and such was without such and then such and such was with such and such, a third entity is understood, namely time. The word was shows this, because of the difference in the meaning of this concept in the past and in the future. For if we assume the existence of one thing with the non-existence of another in the past, we say, such a thing existed without such a thing. But when we assume the non-existence of the one with the existence of the other in the future, we say, such a thing will exist without such a thing. And the change in meaning implies that there is here a third entity. If in our expression, such and such existed without such and such, the word existed did not signify an entity, the word existed would not differ from will exist. All this is self-evident, but it is only unquestionable in relation to the priority and posteriority of things which are by nature in time. Concerning the timeless, the word was and the like indicate in such a proposition nothing but the copula between predicate and subject, when we say, for example, God was indulgent and compassionate. And the same holds when either predicate or subject is timeless, e.g. when we say, God was without the world, then God was with the world. Therefore, for such existence, the time relation to which he refers does not hold. This relation is, however, unquestionably real when we compare the non-existence of the world with its existence. For if the world is in time, the non-existence of the world has to be in time too. And since the non-existence and the existence of the world cannot be in one and the same time, the non-existence must precede. The non-existence must be prior and the world posterior to it, for priority and posteriority in the moving can only be understood in this relation to time. The only flaw in this argument is to assume this relation between God and the world. Only in this point is the argument which Ghazali relates faulty, and does it fail to constitute a proof. Then Ghazali gives the theologian's objection to this argument of the philosophers. The primitive meaning of the two words is the existence of one thing and the non-existence of another. The third element, which is the connection between the two words, is a necessary relation to us. The proof is that if we should suppose a destruction of the world in the future and afterwards a second existence for us, we should then say, God was without the world, and this would be true, whether we meant its original non-existence or the second non-existence, its destruction after its existence. And a sign that this is a subjective relation is that the future can become past and can be indicated by the word past. All this is the consequence of the inability of our imagination to imagine the beginning of a thing without something preceding it, and this before of which the imagination cannot rid itself is regarded as a really existing thing, namely time. This resembles the inability of the imagination to admit a limited body, e.g. overhead, without anything beyond its surface, so that it is imagined that behind the world there is a space either occupied or empty. And when it is said, there is above the surface of the world no beyond and no farther extension, this is beyond the grasp of the imagination. Likewise, when it is said that there is no real anterior to the existence of the world, the imagination refuses to believe it. But the imagination may be called false in allowing above the world an empty space, which is an infinite extension by our saying to it, empty space cannot be understood by itself, for extension is the necessary attribute of a body whose sides comprise space. A finite body implies the finiteness of extension, which is its attribute and the limitation of occupied space. Empty space is unintelligible. Therefore, there is neither empty nor occupied space behind the world, although the imagination cannot admit this. And in the same way as it is said that spatial extension is an attribute of body, temporal extension is an attribute of motion. For time is the extension of movement, just as the space between the sides of a body is the extension of space. And just as the proof that the sides of a body are finite prevents the admission of a spatial extension behind the world, so the proof of the finite character of movement in both directions prevents the supposition of a temporal extension behind the world, although the imagination, subject to its illusion and supposition, admits it and does not hold back from it. There is no difference between temporal extension, which is apprehended as divided through the relation of before and after, and spatial extension, which is apprehended as divided through the relation of high and low. If it is therefore permissible to admit a highest point above which there is nothing, it is equally permissible to admit a beginning, not preceded by anything real, except through an illusion similar to that which permits a beyond for the highest space. This is a legitimate consequence. Notice it carefully, as the philosophers themselves agreed that behind the world there is neither empty nor occupied space. I say, there are two parts to this objection. The first is that, when we imagine the past and the future, i.e. the prior and the posterior, they are two things existing in relation to our imagination, because we can imagine a future event as becoming past, and a past event as having been future. But if this is so, past and future are not real things in themselves, and do not possess existence outside the soul. They are only constructs of the soul. And when movement is annihilated, the relation and measure of time will not have sense anymore. The answer is that the necessary connection of movement and time is real, and time is something the soul constructs in movement, but neither movement nor time is annihilated. They are only abolished in those things which are not subject to motion, but in the existence of moving things, or in their possible existence, time inheres necessarily. For there are only two kinds of being, those that are subject to motion and those that are not, and the one kind cannot be converted into the other, for otherwise a conversion of the necessary into the possible would become possible. For if movement were impossible, and then afterwards occurred, the nature of things which are not subject to motion would have changed into the nature of things subject to motion, and this is impossible. This is a consequence of the fact that motion inheres necessarily in a substratum. If movement were possible before the existence of the world, the things which are subject to movement would be necessarily in time, for movement is only possible in what is subject to rest, not in absolute non-existence, for in absolute non-existence there is no possibility whatever, or one would have to admit that absolute non-existence could be converted into existence. Therefore, the non-existence or privation, which necessarily precedes the occurrence of a thing, has to be connected with a substratum, and will be disconnected from it when the substratum actually receives this occurrence, as happens with all contraries. For instance, when a warm thing becomes cold, the essence of warmth does not change into coldness. It is only the receptacle and the substratum of warmth that exchange their warmth for coldness. The second part of this objection, and it is the most important of these objections, is sophistical and malicious. It amounts to saying that to imagine something before the beginning of this first movement, which is not preceded by any moving body, is like the illusion that the end of the world, for example, its highest part, ends necessarily either in another body or in empty space. For extension is a necessary attribute of body, as time is a necessary attribute of movement. And if it is impossible that there should be an infinite body, it is impossible that there should be an infinite extension. And if it is impossible that there should be infinite extension, it is impossible that every body should end in another body, or in something which has the potentiality of extension, i.e., for instance, emptiness, and that this should continue without end. And the same applies to movement which has time as a necessary attribute. For if it is impossible that there should be infinite past movements, and there exists therefore a first movement with a finite initial term, it is impossible that there should exist a before it. For if so, there would be another movement before the first. This objection is, as we said, malicious, and belongs to the class of sophistical substitutions. You will recognize what I mean if you have read the book on sophistic refutations. In other words, Ghazali treats the quantity, which has no position and does not form a totality, i.e., time and motion, as the quantity which possesses position and totality, i.e., body. He makes the impossibility of endlessness in the latter a proof of its impossibility in the former, and he deals with the act of the soul when it imagines an increase in the one quantity which is assumed to be actual, i.e., body, as if it concerned both quantities. This is a manifest error. For to imagine an increase in actual spatial magnitude, so that it must end in another actual spatial magnitude, is to imagine something which does not exist in the essence and definition of spatial magnitude. But to imagine priority and posteriority in a movement that occurs is to imagine something that belongs to its essence. For a movement can only occur in time, i.e., time has to pass beyond its beginning. For this reason, one cannot represent a time the initial term of which is not the final term of another time, for the definition of the instant is that it is the end of the past and the beginning of the future. For the instant is the present, which necessarily is the middle between the past and the future, and to represent a present which is not preceded by a past is absurd. This, however, does not apply to the point, for the point is the end of the line and exists at the same time as the line, for the line is at rest. Therefore one can imagine a point which is the beginning of a line without its being the end of another line, but the instant cannot exist without the past and entire future, and exists necessarily after the past and before the future, and what cannot subsist in itself cannot exist before the existence of the future, without being the end of tile past. The cause of this error is the comparison of the instant with the point. The proof that each movement which occurs is preceded by time is this: everything must come to exist out of a privation, and nothing can become in the instant of which it can be truly said that its becoming is a vanishing, and so it must be true that its privation must be in another moment, than that in which it itself exists, and there is time between each pair of instants, because instant is not continuous with instant, nor point continuous with point. This has been proved in the sciences. Therefore, before the instant in which the movement occurs, there must necessarily be a time, because when we represent two instants in reality, there must necessarily be time between them. And what is said in this objection that higher resembles before is not true, nor does the instant resemble the point, nor the quantity which possesses position, the quantity which does not possess position. He who allows the existence of an instant which is not a present, or of a present which is not preceded by a past, denies time and the instant, for he assumes an instant as having the description which we have mentioned, and then assumes a time which has no beginning, which is a self-contradictory assumption. It is therefore wrong to ascribe to an act of imagination the fact that there is a prior event for every occurrence, for he who denies priority denies the event in time. The contrary is the case with the man who denies the real character of the high, for he denies the absolutely high, and, when he denies the absolutely high, he denies also the absolutely low. And when these two are denied, also the heavy and the light are denied, and the act of the imagination that a body with straight dimensions must end in another body is not false. No, this is a necessary truth, for the body with straight dimensions has the possibility of increasing, and what has this possibility is not limited by nature. Therefore, the body with straight surfaces must end in the circumscribing circular body, since this is the perfect body, which is liable neither to increase nor to decrease. Therefore, when the mind seeks to imagine that the circular body must end in another body, it imagines the impossible. These are all matters of which the theologians, and those who do not start their inquiry in the proper scientific order, are unaware. Further, the relation between time and motion is not the same as that between spatial limit and spatial magnitude, for the spatial limit is an attribute of spatial magnitude, insofar as it inheres in it, in the way that the accident inheres in its substratum, and is individualized by the individuality of its substratum, and is indicated by pointing at its substratum, and by its being in the place in which its substratum is. But this is not the case with the necessary relation between time and motion. For the dependence of time on motion is much like the dependence of number on the thing numbered. Just as number does not become individualized through entire individuation of the thing numbered, nor pluralized through its plurality, so it stands with the relation between time and movement. Time, therefore, is unique for all movement and for each thing moving, and exists everywhere, so that if we should suppose people confined from youth in a cave in the earth, still we should be sure that they would perceive time, even if they did not perceive any of the movements which are perceived in the world. Aristotle therefore thought that the existence of movements in time is much like the existence of the things numbered in numbers, for number is not pluralized through the plurality of the things numbered, nor is it localized through the individuation of the places numbered. He thought, therefore, that its specific quality was to measure the movements and to measure the existence of moving things, insofar as they are moving, as number counts the individual moving things. And therefore Aristotle says in his definition of time that it is the number of movement according to the relations of anterior and posterior. Therefore, just as the supposition that a thing numbered occurs does not imply that number comes into existence, but it is a necessary condition for the occurrence of a thing numbered that number should exist before it, so the occurrence of movement implies that there was time before it. If time occurred with the occurrence of any individual movement whatever, time would only be perceived with that individual movement. This will make you understand how different the nature of time is from the nature of spatial magnitude. Ghazali answers on behalf of the philosophers. It may be said, this comparisons is lame, for there is neither above nor below in the world, for the world is spherical, and in the sphere there is neither above nor below. If the one direction is called above because it is overhead, and the other below because it is underfoot, this name is always determined in relation to you, and the direction which is below in relation to you is above in relation to another. If you imagine him standing on the other side of the terrestrial globe, with the sole of his foot opposite the sole of your foot, yes, these parts of heaven, which you reckon above during the day, are identical with what is below during the night, and what is below the earth comes again above the earth through the daily revolution. But it cannot be imagined that the beginning of the world becomes its end. If we imagined a stick with one thick and one thin end, and we agreed to call the part nearest the thin end above and the other below, there would not arise from this an essential differentiation in the parts of the world. It would simply be that different names would have been applied to the shape of the stick, so that if we substituted the one name for the other, there would be an exchange of names, but the world itself would remain unchanged. So, above and below are a mere relation to you, without any differentiation in the parts and places of the world. The non-existence, however, preceding the world, and the initial term of its existence are essential realities, a substitution or a change of which cannot be imagined. Nor can it be imagined that the non-existence which is supposed to occur at the disappearance of the world, and which follows the world, can become the non-existence preceding it. The initial and final terms of the world's existence are permanent essential terms, in which no change can be imagined through the change of the subjective relation to them, in contrast with above and below. Therefore, we philosophers indeed are justified in saying that in the world there is neither above nor below, but you theologians have not the right to assert that the existence of the world has neither a before nor an after. And when the existence of before and after is proved, time cannot mean anything but what is apprehended through the anterior and the posterior. I say, this answer given in the name of the philosophers is extremely unsound. It amounts to saying that above and below are relative to us, and that therefore imagination can treat them as an infinite sequence, but that the sequence of before and after does not rest on imagination, for there is here no subjective relation, but is a purely rational concept. This means that the order of above and below in a thing may be reversed in imagination, but that the privation before an event and the privation after an event, its before and its after, are not interchangeable for imagination. But by giving this answer, the problem is not solved, for the philosophers think that there exists a natural above, to which light things move, and a natural below, to which heavy things move, or else the heavy and the light would be relative and exist by convention, and they hold that in imagination the limit of a body, having by nature its place above, may end either in occupied or in empty space. And this argument is invalid as a justification of the philosophers for two reasons. First, that the philosophers assume an absolute above and an absolute below, but no absolute beginning and no absolute end. Secondly, that their opponents may object that it is not the fact of their being relative that causes the imagination to regard the sequence of low and high as an infinite series, but that this happens to the imagination because it observes that every spatial magnitude is continuous with another spatial magnitude, just as any event is preceded by another event. And therefore, Ghazali transfers the question from the words above and below to inside and outsides, and he says in his answer to the philosophers, there is no real difference in the words above and below, and therefore there is no sense in defining them, but we will apply ourselves rather to the words inside and outside. We say, the world has an inside and an outside, and we ask, is there outside the world an occupied or empty space? The philosophers will answer, there is outside the world neither occupied nor empty space, and if you mean by outside its extreme surface, then there is an outside. But if you mean anything else, there is no outside. Therefore, if they ask us theologians if there is anything before the existence of the world, we say, if you mean by it the beginning, i.e. its initial term, then there is a before, just as there is an outside to the world according to your explanation that is its ultimate limit and its final plane. But if you mean anything else, then there is not, in analogy with your answer. If you say, a beginning of existence, without anything preceding it, cannot be understood, we say, a limit of a body existing without anything outside it cannot be understood. If you say, its exterior is its furthest plane and nothing else, we say, its before is the beginning of its existence, nothing else. The conclusion is that we say, we affirm that God has an existence without the world's existing, and this assumption again does not force us to accept anything else. That to assume more rests on the act of imagination is proved by the fact that imagination acts in the same way in regard to time as in regard to place. For although our opponents believe in the eternity of the world, their imagination is willing to suppose it created, whereas we, who believe in its creation, are often allowed by our imagination to regard it as eternal, so much as far as body is concerned. But to revert to time, our opponents do not regard a time without a beginning as possible, and yet in opposition to this belief, their imagination can represent it as a possible assumption, although time cannot be represented by the imagination in the way that body is represented. For neither the champion nor the opponent of the finitude of body can imagine a body not surrounded by empty or occupied space. The imagination simply refuses to accept it. Therefore, one should say, a clear thinker pays no attention to the imagination when he cannot deny the finitude of body by proof, nor does he give attention to the imagination when he cannot deny the beginning of an existence without anything preceding it, which the imagination cannot grasp. For the imagination, as it is only accustomed to a body limited by another body or by air, represents emptiness in this way, although emptiness, being imperceptible, cannot be occupied by anything. Likewise, the imagination, being only accustomed to an event occurring after another event, fears to suppose an event not preceded by another event which is terminated. And this is the reason of the error. I say, through this transference, by his comparing the time limit with the spatial limit in his argument against the philosophers, this argument becomes invalid, and we have already shown the error through which it is specious and the sophistical character of the argument, and we need not repeat ourselves. Ghazali says, the philosophers have a second way of forcing their opponents to admit the eternity of time. They say, you do not doubt that God was able to create the world 1 year, 100 years, 1,000 years, and so ad infinitum before he created it, and that those possibilities are different in magnitude and number. Therefore, it is necessary to admit before the existence of the world a measurable extension, one part of which can be longer than another part, and therefore it is necessary that something should have existed before the existence of the world. If you say the word years cannot be applied before the creation and revolution of heaven, let us drop the word years, and let us give another turn to our argument and say, if we suppose that from the beginning of the world till now, the sphere of the world has performed, for instance, 1,000 revolutions, was God able to create a second world before it, which, for example, would have performed 1,100 revolutions up to now? If you deny it, it would mean that the eternal had passed from impotence to power, or the world from impossibility to possibility. But if you accept it, and you cannot but accept it, it may be asked if God was able to create a third world, which would have performed 1,200 revolutions up to now, and you will have to admit this. We philosophers say, then, could the world which we called by the order of our supposition the third, although as a matter of fact it is the first, have been created at the same time as the world we called the second, so that the former would have performed 1,200 revolutions, and the latter 1,100 revolutions, it being understood that both, in revolving, complete the same distance at the same speed. If you were to admit this, you would be admitting something absurd, for it would be absurd that in that case, the number of the two revolutions, having the same speed and finishing at the same moment, should be different. But, if you answer that, it is impossible that the third world, which has up to now performed 1,200 revolutions, could have been created at the same time as the second world, which has up to now performed 1,100 revolutions, and that on the contrary, it must have been created the same number of years earlier than the second, as the second has been created before the first. We call it first, as it comes first in order, when in imagination we proceed from our time to it. Then there exists a quantity of possibility double that of another possibility, and there is doubtless another possibility which doubles the whole of the others. These measurable quantitative possibilities, of which some are longer than others by a definite measure, have no other reality than time, and those measurable quantities are not an attribute of the essence of God, who is too exalted to possess measure, nor an attribute of the non-existence of the world, for non-existence is nothing, and therefore cannot be measured with different measures. Still, quantity is an attribute which demands a substratum, and this is nothing other than movement, and quantity is nothing but the time which measures movement. Therefore also for you, theologians, there existed before the world a substratum of differentiated quantity, namely time, and according to you, time existed before the world. I say, the summary of this argument is that, when we imagine a movement, we find with it an extension which measures it, as if it were its measurement, while reciprocally, the movement measures the extension. And we find that we can assume in this measure and this extension a movement longer than the first supposed movement, and we affirm through the corresponding and congruous units of this extension that the one movement is longer than the other. If therefore for you theologians the world has a certain extension from its beginning till now, let us suppose, for instance, 1,000 years, and since God according to you is able to create before this world another world, we may suppose that the extension he can give it will be longer than the extension of the first world by a certain definite quantity, and that he can likewise create a third world before this second, and that the existence of each of them must be preceded by an extension through which its existence can be measured. If this is true, and there is an infinite regress of this possibility of anterior worlds, there is an extension which precedes all these worlds. And this extension, which measures all of them, cannot be absolute non-existence, for non-existence cannot measure. It has, therefore, to be a quantity, for what measures a quantity has to be quantity itself, and the measuring quantity is that which we call time. And it is clear that this must precede in existence anything we imagine to occur, just as the measure must precede the measured in existence. If this extension, which is time, were to occur at the occurrence of the first movement, then it would have to be preceded by an extension which could measure it, in which it could occur, and which could be like its measurement. And in the same way, any world which could be imagined would have to be preceded by an extension which measures it. Therefore, this extension has no beginning, for if it had a beginning, it would have to have an extension which measured it. For each event which begins has an extension which measures it, and which we call time. This is the most suitable exposition of this argument, and this is the method by which Avicenna proves infinite time. But there is a difficulty in understanding it, because of the problem that each possible has one extension, and each extension is connected with its own possible, and this forms a point of discussion. Or one must concede that the possibilities prior to the world are of the same nature as the possible inside the world, i.e., as it is of the nature of this possible inside the world that time inheres in it, so also with the possible which is prior to the world. This is clear concerning the possible inside the world, and therefore the existence of time may be imagined from it. Ghazali says, "The objection is that all this is the work of imagination, and the most convenient way of refuting it is to compare time with place. Therefore we say, was it not in God's power to create the highest sphere in its heaven a cubit higher than he has created it? If the answer is negative, this is to deny God's power, and if the answer is affirmative, we ask, and by 2 cubits, and by 3 cubits, and so on ad infinitum. Now we affirm that this amounts to admitting behind the world a spatial extension which has measure and quantity, as a thing which is bigger by 2 or 3 cubits than another occupies a space bigger by 2 or 3 cubits. And by reason of this, there is behind the world a quantity which demands a substratum, and this is a body, or empty space. Therefore, there is behind the world empty or occupied space. And how can you answer this? And likewise we may ask, whether God was not able to create the sphere of the world smaller than he has created it by a cubit or 2 cubits? And is there no difference between those 2 magnitudes in regard to the occupied space taken away from them and the space they still occupy? For the occupied space withdrawn is bigger when 2 cubits are taken away than when 1 cubit is taken away. And therefore empty space has measure. But emptiness is nothing. How can it have measure? And our answer is, it belongs to the illusion of imagination to suppose possibilities in time before the existence of the world, just as your answer is, it belongs to the illusion of imagination to suppose possibilities in space behind the existence of the world. There is no difference between those 2 points of view. I say, this consequence is true against the theory which regards an infinite increase in the size of the world as possible. For it follows from this theory that a finite thing proceeds from God, which is preceded by infinite quantitative possibilities. And if this is allowed for possibility in space, it must also be allowed in regard to the possibility in time, and we should have a time limited in both directions, although it would be preceded by infinite temporal possibilities. The answer is, however, that to imagine the world to be bigger or smaller does not conform to truth, but is impossible. But the impossibility of this does not imply that to imagine the possibility of a world before this world is to imagine an impossibility, except in case the nature of the possible were already realized, and there existed before the existence of the world only two natures, the nature of the necessary and the nature of the impossible. But it is evident that the judgment of reason concerning the being of these three natures is eternal, like its judgment concerning the necessary and the impossible. This objection, however, does not touch the philosophers, because they hold that the world could not be smaller or bigger than it is. If it were possible that a spatial magnitude could infinitely increase, then the existence of a spatial magnitude without end would be possible, and a spatial magnitude, actually infinite, would exist, and this is impossible, and Aristotle has already shown the impossibility of this. But against the man who believes in this possibility, because the contrary would imply a denial of God's power, this argument is valid, for this spatial possibility is just as much a purely rational concept as the possibility of temporal anteriority, according to the philosophers. Therefore, he who believes in the temporal creation of the world and affirms that all body is in space is bound to admit that before the creation of the world there was space, either occupied by body, in which the production of the world could occur, or empty, for it is necessary that space should precede what is produced. The man who denies empty space and affirms the finiteness of body like certain later Asherites, who, however, separated themselves from the principles of the theologians. But I have not read it in their books, and it was told to me by some who studied their doctrines, cannot admit the temporal production of the world. If the fact of this extension which measures movement, and which stands in relation to it as its measurement, were indeed the work of an illusion, like the representation of a world bigger or smaller than it really is, time would not exist, for time is nothing but what the mind perceives of this extension which measures movement. And if it is self-evident that time exists, then the act of the mind must necessarily be a veracious one, embodying reason, not one embodying illusion. Ghazali says, "It has been objected. We declare that what is not possible is what cannot be done, and increase or decrease in the size of the world is impossible, and therefore could not be brought about. I say, this is the answer to the objection of the Asherites, that to admit that God could not have made the world bigger or smaller is to charge him with impotence, but they have thereby compromised themselves, for impotence is not inability to do the impossible, but inability to do what can be done." Ghazali, opposing this, says, "This excuse is invalid for three reasons. The first is that it is an affront to reason, for when reason regards it as possible that the world might be bigger or smaller than it is by a cubit, this is not the same as regarding it as possible to identify black with white and existence with non-existence. Impossibility lies in affirming the negative and the positive at the same time, and all impossibilities amount to this. This is indeed a silly and faulty assertion. I say, this statement is, as he says, an affront to reason, but only to the reason of him who judges superficially. It is not an affront to true reason, for a statement about its being possible or not requires a proof, and therefore he is right when he declares that this is not impossible in the way in which the assumption that black might be white is impossible, for the impossibility of the latter is self-evident. The statement, however, that the world could not be smaller or larger than it is not self-evident. And although all impossibilities can be reduced to self-evident impossibilities, this reduction can take place in two ways. The first is that the impossibility is self-evident. The second is that there follows sooner or later from its supposition an impossibility of the same character as that of self-evident impossibilities. For instance, if it is assumed that the world might be larger or smaller than it is, it follows that outside it there would be occupied or empty space. And from the supposition that there is outside it occupied or empty space, some of the greatest impossibilities follow. From empty space, the existence of mere extension existing by itself. From occupied space, a body moving either upward or downward, or in a circle which therefore must be part of another world. Now it has been proved in the science of physics that the existence of another world at the same time as this is an impossibility, and the most unlikely consequence would be that the world should have empty space. For any world must needs have four elements, and a spherical body revolving round them. He who wants to ascertain this should look up the places where its exposition is demanded. This, of course, after having fulfilled the preliminary conditions necessary for the student to understand strict proof. Then Ghazali mentions the second reason. If the world is in the state it is, without the possibility of being larger or smaller than it is, then its existence, as it is necessary, not possible. But the necessary needs no cause. So say then, as the materialists do, that you deny the Creator and that you deny the cause of causes. But this is not your doctrine. I say, to this the answer which Avicenna gives in accordance with his doctrine is quite appropriate. According to him, necessity of existence is of two kinds: the necessary, existent by itself, and the necessary, existent through another. But my answer on this question is still more to the point. Things necessary in this sense need not have an agent or a maker. Take, for example, a saw, which is used to saw wood. It is a tool having a certain determined quantity, quality, and matter. That is, it is not possible for it to be of another material than iron, and it could not have any other shape than that of a saw, or any other measure than the measure of a saw. Still, nobody would say that the saw has a necessity of being. See, therefore, how crude this mistake is. If one were to take away the necessity from the quantities, qualities, and matters of things produced by art, in the way the Asherites imagine this to happen concerning the created in relation to the Creator, the wisdom which lies in the Creator and the created would have been withdrawn. Any agent could be an artificer, and any cause in existence a creator. But all this is a denial of reason and wisdom. Ghazali says, the third reason is that this faulty argument authorizes its opponent to oppose it by a similar one, and we may say, the existence of the world was not possible before its existence, for indeed possibility, according to your theory, is coextensive with existence, neither more nor less. If you say, but then the eternal has passed from impotence to power, we answer, no, for the existence was not possible, and therefore could not be brought about, and the impossibility of a thing's happening that could not happen does not indicate impotence. If you say, how can a thing which is impossible become possible? We answer, but why should it be impossible that a thing should be impossible at one moment and possible at another? If you say, the times are similar, the answer is, but so are the measures, and why should one measure be possible, and another, bigger or smaller by the width of a nail, impossible? And if the latter assumption is not impossible, the former is not impossible either. And this is the way to oppose them. But the true answer is that their supposition of possibilities makes no sense whatever. We concede only that God is eternal and powerful, and that his action never fails, even if he should wish it. And there is nothing in this power that demands the assumption of a temporal extension, unless imagination, confusing God's power with other things, connects it with time. I say, the summary of this is that the Asherites say to the philosophers, this question, whether the world could be larger or smaller, is impossible according to us. It has sense only for the man who believes in a priority of possibility in relation to the actualization of a thing, i.e. the realization of the possible. We, the Asherites, however, say, possibility occurs together with the actuality as it is, without adding or subtracting anything. Now my answer is that he who denies the possibility of the possible before its existence denies the necessary, for the possible is the contrary of the impossible without there existing a middle term, and, if a thing is not possible before its existence, then it is necessarily impossible. Now to posit the impossible as existing is an impossible falsehood, but to posit the possible as existing is a possible, not an impossible falsehood. Their assertion that possibility and actuality exist together is a falsehood, for possibility and actuality are contradictory, and do not exist together in one and the same moment. The necessary consequence for them is that possibility exists neither at the same time as the actuality, nor before it. The true consequence for the Asherites in this discussion is not that the eternal passes from impotence to power, for he who cannot do an impossible act is not called impotent, but that a thing can pass from the nature of the I impossible to the nature of existence, and this is like the changing of the necessary into the possible. To posit a thing, however, as impossible at one time and possible at another, does not cut it off from the nature of the possible. For this is the general character of the possible. The existence of anything possible, for instance, is impossible at the moment when its contrary exists in its substratum. If the opponent concedes that a thing impossible at one time is possible at another, then he has conceded that this thing is of the nature of the absolutely possible, and that it has not the nature of the impossible. If it is assumed that the world was impossible for an infinite time before its production, the consequence is that, when it was produced, it changed over from impossibility to possibility. This question is not the problem with which we are concerned here, but as we have said before, the transference from one problem to another is an act of sophistry. And as to his words, but the true answer is that their supposition of possibilities makes no sense whatever. We concede only that God is eternal and powerful, and that his action never fails, even if he should wish it. And there is nothing in this power that demands the assumption of a temporal extension, unless imagination confusing God's power with other things connects with it time. I say, even if there were nothing in this supposition, as he says, that implies the eternity of time, there is something in it that demands that the possibility of the occurrence of the world, and equally of time, should be eternal. And this is that God never ceases to have power for action, and that it is impossible that anything should prevent his act from being eternally connected with his existence. And perhaps the opposite of this statement indicates the impossibility better still, namely, that he should have no power at one time, but power at another, and that he could be called powerful only at definite limited times, although he is arc-eternal and perpetual being. And then we have the old question again, whether the world may be either eternal or temporal, or whether the world cannot be eternal, or whether the world cannot be temporal, or whether the world may be temporal, but certainly cannot be eternal, and whether, if the world is temporal, it can be a first act or not. And if reason has no power to pronounce for one of these opposite propositions, let us go back to tradition, but do not then regard this question as a rational one. We say that the first cause cannot omit the best act and perform an inferior, because this would be an imperfection. But can there be a greater imperfection than to assume the act of the eternal as finite and limited, like the act of a temporal product, although a limited act can only be imagined of a limited agent, not of the eternal agent whose existence and action are unlimited? All this, as you see, cannot be unknown to the man who has even the slightest understanding of the rationale. And how can it be thought that the present act proceeding from the eternal cannot be preceded by another act, and again by another, and so in our thinking infinitely, like the infinite continuation of his existence? For it is a necessary consequence that the act of him, whose existence time cannot measure nor comprehend in either direction, cannot be comprehended in time, nor measured by a limited duration. For there is no being whose act is delayed after its existence, except when there is an impediment which prevents its existence from attaining its perfection, or, involuntary beings, when there is an obstruction in the execution of their choice. He, therefore, who assumes that from the eternal there proceeds only a temporal act, presumes that his act is constrained in a certain way, and in this way, therefore does not depend on his choice. The third proof for the eternity of the world. Ghazali says, they insist on saying, the existence of the world is possible before its existence, as it is absurd that it should be impossible and then become possible. This possibility has no beginning. It is eternally unchangeable, and the existence of the world remains eternally possible. For at no time whatever can the existence of the world be described as impossible. And if the possibility never ceases, the possible, in conformity with the possibility, never ceases either. And the meaning of the sentence, that the existence of the world is possible, is that the existence of the world is not impossible. And since its existence is eternally possible, it is never impossible. For if it were ever impossible, it would not be true that the existence of the world is eternally possible. And if it were not true that the existence of the world is eternally possible, it would not be true that its possibility never ceases. And if it were not true that its possibility never ceases, it would be true that its possibility had begun. And if it were true that its possibility had begun, its existence before this beginning would not be possible, and that would lead to the assumption of a time when the world was not possible, and God had no power over it. I say, he who concedes that the world before its existence was of a never-ceasing possibility must admit that the world is eternal, for the assumption that what is eternally possible is eternally existent implies no absurdity. What can possibly exist eternally must necessarily exist eternally, for what can receive eternity cannot become corruptible, except if it were possible that the corruptible could become eternal. Therefore, Aristotle has said that the possibility in the eternal beings is necessary. Ghazali says, "The objection is that it is said that the temporal becoming of the world never ceased to be possible, and certainly there is no time at which its becoming could not be imagined. But although it could be at any time, it did not become at any time whatever, for reality does not conform to possibility, but differs from it. You yourself hold, for instance, in the matter of place, that the world could be bigger than it is, or that the creation of an infinite series of bodies above the world is possible, and that there is no limit to the possibilities of increase in the size of the world. But still the actual existence of absolutely infinite occupied space and of any infinite and limitless being is impossible. What is said to be possible is an actual body of a limited surface, but the exact size of this body, whether it is larger or smaller, is not specified. In the same way, what is possible is the coming into existence of the world in time, but the exact time of its coming into existence, whether earlier or later, is not specified. The principle of its having come into being is specified, and this is the possible, nothing else. I say, the man who assumes that before the existence of the world there was one unique, never-ceasing possibility must concede that the world is eternal. The man who affirms, like Ghazali in his answer, that before the world there was an infinite number of possibilities of worlds, has certainly to admit that before this world there was another world, and before this second world a third, and so on ad infinitum, as is the case with human beings, and especially when it is assumed that the perishing of the earlier is the necessary condition for the existence of the later. For instance, if God had the power to create another world before this, and before this second world yet another, the series must continue infinitely, or else we should arrive at a world before which no other world could have been created. However, the theologians do not affirm this, nor use it as a proof for the temporal production of the world. Although the assumption that before this world there might be an infinite number of others does not seem an impossible one, it appears after closer examination to be absurd, for it would follow from it that the universe had the nature of an individual person in this transitory world, so that its procession from the first principle would be like the procession of the individual person from him, that is to say, through an eternal moving body and an eternal motion. But then this world would be part of another world, like the transient beings in this world, and then necessarily either we end finally in a world individually eternal, or we have an infinite series. And if we have to bring this series to a standstill, it is more appropriate to arrest it at this world, by regarding it as eternally unique. The fourth proof. Ghazali says, the fourth proof is that they say everything that becomes is preceded by the matter which is in it, for what becomes cannot be free from matter. For this reason, matter never becomes. What becomes is only the form, the accidents, and the qualities which add themselves to matters. The proof is that the existence of each thing that becomes must, before its becoming, either be possible, impossible, or necessary. It cannot be impossible, for the essentially impossible will never exist. It cannot be necessary, for the essentially necessary will never be in a state of non-existence, and therefore it is the essentially possible. Therefore, the thing which becomes has before its becoming the possibility of becoming, but the possibility of becoming is an attribute which needs a relation and has no subsistence in itself. It needs, therefore, a substratum with which it can be connected, and there is no substratum except matter, and it becomes connected with it in the way in which we say, this matter receives warmth and coldness, or black and white, or movement and rest, i.e., it is possible that these qualities and these changes occur in it, and therefore possibility is an attribute of matter. Matter does not possess other matter, and cannot become. For if it did, the possibility of its existence would precede its existence, and possibility would subsist by itself without being related to anything else, whereas it is a relative attribute which cannot be understood as subsisting by itself. and it cannot be said that the meaning of possibility amounts to what can be done and what the eternal had the power to do, because we know only that a thing can be done, because it is possible, and we say, this can be done because it is possible, and cannot be done because it is not possible. And if this is possible meant this can be done, to say this can be done because it is possible would mean this is possible because it is possible, and this is a circular definition. And this shows that this is possible is a first judgment in the mind, evident in itself, which makes the second judgment, that it can be done, intelligible. It cannot be said either that to be possible refers to the knowledge of the eternal, for knowledge depends on a thing known, whereas possibility is undoubtedly an object of knowledge, not knowledge. Further, it is a relative attribute, and needs something to which it can be related, and this can only be matter, and everything that becomes is preceded by matter. I say, the summary of this is that everything that becomes is possible before it becomes, and that possibility needs something for its subsistence, namely, the substratum which receives that which is possible. For it must not be believed that the possibility of the recipient is the same as the possibility of the agent. It is a different thing to say about Zaid, the agent, that he can do something, and to say about the patient that it can have something done to it. Thus, the possibility of the patient is a necessary condition for the possibility of the agent, for the agent which cannot act is not possible, but impossible. Since it is impossible that the possibility prior to the thing's becoming should be absolutely without substratum, or that the agent should be its substratum, or the thing possible. For the thing possible loses its possibility when it becomes actual. There only remains as a vehicle for possibility the recipient of the possible, i.e., matter. Matter, insofar as it is matter, does not become. For if it did, it would need other matter, and we should have an infinite regress. Matter only becomes insofar as it is combined with form. Everything that comes into being from something else, and this must either give rise to an infinite regress and lead directly to infinite matter, which is impossible, even if we assume an eternal mover, for there is no actual infinite, or the forms must be interchangeable in the ingenerable and incorruptible substratum, eternally and in rotation. There must therefore be an eternal movement, which produces this interchange in the eternally transitory things. And therefore it is clear that the generation of the one in each pair of generated beings is the corruption of the other. Otherwise, a thing could come into being from nothing, for the meaning of becoming is the alteration of a thing and its change from what it has potentially into actuality. It is not possible that the privation itself should change into the existent, and it is not the privation of which it is said that it has become. There exists, therefore, a substratum for the contrary forms, and it is in this substratum that the forms interchange. Ghazali says, the objection is that the possibility of which they speak is a judgment of the intellect, and anything whose existence the intellect supposes, provided no obstacle presents itself to the supposition, we call possible, and, if there is such an obstacle, we call it impossible, and, if we suppose that it cannot be supposed not to be, we call it necessary. These are rational judgments, which need no real existent, which they might qualify. There are three proofs of this. The first is, if possibility needed an existent to which it could be related, and of which it could be said that it is its possibility, impossibility also would need an existent, of which it might be said that it is its impossibility. But impossibility has no real existence, and there is no matter in which it occurs and to which it could be related. I say, that possibility demands an existing matter is clear, for all true intellectual concepts need a thing outside the soul. For truth, as it has been defined, is the agreement of what is in the soul with what is outside the soul. And when we say that something is possible, we cannot but understand that it needs something in which this possibility can be. As regards his proof that the possible is not dependent on an existent, because the impossible is not dependent on an existent, this is sophistical. Indeed, the impossible demands a substratum just as much as the possible does, and this is clear from the fact that the impossible is the opposite of the possible, and opposite contraries undoubtedly require a substratum. For impossibility is the negation of possibility, and if possibility needs a substratum, impossibility, which is the negation of this possibility, requires a substratum too. E.g., we say that the existence of empty space is impossible because the existence of independent dimensions outside or inside natural bodies is impossible, or that the presence of opposites at the same time in the same substratum is impossible, or that the equivalence of 1 to 2 is impossible, i.e., in reality. All this is self-evident, and it is not necessary to consider the errors here committed. Ghazali says, "The second proof is that the intellect decides that black and white are possible before they exist. If this possibility were related to the body in which they inhere, so that it might be said that the meaning is that this body can be black and white, then white would not be possible by itself, and possibility would be related only to the body. But we affirm, as concerns the judgment about black in itself, as to whether it is possible, necessary, or impossible, that we, without doubt, will say that it is possible. And this shows that the intellect, in order to decide whether something is possible, need not admit an existing thing to which the possibility can be related. I say, this is a sophism, for the possible is predicated of the recipient and of the inherent quality. Insofar as it is predicated of the substratum, its opposite is the impossible, and insofar as it is predicated of the inherent, its opposite is the necessary. Thus, the possible which is described as being the opposite of the impossible is not that which abandons its possibility so far as it is actualized when it becomes actual, because this latter loses its possibility in the actualizing process. This latter possible is only described by possibility insofar as it is in potency, and the vehicle of this potency is the substratum, which changes from existence in potency into existence in actuality. This is evident from the definition of the possible, that it is the non-existence which is in readiness to exist, or not to exist. This possible non-existent is possible neither insofar as it is non-existent, nor insofar as it is actually existent. It is only possible insofar as it is in potency, and for this reason, the Mu'tazilites affirm that the non-existent is a kind of entity. For non-existence is the opposite of existence, and each of the two is succeeded by the other. And when the non-existence of a thing disappears, it is followed by its existence. And when its existence disappears, it is succeeded by its non-existence. As non-existence by itself cannot change into existence, and existence by itself cannot change into non-existence, there must be a third entity, which is the recipient for both of them. And that is what is described by possibility and becoming, and change from the quality of non-existence to the quality of existence. For non-existence itself is not described by becoming or change, nor is the thing that has become actual described in this way. For what becomes loses the quality of becoming, change, and possibility when it has become actual. Therefore, there must necessarily be something that can be described by becoming and change and transition from non-existence to existence, as happens in the passage of opposites into opposites. That is to say, there must be a substratum for them in which they can interchange with this one difference. However, that this substratum exists in the interchange of all the accidents in actuality, whereas in the substance it exists in potency. And we cannot think of regarding what is described by possibility and change as identical with the actual, i.e., which belongs to the becoming, insofar as it is actual, for the former again vanishes, and the latter must necessarily be a part of the product. Therefore, there must necessarily be a substratum, which is the recipient for the possibility, and which is the vehicle of the change and the becoming. And it is this of which it is said that it becomes, and alters, and changes from non-existence into existence. Nor can we think of making this substratum of the nature of the actualized, for if this were the case, the existent would not become. For what becomes comes into being from the non-existent, not from the existent. Both philosophers and Mu'tazilites agree about the existence of this entity. Only the philosophers are of the opinion that it cannot be exempt from a form actually existent, i.e., that it cannot be free from existence, like the transition, for example, from sperma to blood, and the transition from blood to the members of the embryo. The reason is that if it were exempt from existence, it would have an existence of its own, and if it had an existence of its own, becoming could not come from it. This entity is called by the philosophers Lyle, and it is the cause of generation and corruption. And according to the philosophers, an existent which is free from chyle is neither generable nor corruptible. Ghazali says, "The third proof is that the souls of men, according to the philosophers, are substances which subsist by themselves, without being in a body or in matter, or impressed on matters. They had a beginning in time. According to the theory of Avicenna and the acknowledged philosophers, they had possibility before their beginning, but they have neither essence nor matter, and their possibility is a relative attribute, dependent neither on God's power nor on the agent. But on what then is it dependent? The difficulties are therefore turned against them themselves. I say, I do not know any philosopher who said that the soul has a beginning in the true sense of the word and is thereafter everlasting, except, as Ghazali relates, Avicenna. All other philosophers agree that in their temporal existence they are related to and connected with the bodily possibilities, which receive this connection, like the possibilities which subsist in mirrors, for their connection with the rays of the suns. According to the philosophers, this possibility is not of the nature of the generable and corruptible forms, but of a kind to which, according to them, demonstrative proof leads, and the vehicle of this possibility is of another nature than the nature of the chyle. He alone can grasp their theories in these matters, who has read their books and fulfilled the conditions there laid down by them, and has besides a sound understanding and a learned master. That Ghazali should touch on such questions in this way is not worthy of such a man, but there are only these alternatives. Either he knew these matters in their true nature and sets them out here wrongly, which is wicked, or he did not understand their real nature and touched on problems he had not grasped, which is the act of an ignoramus. However, he stands too high in our eyes for either of these qualifications. But even the best horse will stumble, and it was a stumble of Ghazali's that he brought out this book. But perhaps he was forced to do so by the conditions of his time and his situation. Ghazali says, speaking on behalf of the philosophers, it may be said, to reduce possibility to a judgment of the intellect is absurd, for the meaning of judgment of the intellect is nothing but the knowledge of possibility, and possibility is an object of knowledge, not knowledge itself. Knowledge, on the contrary, comprises possibility and follows it and depends on it as it is, and if knowledge vanished, the object of knowledge would not, but the disappearance of the object of knowledge would imply the disappearance of knowledge. For knowledge and the object known are two things, the former dependent on the latter, and if we supposed rational beings to turn away from possibility and neglect it, we should say, it is not possibility that is annulled, for the possibilities subsist by themselves, but it is simply that minds neglect them, or that minds and rational beings have disappeared, but possibility remains, without any doubt. And the three proofs are not valid, for impossibility requires an existent to which it can be related, and impossibility means identifying two opposites, and if the substratum were white, it could not become black, as long as the white existed, and therefore we need a substratum, qualified by the quality during the inherence of which its opposite is spoken of as impossible in this substratum, and therefore impossibility is a relative attribute subsistent in a substratum and related to it. And where the necessary is concerned, it is evident that it is related to necessary existence. As concerns the second proof, that black is in itself possible, this is a mistake, for if it is taken, abstracted from the substratum in which it inheres, it is impossible, not possible. It only becomes possible when it can become a form in a body. The body is then in readiness for the interchange, and the interchange is possible for the body. But in itself, black has no individuality, so as to be characterizable by possibility. As concerns the third proof about the soul, it is eternal for one school of philosophers, and is only possible in the attaching of itself to bodies, and therefore against those philosophers, the argument does not apply. But for those who admit that the soul comes into existence, and one school of philosophers has believed that it is impressed on matter and follows its temperament, as is indicated by Galen in certain passages. It comes into existence in matter, and its possibility is related to its matter. And according to the theory of those who admit that it comes into existence, although it is not impressed on matter, which means that it is possible for the rational soul to direct matter, the possibility prior to the becoming is relative to matter, and although the soul is not impressed on matter, it is attached to it, for it is its directing principle, and uses it as an instrument, and in this way, its possibility is relative to matters. I say, what he says in this section is true, as will be clear to you from our explanation of the nature of the possible. Then Ghazali, objecting to the philosophers, says, and the answer is, to reduce possibility, necessity, and impossibility to rational concepts is correct. And as for the assertion that the concepts of reason form its knowledge, and knowledge implies a thing known, let them be answered. It cannot be said that receptivity of color and animality, and the other concepts, which are fixed in the mind according to the philosophers, and this is what constitutes the sciences, have no objects. Still, these objects have no real existence in the external world. And the philosophers are certainly right in saying that universals exist only in the mind, not in the external world, and that in the external world there are only particular individuals, which are apprehended by the senses, not by reason. And yet these individuals are the reason why the mind abstracts from them a concept separated from its rational matter. Therefore, receptivity of color is a concept, separate in the mind from blackness and whiteness, although in reality, a color which is neither black nor white, nor of another color cannot be imagined. And receptivity of color is fixed in the mind without any specification. Now, in the same way, it can be said that possibility is a form which exists in minds, not in the exterior world. And if this is not impossible for other concepts, there is no impossibility in what we have said. I say, this argument is sophistical, because possibility is a universal, which has individuals outside the mind, like all the other universals. And knowledge is not knowledge of the universal concept, but it is a knowledge of individuals in a universal way, which the mind attains in the case of the individuals, when it abstracts from them one common nature, which is distributed among the different matters. The nature, therefore, of the universal is not identical with the nature of the things of which it is a universal. Ghazali is here in error, for he assumes that the nature of possibility is the nature of the universal, without there being individuals on which this universal, i.e. the universal concept of possibility, depends. The universal, however, is not the object of knowledge. On the contrary, through it, the things become known, although it exists potentially in the nature of the things known. Otherwise, its apprehension of the individuals, insofar as they are universals, would be false. This apprehension would indeed be false if the nature of the object known were essentially individual, not accidentally individual, whereas the opposite is the case. It is accidentally individual, essentially universal. Therefore, if the mind did not apprehend the individuals insofar as they are universal, it would be in error and make false judgments about them. But if it abstracts those natures which subsist in the individual things from their matter, and makes them universal, then it is possible that it judges them rightly. Otherwise, it would confuse those natures, of which the possible is one. The theory of the philosophers that universals exist only in the mind, not in the external world, only means that the universals exist actually only in the mind, and not in the external world, not that they do not exist at all in the external world, for the meaning is that they exist potentially, not actually in the external world. Indeed, if they did not exist at all in the outside world, they would be false. Since universals exist outside the mind in potency, and possibilities exist outside the soul in potency, the nature of universals in regard to this resembles that of possibilities. And for this reason, Ghazali tried to deceive people by a sophism, for he compared possibility to the universals because of their both being potentially in reality. And then he assumed that the philosophers assert that universals do not exist at all outside the soul, from which he deduced that possibility does not exist outside the soul. What an ugly and crude sophism. Ghazali says, as regards their assertion that, if it were assumed that rational beings had vanished or had neglected possibility, possibility itself would not have disappeared, we answer, if it were assumed that they had vanished, would not the universal concepts, i.e. the genera and species, have disappeared too? And if they agree to this, this can only mean that universals are only concepts in the mind. But this is exactly what we say about possibility, and there is no difference between the two cases. If they, however, affirm that they are permanent in the knowledge of God, the same may be said about possibility, and the argument is valid, and our aim of showing the contradiction in this theory has been attained. I say, this argument shows his foolishness and proneness to contradiction. The most plausible form in which it might be expressed would be to base it on two premises. The first, that the evident proposition that possibility is partially individual, namely, outside the soul, partially universal, namely, the universal concept of the individual possibles, is not true. And the second, that it was said that the nature of the individual possibles outside the soul is identical with the nature of the universal of possibility in the mind. And in this case, the possible would have neither a universal nor an individual nature, or else the nature of the individual would have to be identical with that of the universal. All this is presumptuous, and how should it be else? For in a way, the universal has an existence outside the soul. Ghazali says, "And as regards their subterfuge where the impossible is concerned, that it is related to the matter qualified by its opposite, as it cannot take the place of its opposite, this cannot be the case with every impossible. For that God should have a rival is impossible, but there is no matter to which this impossibility could be related. If they say the impossibility of God's having a rival means that the solitude of God in his essence and his uniqueness are necessary, and that this solitude is proper to him, we answer, this is not necessary, for the world exists with him, and he is therefore not solitary. And if they say that his solitude, so far as a rival is concerned, is necessary, and that the opposite of the necessary is the impossible, and that the impossible is related to him, we answer, in this case, the solitude of God in regard to the world is different from his solitude in regard to his equal, and in this case, his solitude in regard to his rival is necessary, and in regard to the created world, not necessary. I say, all this is vain talk, for it cannot be doubted that the judgments of the mind have value only in regard to the nature of things outside the soul. If there were outside the soul nothing possible or impossible, the judgment of the mind that things are possible or impossible would be of as much value as no judgment at all, and there would be no difference between reason and illusion. And that there should be a rival to God is just as impossible in reality as God's existence is necessary in reality. But there is no sense in wasting more words on this question. Ghazali says, the subterfuge concerning the becoming of the souls is worthless too, for they have individual essences and a possibility prior to their becoming, and at that time there is nothing with which they could be brought into relation. Their argument contends that it is possible for matter that the souls direct it is a remote relation, and, if this satisfies you, you might as well say that the possibility of the souls becoming lies in the power of him who can on his own authority produce them, for the souls are then related to the agent, although they are not impressed on him, in the same way as to the body, on which they are not impressed either. And since the imprint is made neither on the one substrate nor on the other, there is no difference between the relation to the agent and that to the patient. I say, he wants to force those who assume the possibility of the soul's becoming, without there being an imprint in matter, to concede that the possibility in the recipient is like the possibility in the agent, because the act proceeds from the agent, and therefore these two possibilities are similar. But this is a shocking supposition, for according to it, the soul would come to the body as if it directed it from the outside, as the artisan directs his product, and the soul would not be a form in the body, just as the artisan is not a form in his product. The answer is that it is not impossible that there should be amongst the entelechies, which conduct themselves like forms be something that is separate from its substratum, as the steersman is from his ships, and the artisan from his tool. And if the body is like the instrument of the soul is a separate form, and then the possibility which is in the instrument is not like the possibility which is in the agent. No, the instrument is in both conditions, the possibility which is in the patient, and the possibility which is in the agent, and therefore the instruments are the mover and the moved, and insofar as they are the mover, there is in them the possibility which is in the agent, and insofar as they are moved, the possibility which is in the recipient. But the supposition that the soul is a separate entity does not force them into the admission that the possibility which is in the recipient is identical with the possibility which is in the agent. Besides, the possibility which, according to the philosophers, is in the agent is not only a rational judgment, but refers to something outside the soul. Therefore, his argument does not gain by assimilating one of these two possibilities to the other. And since Ghazali knew that all these arguments have no other effect than to bring doubts and perplexity to those who cannot solve them, which is an act of wicked sophists, he says, and if it is said, you have taken good care in all your objections to oppose the difficulties by other difficulties, but nothing of what you yourself have adduced is free from difficulty, we answer, the objections do show the falsity of an argument, no doubt, and certain aspects of the problem are solved in stating the opposite view and its foundation. We have not committed ourselves to anything more than to upsetting their theories, and to showing the faults in the consequence of their proofs, so as to demonstrate their incoherence. We do not seek to attack from any definite point of view, and we shall not transgress the aim of this book, nor give full proofs for the temporal production of the world, for our intention is merely to refute their alleged knowledge of its eternity. But after finishing this book, we shall, if it pleases God, devote a work to establishing the doctrine of truth, and we call it the golden mean in dogmatic beliefs, in which we shall be engaged in building up, as in this book we have been in destroying. I say, to oppose difficulty with difficulty does not bring about destruction, but only perplexity and doubts in him who acts in this way. For why should he think one of the two conflicting theories reasonable and the opposite one vain? Most of the arguments with which this man Ghazali opposes the philosophers are doubts which arise when certain parts of the doctrine of the philosophers come into conflict with others, and when those differences are compared with each other. But this is an imperfect refutation. A perfect refutation would be one that succeeded in showing the futility of their system according to the facts themselves, not such a one as, for instance, his assumption that it is permissible for the opponents of the philosophers to claim that possibility is a mental concept in the same way as the philosophers claim this for the universal. For if the truth of this comparison between the two were conceded, it would not follow that it was untrue that possibility was a concept dependent on reality, but only either that the universal existed in the mind only was not true, or that possibility existed in the mind only was not true. Indeed, it would have been necessary for him to begin by establishing the truth before starting to perplex and confuse his readers, for they might die before they could get hold of that book, or he might have died himself before writing it. But this book has not yet come into my hands, and perhaps he never composed it, and he only says that he does not base this present book on any doctrine, in order that it should not be thought that he based it on that of the Asherites. It appears from the books ascribed to him that in metaphysics he recurs to the philosophers, and of all his books this is most clearly shown and most truly proved in his book called The Niche for Lights. The second discussion. The refutation of their theory of the incorruptibility of the world and of time and motion. Ghazali says, know that this is part of the first question, for according to the philosophers, the existence of the world, having no beginning, does not end either. It is eternal, without a final term. Its disappearance and its corruption cannot be imagined. It never began to exist in the condition in which it exists, and it will never cease to exist in the condition in which it exists. Their four arguments which we have mentioned in our discussion of its eternity in the past refer also to its eternity in the future, and the objection is the same without any difference. They say that the world is caused, and that its cause is without beginning or end, and that this applies both to the effect and to the cause, and that if the cause does not change, the effect cannot change either. Upon this, they build their proof of the impossibility of its beginning, and the same applies to its ending. This is their first proof. The second proof is that an eventual annihilation of the world must occur, alter its existence, but after implies an affirmation of time. The third proof is that the possibility of its existence does not end, and that therefore its possible existence may conform to the possibility. But this argument has no force, for we regard it as impossible that the world should not have begun, but we do not regard it as impossible that it should last eternally, if God should make it last eternally, for it is not necessary that what begins has also an end, although it is necessary for an act to have a beginning and an initial term. Only Abu Hudayl al-Alaf thought that the world must needs have an end, and he said that, as in the past infinite circular movements are impossible, so they are in the futurist. But this is wrong, for the whole of the future never enters into existence either simultaneously or successively, whereas the whole of the past is there simultaneously, but not successively. And since it is clear that we do not regard the incorruptibility of the world as impossible from a rational point of view, we regard indeed its incorruptibility and corruptibility as equally possible. We know only through the divine law which of the two possibilities will be realized. Therefore, let us not try to solve this problem by mere reason. I say, his assertion that the argument of the philosophers for the eternity of the world in the past applies also to its eternity in the future is true, and equally the second argument applies to both cases. But his assertion that the third argument is not equally valid for the future and for the past, that indeed we regard the becoming of the world in the past as impossible, but that with the exception of Abu Hudayl al-Alaf, who thought that the eternity of the world was impossible in either direction, we do not regard its eternity in the future as absolutely impossible, is not true. For when it was conceded to the philosophers that the possibility of the world had no beginning, and that with this possibility, a condition of extension, which could measure this possibility, was connected in the same way as this condition of extension is connected with the possible existent, when it is actualized, and it was also evident that this extension had no initial term, the philosophers were convinced that time had no initial term, for this extension is nothing but time, and to call it timeless eternities is senseless. And since time is connected with possibility, and possibility with existence in motion has no first term either. And the assertion of the theologians that everything which existed in the past had a first term is futile, for the first exists in the past eternally, as it exists eternally in the future. And their distinction here between the first term and its acts requires a proof, for the existence of the temporal which occurs in the past is different from the existence of the eternal which occurs in the past. For the temporal which has occurred in the past is finite in both directions, i.e., it has a beginning and an end, but the eternal which has occurred in the past has neither beginning nor end. And therefore, since the philosophers have not admitted that the circular movement has a beginning, they cannot be forced to admit that it has an end, for they do not regard its existence in the past as transitory, and if some philosopher does regard it as such, he contradicts himself, and therefore the statement is true that everything that has a beginning has an end. That anything could have a beginning and no end is not true, unless the possible could be changed into the eternal, for everything that has a beginning is possible. And that anything could be liable to corruption, and at the same time could be capable of eternity, is something incomprehensible, and stands in need of examination. The ancient philosophers indeed examined this problem, and Abu Hudayl agrees with the philosophers in saying that whatever can be generated is corruptible, and he kept strictly to the consequence which follows from the acceptance of the principle of becoming. As to those who make a distinction between the past and the future, because what is in the past is there in its totality, whereas the future never enters into existence in its totality, for the future enters reality only successively. This is deceptive, for what is in reality past is that which has entered time, and that which has entered time has time beyond it, in both directions, and possesses totality. But that which has never entered the past in the way the temporal enters the past can only be said in an equivocal way to be in the past. It is infinitely extended, with the past rather than in the past, and possesses no totality in itself, although its parts are totalities. And this, if it has no initial term beginning in the past, is in fact time itself. For each temporal beginning is a present, and each present is preceded by a past, and both that which exists commensurable with time and time commensurable with it must necessarily be infinite. Only the parts of time which are limited by time in both directions can enter the past, in the same way as only the instant which is ever-changing, and only the instantaneous motion of a thing in movement in the spatial magnitude in which it moves can really enter the existence of the moved. And just as we do not say that the past of what never ceased to exist in the past ever entered existence at an instant, for this would mean that its existence had a beginning and that time limited it in both directions, so it stands with that which is simultaneous with time, not in time. For of the circular movements only those that time limits enter into represented existence, but those that are simultaneous with time do not afterwards enter past existence, just as the eternally existent does not enter past existence, since no time limits it. And when one imagines an eternal entity, whose acts are not delayed after its existence, as indeed must be the case with any entity whose existence is perfect then, if it is eternal and does not enter past time, it follows necessarily that its acts also cannot enter past time. For if they did, they would be finite, and this eternal existent would be eternally inactive, and what is eternally inactive is necessarily impossible. And it is most appropriate for an entity whose existence does not enter time, and which is not limited by time, that its acts should not enter existence either, because there is no difference between the entity and its acts. If the movements of the celestial bodies and what follows from them are acts of an eternal entity, the existence of which does not enter the past, then its acts do not enter past time either. For it is not permissible to say of anything that is eternal that it has entered past time, nor that it has ended, for that which has an end has a beginning. For indeed, our statement that it is eternal means the denial of its entering past time and of its having had a beginning. He who, assuming that it entered past time, assumes that it must have a beginning, begs the question. It is therefore untrue that what is coexistent with eternal existence has entered existence, unless the eternal existence has entered existence by entering past time. Therefore our statement, everything past must have entered existence, must be understood in two ways. First, that which has entered past existence must have entered existence, and this is a true statement. Secondly, that which is past and is inseparably connected with eternal existence cannot be truly said to have entered existence, for our expression, entered existence, is incompatible with our expression, connected with eternal existence. And there is here no difference between act and existence. For he who concedes the existence of an entity which has an eternal past must concede that there exist acts too, which have no beginning in the past. And it by no means follows from the existence of his acts that they must have entered existence, just as it by no means follows from the past permanency of his essence that he has ever entered existence. And all this is perfectly clear, as you see. Through this first existent acts can exist which never began and will never cease. And if this were impossible for the act, it would be impossible too for existence, for every act is connected with its existent in existence. The theologians, however, regarded it as impossible that God's act should be eternal, although they regarded his existence as eternal, and that is the gravest error. To apply the expression production for the world's creation as the divine law does is more appropriate than to use it of temporal production, as the Asherites did. For the act, insofar as it is an act, is a product, and eternity is only represented in this act, because this production and the act produced have neither beginning nor end. And I say that it was therefore difficult for Muslims to call God eternal and the world eternal, because they understood by eternal that which has no cause. Still, I have seen some of the theologians tending rather to our opinion. Ghazali says, their fourth proof is similar to the third, for they say that if the world were annihilated, the possibility of its existence would remain, as the possible cannot become impossible. This possibility is a relative attribute, and according to them, everything that becomes needs matter, which precedes it, and everything that vanishes needs matter, from which it can vanish. But the matter and the elements do not vanish, only the forms and accidents vanish which were in them. I say, if it is assumed that the forms succeed each other in one substratum in a circular way, and that the agent of this succession is an eternal one, nothing impossible follows from this assumption. But if this succession is assumed to take place in an infinite number of matters, or through an infinite number of specifically different forms, it is impossible, and equally the assumption is impassable, that such a succession could occur without an eternal agent or through a temporal agent. For if there were an infinite number of matters, an actual infinite would exist, and this is impossible. It is still more absurd to suppose that this succession could occur through temporal agents, and therefore from this point of view, it is only true that a man must become from another man, on condition that the successive series happens in one and the same matter, and the perishing of the earlier men can become the matter of the later. Besides, The existence of the earlier men is also in some respect the efficient cause and the instrument for the later. All this, however, in an accidental way, for those men are nothing but the instrument for the agent, who does not cease to produce a man by means of a man and through the matter of a man. The student who does not distinguish all these points will not be able to free himself from insoluble doubts. Perhaps God will place you and us among those who have reached the utmost truth concerning what may and must be taught about God's infinite acts. What I have said about all these things is not proved here, but must be examined by the application of the conditions which the ancients have explained and the rules which they have established for scientific research. Besides, he who would like to be one of those who possess the truth should in any question he examines consult those who hold divergent opinions. Ghazali says, "The answer to all this has been given above. I only single out this question because they have two proofs for it. The first proof is that given by Galen, who says, if the sun, for instance, were liable to annihilation, decay would appear in it over a long period. But observation for thousands of years shows no change in its size, and the fact that it has shown no loss of power through such a long time shows that it does not suffer corruption." There are two objections to this. The first is that the mode of this proof, that if the sun suffers corruption, it must suffer loss of power, and as the consequence is impossible, the antecedent must be impossible too, is what the philosophers call a conjunctive hypothetical proposition. And this inference is not conclusive, because its antecedent is not true unless it is connected with another condition. In other words, the falsehood of the consequence of the proposition, if the sun suffers corruption, it must become weaker, does not imply the falsehood of the antecedent, unless either Z, the antecedent, is bound up with the additional condition that, if it suffers corruption through decay, it must do so during a long period, or it is seriously proved that there is no corruption except through decay. For only then does the falsehood of the consequence imply the falsehood of the antecedent. Now, we do not concede that a thing can only become corrupt through decay. Decay is only one form of corruption, for it is not impossible that what is in a state of perfection should suddenly suffer corruption. I say, he says in his objection here to this argument that there is no necessary relation between antecedent and consequent, because that which suffers corruption need not become weaker, since it can suffer corruption before it has become weaker. The conclusion, however, is quite sound, when it is assumed that the corruption takes place in a natural way, not by violence, and it is assumed besides that the celestial body is an animal. For all animals, supercorruption only in a natural way, they necessarily decay before their corruption. However, our opponents do not accept these premises, so far as they concern heaven, without proof, and therefore Galen's statement is only of dialectical value. The safest way to use this argument is to say that, if heaven should suffer corruption, it would either disintegrate into the elements of which it is composed, or, losing the form it possesses, receive another, as happens with the four elements when they change into one another. If, however, heaven passed away into the elements, those elements would have to be part of another world, for it could not have come into being from the elements contained in this world, since these elements are infinitely small compared with its size, something like a point in relation to a circle. Should heaven, however, lose its form and receive another, there would exist a sixth element opposed to all the others, being neither heaven, nor earth, nor water, nor air, nor fire. And all this is impossible. And his statement that heaven does not decay is only a common opinion, lacking the force of the immediately evident axioms, and it is explained in the posterior analytics of what kind these premises area. Ghazali says, the second objection is that if it were conceded to Galen that there is no corruption except through decay, how can it be known that decay does not affect the sun? His reliance on observation is impossible, for observations determine the size only by approximation, and if the sun, whose size is said to be approximately 170 times that of the earth, decreased, for instance, by the size of mountains, the difference would not be perceptible to the senses. Indeed, it is perhaps already in decay, and has decreased up to the present by the size of mountains or more. But perception cannot ascertain this, for its knowledge in the science of optics works only by supposition and approximation. The same takes place with sapphire and gold, which, according to them, are composed out of elements and which are liable to corruption. Still, if you left a sapphire for 100 years, its decrease would be imperceptible, and perhaps the decrease in the sun during the period in which it has been observed stands in proportion to its size as the decrease of the sapphire to its size in 100 years. This is imperceptible, and this fact shows that his proof is utterly futile. We have abstained from bringing many proofs of the same kind as the wise disdain. We have given only this one to serve as an example of what we have omitted, and we have restricted ourselves to the 4 proofs which demand that their solution should be attempted in the way indicated above. I say, if the sun had decayed, and the parts of it which had disintegrated during the period of its observation were imperceptible because of the size of its body, still the effect of its decay on bodies in the sublunary world would be perceptible in a definite degree, for everything that decays does so only through the corruption and disintegration of its parts, and those parts which disconnect themselves from the decaying mass must necessarily remain in the world in their totality or change into other parts, and in either case, an appreciable change must occur in the world, either in the number or in the character of its parts. And if the size of the bodies could change, their actions and affections would change too. And if their actions and affections, and especially those of the heavenly bodies, could change, changes would arise in the sublunary world. To imagine, therefore, a dissipation of the heavenly bodies is to admit a disarrangement in the divine order, which, according to the philosopher, prevails in this world. This proof is not absolutely strict. Ghazali says, the philosophers have a second proof of the impossibility of the annihilation of the world. They say, the substance of the world could not be annihilated, because no cause could be imagined for this, and the passage from existence to non-existence cannot take place without a cause. This cause must be either the will of the eternal, and this is impossible, for if he willed the annihilation of the world, after not having willed it, he would have changed. Or it must be assumed that God and his will are in all conditions absolutely the same, although the object of his will changes from non-existence to existence, and then again from existence to non-existence. And the impossibility of which we have spoken in the matter of a temporal existence through an eternal will holds also for the problem of annihilation. But we shall add here a still greater difficulty, namely, that the object willed is without doubt an act of the wiper, for the act of him who acts, after not having acted, even if he does not alter in his own nature, must necessarily exist after having not existed. If he remained absolutely in the state he was in before, his act would not be there. But when the world is annihilated, there is no object for God's act, and if he does not perform anything, for annihilation is nothing, how could there be an action? Suppose the annihilation of the world needed a new act in God which did not exist before. What could such an act be? Could it be the existence of the world? But this is impossible, since what happens is, on the contrary, the termination of its existence. Could this act then be the annihilation of the world? But annihilation is nothing at all, and it could therefore not be an act. For even in its slightest intensity, an act must be existent, but the annihilation of the world is nothing existent at all. How could it then be said that he who caused it was an agent, or he who effected it its cause? The philosophers say that to escape this difficulty, the theologians are divided into 4 sects, and that each sect falls into an absurdity. I say, he says here that the philosophers compel the theologians, who admit the annihilation of the world, to draw the consequence that from the eternal, who produced the world, there proceeds a new act, i.e. the act of annihilation, just as they compelled them to draw this consequence in regard to his temporal production. About this problem, everything has been said already in our discussion of temporal production, for the same difficulties as before the problem of production apply to annihilation, and there is no sense in repeating ourselves. But the special difficulty he mentions here is that from the assumption of the world's temporal production, it follows that the act of the agent attaches itself to non-existence, so that in fact the agent performs a non-existing act, and this seemed to all the parties too shocking to be accepted, and therefore they took refuge in theories he mentions later. But this consequence follows necessarily from any theory which affirms that the act of the agent is connected with absolute creation, that is, the production of something that did not exist before in potency and was not a possibility, which its agent converted from potency into actuality, a theory which affirms, in fact, that the agent created it out of nothing. But for the philosophers, the act of the agent is nothing but the actualizing of what is in potency. And this act is, according to them, attached to an existent in two ways, either in production, by converting the thing from its potential existence into actuality, so that its non-existence is terminated, or in destruction, by converting the thing from its actual existence into potential existence, so that it passes into a relative non-existence. But he who does not conceive the act of the agent in this way has to draw the consequence that the agent's act is attached to non-existence in both ways, in production as in destruction. Only as this seems clearer in the case of destruction, the theologians could not defend themselves against their opponents. For it is clear that for the man who holds the theory of absolute annihilation, the agent must perform something non-existent. For when the agent converts the thing from existence into absolute non-existence, he directs his first intention to something non-existent, by contrast with what happens when he converts it from actual existence into potential existence. For in this conversion, the passage into non-existence is only a secondary fact. The same consequence applies to production, only here it is not so obvious, for the existence of the thing implies the annulment of its non-existence, and therefore production is nothing but the changing of the non-existence of a thing into its existence. But since this movement is directed towards production, the theologians could say that the act of the agent is attached solely to production. They could not, however, say this in regard to destruction, since this movement is directed towards non-existence. They have therefore no right to say that in production, the act of the agent attaches itself only to production, and not to the annulment of non-existence, for in production, the annulment of non-existence is necessary, and therefore the act of the agent must necessarily be attached to non-existence. For according to the doctrine of the theologians, the existent possesses only two conditions, a condition in which it is absolutely non-existent and a condition in which it is actually existent. The act of the agent, therefore, attaches itself to it, neither when it is actually existent, nor when it is non-existent. Thus only the following alternatives remain. Either the act of the agent does not attach itself to it at all, or it attaches itself to non-existence, and non-existence changes itself into existence. He who conceives the agent in this way must regard the change of non-existence itself into existence, and of existence itself into non-existence, as possible, and must hold that the act of the agent can attach itself to the conversion of either of these opposites into the other. This is absolutely impossible in respect to the other opposites, not to speak of non-existence and existence. The theologians perceive the agent in the way the weak-sighted perceive the shadow of a thing instead of the thing itself, and then mistake the shadow for it. But, as you see, all these difficulties arise for the man who has not understood that production is the conversion of a thing from potential into actual existence, and that destruction is the reverse, i.e., the change from the actual into the potentials. It appears from this that possibility and matter are necessarily connected with anything becoming, and that what is subsistent in itself can be neither destroyed nor produced. The theory of the Ash'arites mentioned here by Ghazali, which regards the production of a substance, subsistent in itself, as possible, but not so its destruction, is an extremely weak one, for the consequences which apply to destruction apply also to production. Only, it was thought, because in the former case, it is more obvious that there was here a real difference. He then mentions the answers of the different sects to the difficulty which faces them on the question of annihilation. Ghazali says, the Mu'tazilites say, the act proceeding from him is an existent, i.e. extinction, which he does not create in a substratum. At one and the same moment, it annihilates the whole world and disappears by itself, so that it does not stand in need of another extinction, and thus of an infinite regress. And mentioning this answer to the difficulty, he says, this is wrong for different reasons. First, extinction is not an intelligible existent, the creation of which can be supposed. Moreover, why, if it is supposed to exist, does it disappear by itself without a cause for its disappearance? Further, why does it annihilate the world? For its creation and inherence in the essence of the world are impossible, since the inherent meets its substratum and exists together with it, if only in an instant. If the extinction and existence of the world could meet, extinction would not be in opposition to existence and would not annihilate it. And, if extinction is created neither in the world nor in a substratum, where could its existence be in order to be opposed to the existence of the world? Another shocking feature in this doctrine is that God cannot annihilate part of the world without annihilating the remainder. Indeed, he can only create an extinction which annihilates the world in its totality. For if extinction is not in a substratum, it stands in one and the same relation to the totality of the world. I say, the answer is too foolish to merit refutation. Extinction and annihilation are synonymous, and if God cannot create annihilation, he cannot create extinction either. And even if we suppose extinction to be inexistent, it could at most be an accident, but an accident without a substratum is absurd. And how can one imagine that the non-existent causes non-existence? All this resembles the talk of the delirious. Ghazali says, the second sect, the Karamites, say that the act of God is annihilation, and annihilation signifies an existent which he produces in his essence, and through which the world becomes non-existent. In the same way, according to them, existence arises out of the act of creation, which he produces in his essence, and through which the world becomes existent. Once again, this theory is wrong, as it makes the eternal a substratum for temporal production. Further, it is incomprehensible, for creation and likewise annihilation cannot be understood except as an existence, related to will and power, and to establish another entity, besides the will and the power and their object, the world, is inconceivable. I say, the Karamites believe that there are here three factors: the agent, the act, which they call creation, and an object, i.e. that to which the act attaches itself, and likewise they believe that in the process of annihilation there are three factors: the annihilator, the act, which they call annihilation, and a non-existent. They believe that the act inheres in the essence of the agent, and according to them, the rise of such a new condition in the agent does not imply that the agent is determined by a temporal cause, for such a condition is of a relative and proportional type, and a new relation and proportion does not involve newness in the substratum. Only those new events involve a change in the substratum which change the essence of the substratum, e.g. the changing of a thing from whiteness to blackness. Their statement, however, that the act inheres in the essence of the agent is a mistake. It is only a relation which exists between the agent and the object of the act, which, when assigned to the agent, is called act, and when assigned to the object is called passivity. Through this assumption, the Karamites are not obliged to admit that, as the Asherites believed, the eternal produces temporal reality, or that the eternal is not eternal, but the consequence which is forced upon them is that there must be a cause anterior to the eternal. For when an agent acts after not having acted, all the conditions for the existence of his object being fulfilled at the time he did not act, there must have arisen a new quality in the agent at the time when he acts, and each new event demands a new causes. So there must be another cause before the first, and so on, ad infinitum. Ghazali says, the third sect is that of the Asherites, who say that accidents pass away by themselves and cannot be imagined to persist. For if they persisted, they could not, for this very reason, be imagined ever to pass away. Substances do not persist by themselves either, but persist by a persistence added to their existence. And if God had not created persistence, substances would have become non-existent through the non-existence of persistence. This too is wrong, insofar as it denies the evidence of the senses by saying that black and white do not persist, and that their existence is continually renewed. Reason shrinks from this, as it does too, from the statement that the body renews its existence at each moment. For reason judges that the hair which is on a man's head today is identical with, not similar to, the hair that was there yesterday, and judges the same about the black and the white. There is yet another difficulty, namely, that when things persist through persistence, God's attributes must persist through persistence, and this persistence persists through persistence, and so on ad infinitum. I say, this theory of the flux of all existing things is a useless one, although many ancients held it, and there is no end to the impossibilities it implies. How could an existent come into existence when it passes away by itself, and existence passes away through its passing away. If it passed away by itself, it would have to come into existence by itself, and in this case, that by which it becomes existent would be identical with that by which it passes away, and this is impossible. For existence is the opposite of passing away, and it is not possible that two opposites should occur in the same thing in one and the same connection. Therefore, in a pure existent, no passing away can be imagined, for if its existence determined its passing away, it would be non-existent and existent at one and the same moment, and this is impossible. Further, if the existence persists through the persistence of an attribute by itself, will this absence of change in them occur through their existence or through their non-existence? The latter is impossible, so it follows that they persist because of their existence. If, then, all existence must persist because they are existent, and non-existence is something that can supervene upon them, why in heaven's name do we need this attribute of persistence to make them persist? All this resembles a case of mental disorder. But let us leave this sect, for the absurdity of their theory is too clear to need refutation. Ghazali says, "The fourth sect are a group of Ash'arites who say that accidents pass away by themselves, but that substances pass away when God does not create motion, or rest, or aggregation and disintegration in them. For it is impossible that a body should persist, which is neither in motion nor at rest, since in that case it becomes non-existent." The two parties of the Ash'arites incline to the view that annihilation is not an act, but rather a refraining from acting, since they do not understand how non-existence can be an act. All these different theories being false, say the philosophers, it cannot any longer be asserted that the annihilation of the world is possible, even if one were to admit that the world had been produced in time. For although the philosophers concede that the human soul has been produced, they claim the impossibility of its annihilation by means of arguments which are very close to those we have mentioned. For according to the philosophers, nothing that is self-subsistent and does not inhere in a substratum can be imagined as becoming non-existent after its existence, whether it is produced or eternal. If one objects against them, that when water is boiled it disappears, they answer that it does not disappear, but is only changed into steam, and the steam becomes water again, and its primary matter, i.e. its hyle, the matter in which the form of water inhered, persists when the water has become air, for the hyle only loses the form of water and takes up that of air. The air, having become cold again, condenses into water, but does not receive a new matter, for the matter is common to the elements, and only the forms are changed in it. I say, he who affirms that accidents do not persist for 2 moments, and that their existence in substances is a condition of the persistence of those substances, does not know how he contradicts himself. For if the substances are a condition of the existence of the accidents, since the accidents cannot exist without the substances in which they inhere, and the accidents are assumed to be a condition for the existence of the substances must be necessarily a condition for their own existence. And it is absurd to say that something is a condition for its own existence. Further, how could the accidents be such a condition, since they themselves do not persist for 2 moments? For, as the instant is at the same time the end of their privation and the beginning of their period of existence, the substance meant be destroyed in this instant. For in this instant, there is neither anything of the privative period nor anything of the existent. If there were in the instant anything of the privative period or of the existent, it could not be the end of the former and the beginning of the latter. And on the whole, that something which does not persist 2 moments should be made a condition for the persistence of something for 2 moments is absurd. Indeed, a thing that persists for 2 moments is more capable of persisting than one which does not persist for 2 moments. For the existence of what does not persist for 2 moments is at an instant, which is in flux. But the existence of what persists for 2 moments is constant. And how can what is in flux be a condition for the existence of the constant? Or how can what is only specifically persistent be a condition for the persistence of the individually persistent? This is all senseless talk. One should know that he who does not admit a chyle for the corruptible must regard the existent as simple and as not liable to corruption, for the simple does not alter and does not exchange its substance for another substance. Therefore Hippocrates says, if man were made out of one thing alone, he could not suffer by himself, i.e., he could not suffer corruption or change, and therefore he could not have become either, but would have to be an eternal existent. What he says here about Avicenna, of the difference between the production and the destruction of the soul, is without sense. Ghazali says, answering the philosophers, the answer is, so far as concerns the different sects you have mentioned, although we could defend each of them, and could show that your refutation on the basis of your principle is not valid, because your own principles are liable to the same kind of objection. We will not insist on this point, but we will restrict ourselves to one sect and ask, how will you refute the man who claims that creation and annihilation take place through the will of God? If God wills, he creates, and if he wills, he annihilates, and this is the meaning of his being absolutely powerful, and notwithstanding this, he does not alter in himself, but it is only his act that alters. And concerning your objection that, inasmuch as an act must proceed from the agent, it cannot be understood which act can proceed from him, when he annihilates, we answer, what proceeds from him is a new fact, and the new fact is non-existence, for there was no non-existence. Then it happened as something new, and this is what proceeds from him. And if you say, non-existence is nothing, how could it then proceed from him? We reply, if non-existence is nothing, how could it happen? Indeed, proceeding from him does not mean anything, but that its happening is related to his power. If its happening has an intelligible meaning, why should its relation to his power not be reasonable? I say, all this is sophistical and wrong. The philosophers do not deny that a thing becomes non-existent when a destroying agent destroys it. They only say that the destroying act does not attach itself to it, insofar as the thing becomes non-existent, but insofar as it changes from actual being to potential being, and non-existence results from this change, and it is in this way that non-existence is related to the agent. But it does not follow from the fact that its non-existence occurs after the act of the agent, that the agent performs it primarily and essentially. For when it was conceded to Ghazali during the discussion of this problem, that the non-existence of the corrupting thing will necessarily occur after the act of the corrupting agent, he drew the conclusion that its non-existence would follow essentially and primarily from the act, but this is impossible. For the agent's act does not attach itself to its non-existence insofar as it is non-existent, i.e., primarily and essentially. And therefore, if the perceptible existences were simple, they could neither be generated nor destroyed, except through the act of the agent being attached to their non-existence essentially and primarily. But the act of the agent is only attached to non-existence accidentally and secondarily through its changing the object from actual existence into another form of existence in an act followed by non-existence, as from the change of a fire into air, there follows the non-existence of the fire. This is the philosophical theory of existence and non-existence. Ghazali says, and what is the difference between you and the man who denies absolutely that non-existence can occur to accidents and forms, and who says that non-existence is nothing at all, and asks how then it could occur and be called an occurrence and a new event? But no doubt non-existence can be represented as occurring to the accidents, and to speak of it as occurring has a sense whether you call it something real or not. And the relation of this occurrence, which has a reasonable sense, to the power of the omnipotent, also has an intelligible meaning. I say, that non-existence of this kind occurs is true, and the philosophers admit it, because it proceeds from the agent according to a second intention, and accidentally. But it does not follow from its proceeding, or from its having a reasonable meaning that it happens essentially or primarily. And the difference between the philosophers and those who deny the occurrence of non-existence is that the philosophers do not absolutely deny the occurrence of non-existence, but only its occurring primarily and essentially through the agent. For the act of the agent does not attach itself necessarily, primarily, and essentially to non-existence. And according to the philosophers, non-existence happens only subsequently to the agent's act in reality. The difficulties ensue only for those who affirm that the world can be annihilated in an absolute annihilation. Ghazali says, perhaps the philosophers will answer, this difficulty is only acute for those who allow the non-existence of a thing after its existence, for those may be asked what the reality is that occurs. But according to us philosophers, the existing thing does not become non-existent, for we understand by the fact that the accidents become non-existent the occurrence of their opposites, which are existing realities, and not the occurrence of mere non-existence, which is nothing at all. And how could what is nothing at all be said to occur? For if hair becomes white, it is simply whiteness that occurs, for whiteness is something real. But one cannot say that what occurs is the privation of blackness. I say, this answer on behalf of the philosophers is mistaken, for the philosophers do not deny that non-existence occurs and happens through the agent, not, however, according to a primary intention, as would be the consequence for one who assumes that a thing can change into pure nothingness. No, non-existence, according to them, occurs when the form of the thing that becomes non-existent disappears, and the opposite form appears. Therefore, the following objection which Ghazali makes is valid. Ghazali says, this is wrong for two reasons. The first is, does the occurrence of whiteness imply the absence of blackness? If they deny it, this is an affront to reason, and if they admit it, it may be asked, is what is implied identical with that which implies? To admit this is a contradiction, for a thing does not imply itself, and if they deny it, it may be asked, has that which is implied an intelligible meaning? If they deny it, we ask, how do you know then that it is implied? For the judgment that it is implied presupposes that it has a sensible meaning. If they admit this, we ask, is this thing which is implied and has a sensible meaning, i.e. the absence of blackness, eternal or temporal? The answer eternal is impossible. If they answer temporal, how should what is described as occurring temporally not be clearly understood? And if they answer neither eternal nor temporal, this is absurd, for if it were said before the occurrence of whiteness that blackness was non-existent, it would be false, whereas afterwards it would be true. It occurred, therefore, without any doubt, and this occurrence is perfectly intelligible and must be related to the omnipotent. I say, this is an occurrence which is perfectly intelligible and must be related to the omnipotent, but only accidentally and not essentially, for the act of the agent does not attach itself to absolute non-existence, nor to the non-existence of anything, for even the omnipotent cannot bring it about, that existence should become identical with non-existence. The man who does not assume matter cannot be freed from this difficulty, and he will have to admit that the act of the agent is attached to non-existence primarily and essentially. All this is clear, and there is no need to say more about it. The philosophers, therefore, say that the essential principles of transitory things are two, matter and form, and that there is a third accidental principle, privation, which is a condition of the occurrence of what becomes, namely as preceding it. If a thing becomes, its privation disappears, and if it suffers corruption, its privation arises. Ghazali says, the second objection is that according to the philosophers, there are accidents which can become non-existent otherwise than through their contrary. For instance, motion has no contrary, and the opposition between motion and rest is, according to the philosophers, only the opposition of possession and non-possession, i.e., the opposition of being and not being, not the opposition of one being to another being. And the meaning of rest is the absence of motion, and when motion ceases, rest does not supervene as its contrary, but is a pure non-existence. The same is the case with those qualities which belong to the class of entelechies, like the impression of the sensible species on the vitreous humour of the eyes, and still more the impression of the forms of the intelligibles on the soul. They become existent without the cessation of a contrary, and their non-existence only means the cessation of their existence without the subsequent occurrence of their opposites, and their disappearance is an example of pure non-existence which arises. The occurrence of such a non-existence is an understandable fact, and that which can be understood as occurring by itself, even if it is not a real entity, can be understood as being related to the power of the omnipotent. Through this, it is clear that, when one imagines an event as occurring through the eternal will, it is unessential whether the occurring event is a becoming or a vanishing. I say, on the contrary, when non-existence is assumed to proceed from the agent as existence proceeds from it, there is the greatest difference between the two. But when existence is assumed as a primary fact, and non-existence as a secondary fact, i.e., when non-existence is assumed to take place through the agent by means of a kind of existence, i.e., when the agent transforms actual existence into potential existence by removing the actuality, which is a quality possessed by the substrate, then it is true. And from this point of view, the philosophers do not regard it as impossible that the world should become non-existent in the sense of its changing into another form, for non-existence is in this case only a subsequent occurrence and a secondary fact. But what they regard as impossible is that a thing should disappear into absolute nothingness, for then the act of the agent would have attached itself to non-existence, primarily and essentially. Throughout this discussion, Ghazali has mistaken the accidental for the essential, and forced on the philosophers conclusions which they themselves regard as impossible. This is in general the character of the discussion in this book. A more suitable name, therefore, for this book would be the Book of Absolute Incoherence, or the Incoherence of Ghazali, not the Incoherence of the Philosophers, and the best name for my book, The Distinction Between Truth and Incoherent Arguments. The third discussion. The demonstration of their confusion in saying that God is the agent and the maker of the world, and that the world is his product and act, and the demonstration that these expressions are in their system only metaphors without any real sense. Ghazali says, all philosophers, except the materialists, agree that the world has a maker, and that God is the maker and agent of the world, and the world is his act and his work. And this is an imposture where their principle is concerned. Nay, it cannot be imagined that according to the trend of their principle, the world is the work of God. And this for three reasons: from the point of view of the agent, from the point of view of the act, and from the point of view of the relation common to act and agent. As concerns the first point, the agent must be willing, choosing, and knowing what he wills to be the agent of what he wills. But according to them, God does not will. He has no attribute whatever, and what proceeds from him proceeds by the compulsion of necessity. The second point is that the world is eternal, but act implies production. And the third point is that God is unique, according to their principles, from all points of view, and from one thing, according to their principles, there can only proceed one thing. The world, however, is constituted out of diverse components. How could it therefore proceed from him? I say, Ghazali's words, the agent must be willing, choosing, and knowing what he wills to be the agent of what he wills, are by no means self-evident, and cannot be accepted as a definition of the maker of the world without a proof, unless one is justified in inferring from the empirical to the divine. For we observe in the empirical world two kinds of agents, one which performs exclusively one thing, and this essentially, for instance, warmth, which causes heat, and coldness, which causes cold. And this kind is called by the philosophers natural agents. The second kind of agents are those that perform a certain act at one time and its opposite at another. These, acting only out of knowledge and deliberation, are called by the philosophers voluntary and selective agents. But the first agent cannot be described as having either of these two actions, insofar as these are ascribed to transitory things by the philosophers. For he who chooses and wills lacks the things which he wills, and God cannot lack anything he wills. And he who chooses makes a choice for himself of the better of two things, but God is in no need of a better condition. Further, when the willer has reached his object, his will ceases, and generally speaking, will is a passive quality and a change, but God is exempt from passivity and change. God is still farther distant from natural action, for the act of the natural thing is a necessity in its substance, but is not a necessity in the substance of the willer, and belongs to its entelechy. In addition, natural action does not proceed from knowledge. It has, however, been proved that God's act does proceed from knowledge. The way in which God becomes an agent and a willer has not become clear in this place, since there is no counterpart to his will in the empirical world. How is it therefore possible to assert that an agent can only be understood as acting through deliberation and choice? For then, this definition is indifferently applied to the empirical and the divine, but the philosophers do not acknowledge this extension of the definition, so that from their refusal to acknowledge this definition as applying to the first agent, it cannot be inferred that they deny that he acts at all. This is, of course, self-evident, and not the philosophers are impostors, but he who speaks in this way, for an impostor, is one who seeks to perplex, and does not look for the truth. He, however, who errs while seeking the truth, cannot be called an impostor, and the philosophers, as a matter of fact, are known to seek the truth, and therefore they are by no means impostors. There is no difference between one who says that God wills with a will which does not resemble the human will, and one who says that God knows through a knowledge which does not resemble human knowledge. In the same way as the quality of his knowledge cannot be conceived, so the quality of his will cannot be conceived. Ghazali says, "We will now test each of these three reasons at the same time as the illusory arguments which the philosophers give in their defense. The first reason. We say, agent means someone from whom there proceeds an act, with the will to act according to choice, and with the knowledge of the object willed. But according to the philosophers, the world stands in relation to God as the effect to the cause, in a necessary connection which God cannot be imagined to sever, and which is like the connection between the shadow and the man, light and the sun. But this is not an act at all. On the contrary, he who says that the lamp makes the light and the man makes the shadow uses the term vaguely, giving it a sense much wider than its definition, and uses it metaphorically, relying on the fact that there is an analogy between the object originally meant by it and the object to which it is transferred, i.e. the agent is in a general sense a cause. The lamp is the cause of the light, and the sun is the cause of luminosity. But the agent is not called a creative agent from the sole fact that it is a cause, but by its being a cause in a special way, namely, that it causes through will and through choice. If, therefore, one said that neither a wall, nor a stone, nor anything inanimate is an agent, and that only animals have actions, this could not be denied, and his statement would not be called false. But according to the philosophers, a stone has an action, namely falling and heaviness, and a centripetal tendency, just as fire has an action, namely heating, and a wall has an action, namely a centripetal tendency, and the throwing of a shadow, and, according to them, each of these actions proceeds from it as its agent, which is absurd. I say, there are in brief 2 points here, the first of which is that only those who act from deliberation and choice are regarded as acting causes, and the action of a natural agent producing something else is not counted among acting causes. While the second point is that the philosophers regard the procession of the world from God as the necessary connection obtaining between shadow and the person, and luminosity and the sun, and the downward rolling in relation to the stone, but that this cannot be called an action, because the action can be separated from the agent. I say, all this is false. For the philosophers believe that there are 4 causes: agent, matter, form, and end. The agent is what causes some other thing to pass from potency to actuality, and from non-existence to existence. This actualization occurs sometimes from deliberation and choice, sometimes by nature, and the philosophers do not call a person who throws a shadow an agent, except metaphorically, because the shadow cannot be separated from the man, and by common consent, the agent can be separated from its object, and the philosophers certainly believe that God is separated from the world, and according to them, he is not to be classed with this kind of natural cause. Nor is he an agent in the sense in which any empirical agent, either voluntary or involuntary, is. He is rather the agent of these causes, drawing forth the universe from non-existence to existence, and conserving it, and such an act is a more perfect and glorious one than any performed by the empirical agents. None of these objections therefore touch them, for they believe that God's act proceeds from him through knowledge, not through any necessity which calls for it, either in his essence or outside his essence, but through his grace and his bounty. He is necessarily endowed with will and choice in their highest form, since the insufficiency, which is proper to the empirical willer, does not pertain to him. And these are the very words of Aristotle in one of his metaphysical treatises. We were asked how God could bring forth the world out of nothing, and convert it into something out of nothing, and our answer is this: the agent must be such that his capacity must be proportionate to his power, and his power proportionate to his will, and his will proportionate to his wisdom. If not, his capacity would be weaker than his power weaker than his will, and his will weaker than his wisdom. And if some of his powers were weaker than others, there would be no difference between his powers and ours, and imperfection would attach to him as to us, a very blasphemous theory. But in the opposite case, each of these powers is of the utmost perfection. When he wills, he has the power, and when he has the power, he has the capacity, and all this with the greatest wisdom. And he exists, making what he wants out of nothing. And this is only astonishing through this imperfection which is in us. And Aristotle said also, everything that is in this world is only set together through the power which is in it from God. If this power did not exist in the things, they could not last the twinkling of an eye. I say, composite existence is of two classes. In the one class, the composition is something additional to the existence of the composed, but in the other, the composition is like the existence of matter and form, and in these existence, the existence cannot be regarded as anterior to the composition, but on the contrary, the composition is the cause of their existence and anterior to it. If God therefore is the cause of the composition of the parts of the world, the existence of which is in their composition, then he is the cause of their existence, and necessarily, he who is the cause of the existence of anything whatever is its agent. This is the way in which, according to the philosophers, this question must be understood, if their system is truly explained to the student. Ghazali says, speaking on behalf of the philosophers may say, we call an object anything that has no necessary existence by itself, but exists through another, and we call its cause the agent, and we do not mind whether the cause acts by nature or voluntarily, just as you do not mind whether it acts by means of an instrument or without an instrument, and just as act is a genus subdivided into acts which occur by means of an instrument, and acts which occur without an instrument, so it is a genus subdivided into acts which occur by nature and acts which occur voluntarily. The proof is that, when we speak of an act which occurs by nature, our words by nature are not contradictory to the term act. The words by nature are not used to exclude or contradict the idea of act, but are meant only to explain the specific character of the act. Just as, when we speak of an act effected directly without an instrument, there is no contradiction, but only a specification and an explanation. And when we speak of a voluntary act, there is not a redundancy, as in the expression, a living being man. It is only an explanation of its specific character, like the expression, act performed by means of an instrument. If, however, the word act included the idea of will, and will were essential to act, insofar as it is an act, our expression natural act would be a contradiction. I say, the answer, in short, has two parts. The first is that everything that is necessary through another thing is an object of what is necessary by itself. But this can be opposed, since that through which the necessary through another has its necessary existence need not be an agent, unless by through which it has its necessary existence is meant that which is really an agent, i.e., that which brings potency into act. The second part is that the term agent seems like a genus for that which acts by choice and deliberation, and for that which acts by nature. This is true, and is proved by our definition of the term agent. Only this argument wrongly creates the impression that the philosophers do not regard the first agent as endowed with will, and this dichotomy that everything is either of necessary existence by itself or existent through another is not self-evident. Ghazali, refuting the philosophers, says, this designation is wrong, for we do not call any cause whatsoever an agent, nor any effect an object. For if this were so, it would be not right to say that the inanimate has no act, and that only the living exhibit acts, a statement generally admitted. I say, his assertion that not every cause is called an agent is true, but his argument that the inanimate is not called an agent is false, for the denial that the inanimate exhibits acts excludes only the rational and voluntary act, not act absolutely, for we find that certain inanimate things have powers to actualize things like themselves, e.g. fire, which changes anything warm and dry into another fire like itself, through converting it from what it has in potency into actuality. Therefore, fire cannot make a fire like itself in anything that has not the potency or that is not in readiness to receive the actuality of fire. The theologians, however, deny that fire is an agent, and the discussion of this problem will follow later. Further, nobody doubts that there are in the bodies of animals powers which make the food a part of the animal feeding itself and generally direct the body of the animal. If we suppose them withdrawn, the animal would die, as Galen says. And through this direction, we call it alive, whereas in the absence of these powers, we call it dead. Ghazali goes on, if the inanimate is called an agent, it is by metaphor, in the same way as it is spoken of metaphorically as tending and willing, since it is said that the stone falls down because it tends and has an inclination to the center. But in reality, tendency and will can only be imagined in connection with knowledge and an object desired, and these can only be imagined in animals. I say, if by agent or tendency or willing is meant the performance of an act of a willer, it is a metaphor. But when by these expressions is meant that it actualizes another's potency, it is really an agent in the full meaning of the word. Ghazali then says, when the philosophers say that the term act is a genus which is subdivided into natural act and voluntary act, this cannot, he conceded. It is as if one were to say that willing is a genus which is subdivided into willing, accompanied by knowledge of the object willed, and willing without knowledge of the object willed. This is wrong, because will necessarily implies knowledge, and likewise, act necessarily implies will. I say, the assertion of the philosophers that agent is subdivided into voluntary and non-voluntary agent is true, but the comparison with a division of will into rational and irrational is false, because in the definition of will knowledge is included, so that the division has no sense. But in the definition of act, knowledge is not included, because actualization of another thing is possible without knowing it. This is clear, and therefore the wise say that God's word, a wall which wanted to fall to pieces, is a metaphor. Ghazali proceeds, when you affirm that your expression natural act is not a contradiction in terms, you are wrong. There is, as a matter of fact, a contradiction when natural act is taken in a real sense. Only this contradiction is not at once evident to the understanding, nor is the incompatibility of nature and act felt acutely, because this expression is employed metaphorically. For since nature is in a certain way a cause, and the agent is also a cause, nature is called an agent metaphorically. The expression voluntary act is as much redundant as the expression he wills and knows what he wills. I say, this statement is undoubtedly wrong, for what actualizes another thing, i.e. acts on it, is not called agent simply by a metaphor, but in reality, for the definition of agent is appropriate to it. The division of agent into natural and voluntary agent is not the division of an equivocal term, but the division of a genus. Therefore, the division of agent into natural and voluntary agent is right, since that which actualizes another can also be divided into these two classes. Ghazali says, however, as it can happen that act is used metaphorically and also in its real sense, people have no objection in saying someone acted voluntarily, meaning that he acted not in a metaphorical sense, but really in the way in which it is said, he spoke with his tongue, or he saw with his eye. For since one is permitted to rise heart metaphorically for sight, and motion of the head or hand for word, for one can say, he nodded assent, it is not wrong to say, he spoke with his tongue and he saw with his eye, in order to exclude any idea of metaphor. This is a delicate point, but let us be careful to heed the place where those stupid people slipped. I say, certainly it is a delicate point that a man with scientific pretensions should give such a bad example and such a false reason to explain the repugnance people seem to have in admitting the division of act into natural and voluntary act. No one ever says, he saw with his eye and he saw without his eye, in the belief that this is a division of sight. We only say, he saw with his eye, to emphasize the fact that real sight is meant, and to exclude the metaphorical sense of sight. And the intelligent in fact think that for the man who understands immediately that the real meaning is intended, this connecting of sight with the eye is almost senseless. But when one speaks of natural and voluntary act, no intelligent person disagrees that we have here a division of act. If, however, the expression voluntary act were similar to sight with the eye, the expression natural act would be metaphorical. But as a matter of fact, The natural agent has an act much more stable than the voluntary agent, for the natural agent's act is constant, which is not the case with the act of the voluntary agent. And therefore the opponents of the theologians might reverse the argument against them and say that natural act is like sight with the eye, and voluntary act is a metaphor, especially according to the doctrine of the Asherites, who do not acknowledge a free will in man and a power to exercise an influence on reality. And if this is the case with the agent in the empirical world, how can we know that it is an accurate description of the real agent in the divine world to say that he acts through knowledge and will? Ghazali says, speaking on behalf of the philosophers, "The philosophers may reply, the designation agent is known only through language. However, it is clear to the mind that the cause of a thing can be divided into voluntary and non-voluntary cause, and it may be disputed whether or not in both cases the word act is used in a proper sense. But it is not possible to deny this, since the Arabs say that fire burns, a sword cuts, that snow makes cold, that scammony purges, that bread stills hunger and water thirst, and our expression, he beats, means he performs the act of beating, and it burns, it performs the act of burning, and he cuts, he performs the act of cutting. If you say, therefore, that its use is quite metaphorical, you are judging without any evidence. I say, this, in short, is a common-sense argument. The Arabs indeed call that which exerts an influence on a thing, even if not voluntary, an agent, in a proper, not in a metaphorical sense. This argument, however, is dialectical and of no importance. Ghazali replies to this. The answer is that all this is said in a metaphorical way, and that only a voluntary act is a proper act. The proof is that, if we assume an event which is based on two facts, the one voluntary, the other involuntary, the mind relates the act to the voluntary fact. Language expresses itself in the same way, for if a man were to throw another into a fire and kill him, it is the man who would be called his killer, not the fire. If, however, the term were used in the same sense of the voluntary and the non-voluntary, and it were not that the one was a proper sense, the other a metaphorical, why should the killing be related to the voluntary, by language, usage, and reason, although the fire was the proximate cause of the killing, and the man who threw the other into the fire did nothing but bring man and fire together? Since, however, the bringing together is a voluntary act, and the influence of the fire non-voluntary, the man is called a killer, and the fire only metaphorically so. This proves that the word agent is used of one whose act proceeds from his will, and behold, the philosophers do not regard God as endowed with will and choice. I say, this is an answer of the wicked, who heap fallacy on fallacy. Ghazali is above this, but perhaps the people of his time obliged him to write this book to safeguard himself against the suspicion of sharing the philosopher's view. Certainly nobody attributes the act to its instrument, but only to its first mover. He who killed a man by fire is in the proper sense the agent, and the fire is the instrument of the killing. But when a man is burned by a fire, without this fact depending on someone's choice, nobody would say that the fire burned him metaphorically. The fallacy he employs here is the well-known one, addicto secundum quid, ad dictum simpliciter, e.g. to say of a Negro, because his teeth are white, that he is white absolutely. The philosophers do not deny absolutely that God wills, for he is an agent through knowledge and from knowledge, and he performs the better of two contrary acts, although both are possible. They only affirm that he does not will in the way that man wills. Ghazali says, answering in defense of the philosophers, if the philosophers say, we do not mean anything by God's being an agent, but that he is the cause of every existent besides himself, and that the world has its subsistence through him, and if the Creator did not exist, the existence of the world could not be imagined. And if the Creator should be supposed non-existent, the world would be non-existent too, just as the supposition that the sun was non-existent would imply the non-existence of light. This is what we mean by his being an agent. If our opponents refuse to give this meaning to the word act, well, we shall not quibble about words. I say, such an answer would mean that the philosophers would concede to their opponents that God is not an agent, but one of those causes without which a thing cannot reach its perfection. And the answer is wrong, for against them, it might be deduced from it that the first cause is a principle, as if it were the form of the universe, in the way the soul is a principle for the body. No philosopher, however, affirms this. Then Ghazali says, answering the philosophers, "We say, our aim is to show that such is not the meaning of act and work. These words can mean only that which really proceeds from the will. But you reject the real meaning of act, although you use this word, which is honored amongst Muslims. But one's religion is not perfect when one uses words deprived of their sense. Declare therefore openly that God has no act, so that it becomes clear that your belief is in opposition to the religion of Islam, and do not deceive by saying that God is the maker of the world and that the world is his work, for you use the words, but reject their real sense." I say, this would indeed be a correct conclusion against the philosophers, if they should really say what Ghazali makes them say. For in this case, they could indeed be forced to admit that the world has neither a natural nor a voluntary agent, nor that there is another type of agents besides these two. He does not unmask their imposture by his words, but lie himself deceives by ascribing to them theories which they do not hold. Ghazali says, the second reason for denying that the world is according to the principle of the philosophers, an act of God, is based on the implication of the notion of an act. Act applies to temporal production, but for them, the world is eternal and is not produced in time. The meaning of act is to convert from not being into being by producing it, and this cannot be imagined in the eternal, as what exists already cannot be brought into existence. Therefore, act implies a temporal product, but according to them, the world is eternal. How then could it be God's act? I say, if the world were by itself eternal and existent, not insofar as it is moved, for each movement is composed of parts which are produced, then indeed the world would not have an agent at all. But if the meaning of eternal is that it is in everlasting production, and that this production has neither beginning nor end, certainly the term production is more truly applied to him who brings about an everlasting production than to him who procures a limited production. In this way, the world is God's product, and the name production is even more suitable for it than the word eternity. And the philosophers only call the world eternal to safeguard themselves against the word product, in the sense of a thing produced after a state of non-existence from something and in time. Then Ghazali says, on behalf of the philosophers may perhaps say, the meaning of product is that which exists after its non-existence. Let us therefore examine if what proceeds from the agent when he produces, and what is connected with him, is either pure existence or pure non-existence, or both together. Now it is impossible to say that previous non-existence was connected with him, since the agent cannot exert influence upon non-existence, and it is equally impossible to say both together, for it is clear that non-existence is in no way connected with the agent, for non-existence qua non-existence needs no agent at all. It follows therefore that what is connected with him is connected with him insofar as it is an existent, that what proceeds from him is pure existence, and that there is no other relation to him than that of existence. If existence is regarded as everlasting, then this relation is everlasting, and if this relation is everlasting, then the term to which this relation refers is the most illustrious and the most enduring in influence, because at no moment is non-existence connected with it. Temporal production implies therefore the contradictory statements that it must be connected with an agent, that it cannot be produced if it is not preceded by non-existence, and that non-existence cannot be connected with the agent. And if previous non-existence is made a condition of the existent, and it is said that what is connected with the agent is a special existence, not any existence, namely an existence preceded by non-existence, it may be answered that its being preceded by non-existence cannot be an act of an agent or a deed of a maker, for the procession of this existence from its agent cannot be imagined unless preceded by non-existence. Neither, therefore, can the precedence of this non-existence be an act of the agent and connected with him, nor the fact that this existence is preceded by non-existence. Therefore, to make non-existence a condition for the act's becoming an act is to impose as a condition one whereby the agent cannot exert any influence under any condition. I say, this is an argument put forward on this question by Avicenna from the philosophical side. It is sophistical, because Avicenna leaves out one of the factors which a complete division would have to state. For he says that the act of the agent must be connected either with an existence or with a non-existence previous to it, and insofar as it is non-existence, or with both together, and that it is impossible that it should be connected with non-existence, for the agent does not bring about non-existence, and therefore neither can it affect both together. Therefore the agent can be only connected with existence, and production is nothing but the connection of act with existence, i.e., the act of the agent is only bringing into existence, and it is immaterial whether this existence be preceded by non-existence or not. But this argument is faulty, because the act of the agent is only connected with existence in a state of non-existence, i.e. existence in potentiality, and is not connected with actual existence, insofar as it is actual, nor with non-existence, insofar as it is non-existent. It is only connected with imperfect existence, in which non-existence inheres. The act of the agent is not connected with non-existence, because non-existence is not actual, nor is it connected with existence, which is not linked together with non-existence, for whatever has reached its extreme perfection of existence needs neither causation nor cause. But existence which is linked up with non-existence only exists as long as the producer exists. The only way to escape this difficulty is to assume that the existence of the world has always been and will always be linked together with non-existence, as is the case with movement, which is always in need of a mover. And the acknowledged philosophers believe that such is the case with the celestial world in its relation to the Creator, and a fortiori with the sublunary world. Here lies the difference between the created and the artificial, for the artificial product, once produced, is not tied up with non-existence, which would be in need of an agent for the continued sustenance of the product. Ghazali continues, "And your statement, theologians, that what exists cannot be made to exist, if you mean by it that its existence does not begin after its non-existence, is true. But if you mean that it cannot become an effect at the time when it exists, we have shown that it can only become an effect at the time when it exists, not at the time when it does not exist. For a thing only exists when its agent causes it to exist, and the agent only causes it to exist at the time when, proceeding from it, it exists, not when the thing does not exist. And the causation is joined with the existence of the agent and the object, for causation is the relation between cause and effect. Cause, effect, and causation are simultaneous with existence, and there is no priority here, and therefore there is causation only for what exists, if by causation is meant the relation through which the agent and its object exist. The philosophers say, it is for this reason that we have come to the conclusion that the world, which is the work of God, is without beginning and everlasting, and that never at any moment was God not its agent, for existence is what is joined with the agent, and as long as this union lasts, existence lasts, and if this union is ever discontinued, existence ceases. It is by no means what you theologians mean, that if the Creator were supposed to exist no longer, the world could still persist. You indeed believe that the same relation prevails as between the builder and the building, for the building persists when the builder has disappeared. But the persistence of the building does not depend on the builder, but on the strength of the structure in its coherence. For if it had not the power of coherence, if it were like water, for example, it would not be supposed to keep the shape which it received through the act of the agent. I say, possibly the world is in such a condition, but in general this argument is not sound. For it is only true that the causing agent is always connected with the effect, insofar as the effect actually exists, without this actuality's having any insufficiency and any potency. If one imagines that the essence of the effect lies in its being an effect, for then the effect can only be an effect through the causation of the agent. But if its becoming an effect through a cause is only an addition to its essence, then it is not necessary that its existence should cease when the relation between the causing agent and the effect is interrupted. If, however, it is not an addition, but its essence consists in this relation of being an effect, then what Avicenna says is true. However, it is not true of the world, for the world does not exist on account of this relation, but it exists on account of its substance, and the relation is only accidental to it. Perhaps what Avicenna says is true concerning the forms of the celestial bodies, insofar as they perceive the separate immaterial forms. And the philosophers affirm this because it is proved that there are immaterial forms whose existence consists in their thinking, whereas knowledge in this sublunary world only differs from its object because its object inheres in matter. Ghazali, answering the philosophers, says, "Our answer is that the act is connected with the agent only insofar as it comes into being, but not insofar as it is preceded by non-existence, nor insofar as it is merely existent. According to us, the act is not connected with the agent for a second moment after its coming to be, for then it exists. It is only connected with it at the time of its coming to be, insofar as it comes to be and changes from non-existence into existence. If it is denied the name of becoming, it cannot be thought to be an act, nor to be connected with the agent. Your statement, philosophers, that a thing's coming to be means it's being preceded by non-existence, and that its being preceded by non-existence does not belong to the act of the agent and the deed of the producer, is true. But this prior non-existence is a necessary condition for the existence being an act of the agent. For existence not preceded by non-existence is everlasting, and cannot be truly said to be an act of the agent. Not all conditions necessary to make an act need proceed from the agent's act. The essence, power, will, and knowledge of the agent are a condition of his being an agent, but do not derive from him. An act can only be imagined as proceeding from an existent, and the existence, will, power, and knowledge of the agent are a condition of his being an agent, although they do not derive from him. I say, all this is true. The act of the agent is only connected with the effect insofar as it is moved, and the movement from potential to actual being is what is called becoming. And, as Ghazali says, non-existence is one of the conditions for the existence of a movement through a mover. Avicenna's argument that when it is a condition for the act of the agent to be connected with the existence, the absence of this connection implies that the agent is connected with its opposite, i.e. non-existence, is not true. But the philosophers affirm that there are existents whose essential specific differences consist in motion, e.g. the winds and so on, and the heavens and the sublunary bodies belong to the genus of existence whose existence lies in their movement. And if this is true, they are eternally in a continual becoming. And therefore, just as the eternal existent is more truly existent than the temporal, similarly, that which is eternally in becoming is more truly coming to be than that which comes to be only during a definite time. And if the substance of the world were not in this condition of continual movement, the world would not, after its existence, need the creator, just as a house after being completed and finished does not need the builder's existence, unless that were true, which Avicenna tried to prove in the preceding argument, that the existence of the world consists only in its relation to the agent, and we have already said that we agree with him so far as this concerns the forms of the heavenly bodies. Therefore the world is during the time of its existence in need of the presence of its agent for both reasons together, namely, because the substance of the world is continually in motion, and because its form, through which it has its subsistence and existence, is of the nature of a relation, not of the nature of a quality, i.e., the shapes and states which have been enumerated in the chapter on quality. A form which belongs to the class of quality and is included in it is, when it exists and its existence is finished, in no need of an agent. All this will solve the problem for you and will remove from you the perplexity which befalls man through these contradictory statements. Ghazali says, on behalf of the philosophers might say, if you acknowledge that it is possible that the act should be simultaneous with the agent and not posterior to it, it follows that if the agent is temporal, the act must be temporal, and if the agent is eternal, the act must be eternal. But to impose as a condition that the act must be posterior in time to the agent is impossible, for when a man moves his finger in a bowl of water, the water moves at the same time as the finger, neither before nor after, for if the water moved later than the finger and water would have to be in one and the same space before the water disconnected itself, and if the water moved before the water would be separated from the finger, and notwithstanding its anteriority, would be an effect of the finger performed for its sake. But if we suppose the finger eternally moving in the water, the movement of the water will be eternal too, and will be, notwithstanding its eternal character, an effect and an object, and the supposition of eternity does not make this impossible. And such is the relation between the world and God. I say, this is true insofar as it concerns the relation of movement and mover, but in regard to the stable existent, or to that which exists without moving or resting by nature, if there exist such things, and their relation to their cause, it is not true. Let us therefore admit this relation between the agent and the world only insofar as the world is in motion. As for the fact that the act of every existent must be conjoined with its existence, this is true, unless something occurs to this existent which lies outside its nature, or one or another accident occurs to it. And it is immaterial whether this act be natural or voluntary. See, therefore, what the Asherites did, who assumed an eternal existent, but denied that he acted during his eternal existence, but then, however, allowed this agent to act eternally in the future, so that the eternal existence of the eternal would become divided into two parts, an eternal past, during which he does not act, and an eternal future, during which he acts. But for the philosophers, all this is confusion and error. Ghazali answers the philosophers on the question of priority. We do not say that the simultaneity of agent and act is impossible, granted that the act is temporal, e.g. the motion of the water, for this happens after its non-being, and therefore it can be an act, and it is immaterial whether this act be posterior to the agent or simultaneous with him. It is only an eternal act that we consider impossible, for to call an act that which does not come into being out of not being is pure metaphor and does not conform to reality. As to the simultaneity of cause and effect can be either both temporal or both eternal, in the way in which it may be said that the eternal knowledge is the cause of the fact that the eternal is knowing. We are not discussing this, but only what is called an act. For the effect of a cause is not called the act of a cause, except metaphorically. It can only be called an act on condition that it comes into being out of non-being. And if a man thinks he may describe the everlasting eternal metaphorically as acting on something, what he thinks possible is only the use of a metaphor. And your argument, philosophers, that if we suppose the movement of the water to be eternal and everlasting with the movement of the finger, this does not prevent the movement of the water from being an act, rests on a confusion, for the finger has no act. The agent is simply the man to whom the finger belongs, that is the man who wills the movement. And if we suppose him to be eternal, then the movement of the finger is his act, because every part of this movement comes out of not beings, and in this sense it is an act. So far as the motion of the water is concerned, we do not say that it occurs through the act of this man, it is simply an act of God. In any case, it is only an act insofar as it has come to be, and if its coming to be is everlasting, it is still an act, because it has come to be. Then Ghazali gives the philosopher's answer. The philosophers may say, if you acknowledge that the relation of the act to the agent, insofar as this act is an existent, is like the relation of effect and cause, and you admit that the causal relation may be everlasting, we affirm that we do not understand anything else by the expression that the world is an act, than that it is an effect having an everlasting relation to God. Speak of this as an act, or not just as you please, for do not let us quibble about words when their sense has once been established. Ghazali says, our answer is that our aim in this question is to show that you philosophers use those venerable names without justification, and that God according to you is not a true agent, nor the world truly his act, and that you apply this word metaphorically, not in its real sense. This has now been shown. I say, in this argument, he supposes that the philosophers concede to him that they only mean by God's agency that he is the cause of the world, and nothing else, and that cause and effect are simultaneous. But this would mean that the philosophers had abandoned their original statement, for the effect follows only from its cause, insofar as it is a formal or final cause, but does not necessarily follow from its efficient cause, for the efficient cause frequently exists without the effects existing. Ghazali acts here like a guardian who tries to extract from his ward the confession of having done things he did not allow him to do. The philosopher's theory, indeed, is that the world has an agent acting from eternity and everlasting, i.e., converting the world eternally from non-being into being. This question was formerly a point of discussion between Aristotelians and Platonists. Since Plato believed in a beginning of the world, there could not in his system be any hesitation in assuming a creative agent for the world. But since Aristotle supposed the world to be eternal, the Platonists raised difficulties against him, like the one which occupies us here, and they said that Aristotle did not seem to admit a creator of the world. It was therefore necessary for the Aristotelians to defend him with arguments which establish that Aristotle did indeed believe that the world has a creator and an agent. This will be fully explained in its proper place. The principal idea is that according to the Aristotelians, the celestial bodies subsist through their movement, and that he who bestows this movement is in reality the agent of this movement, and, since the existence of the celestial bodies only attains its perfection through their being in motion, the giver of this motion is in fact the agent of the celestial bodies. Further, they prove that God is the giver of the unity through which the world is united, and the giver of the unity which is the condition of the existence of the composite. That is to say, he provides the existence of the parts through which the composition occurs, because this action of combining is their cause, as is proved, and such is the relation of the first principle to the whole world. And the statement that the act has come to be is true, for it is movement, and the expression eternity applied to it means only that it has neither a first nor a last term. Thus the philosophers do not mean by the expression eternal that the world is eternal through eternal constituents, for the world consists of movement. And since the Asherites did not understand this, it was difficult for them to attribute eternity at the same time to God and to the world. Therefore the term eternal becoming is more appropriate to the world than the term eternity. Ghazali says, the third reason why it is impossible for the philosophers to admit according to their principle that the world is the act of God is because of a condition which is common to the agent and the act, namely, their assertion that out of the one only one can proceed. Now the first principle is one in every way, and the world is composed out of different constituents. Therefore, according to their principle, it cannot be imagined that the world is the act of God. I say, if one accepts this principle and its consequences, then indeed the answer is difficult. But this principle has only been put forward by the later philosophers of Islam. Then Ghazali says, on behalf of the philosophers may say perhaps, the world in its totality does not proceed from God without a mediator. What proceeds from him is one single existent, and this is the first of the created principles, namely, abstract intellect, that is a substance subsisting by itself, not possessing any volume, knowing itself and knowing its principle, which in the language of the divine law is called angel. From it, there proceeds a third principle, and from the third a fourth, and through this mediation, the existent beings come to be many. The differentiation and multiplicity of the act can proceed either from a differentiation in active powers, in the way that we act differently through the power of passion and through the power of anger, or through a differentiation of matters, as the sun whitens a garment which has been washed, blackens the face of man, melts certain substances, and hardens others, or through a differentiation of instruments, as one and the same carpenter saws with a saw, cuts with an axe, bores with an awl. Or this multiplication of the act can proceed through mediation, so that the agent does one act, then this act performs another act, and in this way, the act multiplies. All these divisions are impossible in the first principle, because there is no differentiation, nor duality, nor multiplicity in his essence, as will be proved in the proofs of his unity. And there is here neither a differentiation of matters, and the very discussion refers to the first effect, which is, for example, primary matter, nor a differentiation of the instrument, for there is no existent on the same level as God, and the very discussion refers to the coming into existence of the first instrument. The only conclusion possible is that the multiplicity which is in the world proceeds from God through mediation, as has been stated previously. I say, this amounts to saying that from the one, if he is simple, there can proceed only one, and the act of the agent can only be differentiated and multiplied either through matters, but there are no matters where he is concerned, or through an instrument, but there is no instrument with him. The only conclusion, therefore, is that this happens through mediation, so that first the unit proceeds from him, and from this unit another, and from this again another, and that it is in this way that plurality comes into existence. Then Ghazali denies this and says, we answer, the consequence of this would be that there is nothing in the world composed of units, but that everything that exists is simple and one, and each unit is the effect of a superior unit and the cause of an inferior, till the series ends in an effect which has no further effect, just as the ascending series ends in a cause which has no other cause. But in reality, it is not like this, for according to the philosophers, body is composed of form and chyle, and through this conjunction there arises one single thing, and man is composed out of body and soul, and body does not arise out of soul, nor soul out of body. They exist together through another cause. The sphere, too, is, according to them, like this, for it is a body possessing a soul, and the soul does not come to be through the body, nor the body through the soul. No, both proceed from another cause. How do these compounds, then, come into existence? Through one single cause? But then their principle that out of the one only one arises is false. Or through a compound cause? But then the question can be repeated in the case of this cause, till one necessarily arrives at a point where the compound and the simple meet. For the first principle is simple, and the rest are compound, and this can only be imagined through their contact. But wherever this contact takes place, this principle, that out of the one only one proceeds, is false. I say, this consequence, that everything which exists is simple, is a necessary consequence for the philosophers, if they assume that the first agent is like a simple agent in the empirical world. But this consequence is binding only upon the man who applies this principle universally to everything that exists. But the man who divides existence into abstract existence and material, sensible existence, makes the principles to which the sensible existent ascends different from the principles to which the intelligible existent ascends, for he regards as the principles of the sensible existence matter and form, and he makes some of these existents the agents of others, till the heavenly body is reached, and he makes the intelligible substances ascend to a first principle which is a principle to them, in one way analogous to a formal cause, in another analogous to a final cause, and in a third way analogous to an efficient cause. All this has been proved in the works of the philosophers, and we state this proposition here only in a general way. Therefore these difficulties do not touch them, and this is the theory of Aristotle. About this statement, that out of the one only one proceeds, all ancient philosophers were agreed, when they investigated the first principle of the world in a dialectical way. They mistook this investigation, however, for a real demonstration, and they all came to the conclusion that the first principle is one and the same for everything, and that from the one only one can proceed. Those two principles having been established, they started to examine where multiplicity comes from, for they had already come to the conclusion that the older theory was untenable. This theory held that the first principles are two, one for the good, one for the bad. For those older philosophers did not think that the principles of the opposites could be one and the same. They believed that the most general opposites which comprehend all opposites are the good and the bad, and held therefore that the first principles must be two. When, however, after a close examination, it was discovered that all things tend to one end, and this end is the order which exists in the world, as it exists in an army through its leader, and as it exists in cities through their government, they came to the conclusion that the world must have one highest principle. And this is the sense of the holy words. If there were in heaven and earth gods beside God, both would surely have been corrupted. They believed, therefore, because of the good which is present in everything, that evil occurs only in an accidental way, like the punishments which good governors of cities ordain. For they are evils instituted for the sake of the good, not by primary intention. For there exist amongst good things some that can only exist with an admixture of evil, for instance, in the being of man, who is composed of a rational and an animal soul. Divine wisdom has ordained, according to these philosophers, that a great quantity of the good should exist, although it had to be mixed with a small quantity of evil. For the existence of much good with a little evil is preferable to the non-existence of much good because of a little evidence. Since, therefore, these later philosophers were convinced that the first principle must of necessity be one and unique, and this difficulty about the one occurred, they gave three answers to this question. Some, like Anaxagoras and his school, believe that plurality is only introduced through matter. Some believe that plurality is introduced through the instruments, and some believe that plurality comes only through the mediators. And the first who assumed this was Plato. This is the most convincing answer, for in the case of both the other solutions, one would have to ask again, from where does the plurality come in the matters and in the instruments? But this difficulty touches anyone who acknowledges that from the one only one can proceed. He has to explain how plurality can derive from the one. Nowadays, however, the contrary of this theory, namely, that out of the one all things proceed by one first emanation, is generally accepted, and with our contemporaries, we need discuss only this latter statement. The objection which Ghazali raises against the peripatetics, that, if plurality were introduced through mediators, there could only arise a plurality of qualitatively undifferentiated agglomerates, which could only form a quantitative plurality, does not touch them. For the peripatetics hold that there exists a twofold plurality, the plurality of simple beings, those beings, namely, that do not exist in matter, and that some of these are the causes of others, and that they all ascend to one unique cause, which is of their own genus, and is the first being of their genus, and that the plurality of the heavenly bodies only arises from the plurality of these principles, and that the plurality of the sublunary world comes only from matter and form and the heavenly bodies. So the peripatetics are not touched by this difficulty. The heavenly bodies are moved primarily through their movers, which are absolutely immaterial, and the forms of these heavenly bodies are acquired from these movers, and the forms in the sublunary world are acquired from the heavenly bodies and also from each other, indifferently, whether they are forms of the elements which are in imperishable prime matters, or forms of bodies composed out of the elements. And, indeed, the composition in this sublunary world arises out of the heavenly bodies. This is their theory of the order which exists in the world. The reasons which led the philosophers to this theory cannot be explained here, since they built it on many principles and propositions, which are proved in many sciences and through many sciences in a systematic way. But when the philosophers of our religion, like Farabi and Avicenna, had once conceded to their opponents that the agent in the divine world is like the agent in the empirical, and that from the one agent there can arise but one object, and according to all the first was an absolutely simple unity, it became difficult for them to explain how plurality could arise from it. This difficulty compelled them finally to regard the first as different from the mover of the daily circular movement. They declared that from the first, who is a simple existent, the mover of the highest sphere proceeds, and from this mover, since he is of a composite nature, as he is both conscious of himself and conscious of the first, a duality, the highest sphere, and the mover of the second sphere, the sphere under the highest, can arise. This, however, is a mistake, according to philosophical teaching, for thinker and thought are one identical thing in human intellect, and this is still more true in the case of the abstract intellects. This does not affect Aristotle's theory, for the individual agent in the empirical world, from which there can only proceed one single act, can only in an equivocal way be compared to the first agent. For the first agent in the divine world is an absolute agent, while the agent in the empirical world is a relative agent, and from the absolute agent, only an absolute act which has no special individual object can proceed. And thereby, Aristotle proves that the agent of the human intelligibles is an intellect free from matter, since this agent thinks all things, and in the same way he proves that the passive intellect is ingenerable and incorruptible, is because this intellect also thinks all things. According to the system of Aristotle, the answer on this point is that everything whose existence is only affected through a conjunction of parts, like the conjunction of matter and form, or the conjunction of the elements of the world, receives its existence as a consequence of this conjunction. The bestower of this conjunction is, therefore, the bestower of existence. And since everything conjoined is only conjoined through a unity in it, and this unity through which it is conjoined must depend on a unity, subsistent by itself, and be related to it, there must exist a single unity, subsistent by itself, and this unity must of necessity provide unity through its own essence. This unity is distributed in the different classes of existing things, according to their natures, and from this unity, allotted to the individual things, their existence arises, and all those unities lead upwards to the first monad, as warmth which exists in all the individual warm things proceeds from primal warmth, which is fire, and leads upwards to it. By means of this theory, Aristotle connects sensible existence with intelligible, saying that the world is one and proceeds from one, and that this monad is partly the cause of unity, partly the cause of plurality. And since Aristotle was the first to find this solution, and because of its difficulty, many of the later philosophers did not understand it, as we have shown. It is evident, therefore, that there is a unique entity from which a single power emanates, through which all beings exist. And since they are many, it is necessarily from the monad, insofar as it is one, that plurality arises or proceeds, or whatever term is to be used. This is the sense of Aristotle's theory, a sense very different from that in which those thinkers believe, who affirm that from the one only one can proceed. See therefore how serious this error proved among the philosophers. You should therefore see for yourself in the books of the ancients whether these philosophical theories are proved, not in the works of Avicenna and others who changed the philosophical doctrine in its treatment of metaphysics so much that it became mere guessing. Ghazali says, on behalf of the philosophers, it may be said, if the philosophical theory is properly understood, the difficulties disappear. Existence can be divided into what exists in a substratum, like accidents and forms, and what does not exist in a substratum. The latter can be divided again into what serves as a substratum for other things, e.g. bodies, and what does not exist in a substratum, e.g. substances, which subsist by themselves. These latter again are divided into those which exert an influence on bodies, and which we call souls, and those which exert an influence not on bodies, but on souls, and which we call abstract intellects. Existence which inhere in a substratum, like accidents, are temporal and have temporal causes, which terminate in a principle, in one way temporal, in another way everlasting, namely, circular movement. But we are not discussing this here. Here we are discussing only those principles which exist by themselves and do not inhere in a substratum, which are of three kinds. I, bodies, which are the lowest type. I, abstract intellects, which are not attached to bodies, either by way of action or by being impressed upon them, which are the highest type, and dirty souls, which are the intermediate agencies, attached to the bodies in a certain way, namely, through their influence and their action upon them, and which stand midway in dignity. They undergo an influence from the intellects, and exert an influence upon the bodies. Now the number of bodies is 10. There are 9 heavens, and the 10th body is the matter which fills the concavity of the sphere of the moon. The 9 heavens are animated. They possess bodies and souls, and they have an order in existence which we shall mention here. From the existence of the first principle, there emanates the first intellect, an existent, which subsists by itself, immaterial, not impressed on body, conscious of its principle, and which we philosophers call first intellect, but which, for we do not quibble about words, may be called angel, or intellect, or what you will. From its existence, there derive 3 things: an intellect, the soul, and the body of the farthest sphere, i.e. the 9th heaven. Then from the second intellect, there derive a third intellect, and the soul and the body of the sphere of the fixed stars. Then from the third intellect, there derive a fourth intellect, and the soul and the body of the sphere of Saturn. Then from the fourth intellect, there derive a fifth intellect, and the soul and the body of the sphere of Jupiter. And so on, till one arrives at the intellect from which there derive the intellect, the soul, and the body of the sphere of the moon. And this last intellect is that which is called the active intellect. Then there follows that which fills the sphere of the moon, namely, the matter which receives generation and corruption from the active intellect and from the natures of the spheres. Then, through the action of the movements of the spheres and the stars, the matters are mixed in different mixtures from which the minerals, vegetables, and animals arise. It is not necessary that from each intellect another intellect should derive endlessly, for these intellects are of a different kind, and what is valid for the one is not valid for the other. It follows from this that the intellects after the first principle are 10 in number, and that there are 9 spheres, and the sum of these noble principles after the first principle is therefore 19, and that under each of the primary intellects there are 3 things, another intellect, and a soul and body of a sphere. Therefore, there must be in each intellect a triple character, and in the first effect, a plurality can only be imagined in this way. I, it is conscious of its principle. I, it is conscious of itself. I, it is in itself possible, since the necessity of its existence derives from another. These are 3 conditions, and the most noble of these 3 effects must be related to the most noble of these conditions. Therefore, the intellect proceeds from the first effect, insofar as the first effect is conscious of its principle. The soul of the sphere proceeds from the first effect, insofar as the first effect is conscious of itself. And the body of the sphere proceeds from the first effect, insofar as by itself the first effect belongs to possible existence. We must still explain why this triple character is found in the first effect, although its principle is only one. We say that from the first principle, only one thing proceeds, namely, the essence of this intellect, through which it is conscious of itself. The effect, however, must by itself become conscious of its principle, and this kind of consciousness cannot derive from its cause. Also, the effect by itself belongs to possible existence, and I cannot receive this possibility from the first principle, but possesses it in its own essence. We do indeed regard it as possible that one effect should proceed from the one, although this effect possesses by itself, and not through its principle, certain necessary qualities, either relative or non-relative. In this way, a plurality arises, and so it becomes the principle of the existence of plurality. Thus, the composite can meet the simple, as their meeting must needs take place, and cannot take place in any other G manner. And this is the right and reasonable explanation, and it is in this way that this philosophical theory must be understood. I say, all these are inventions fabricated against the philosophers by Avicenna, Farabi, and others. But the true theory of the ancient philosophers is that there are principles, which are the celestial bodies, and that the principles of the celestial bodies, which are immaterial existence, are the movers of those celestial bodies, and that the celestial bodies move towards them in obedience to them and out of love for them, to comply with their order to move and to understand them, and that they are only created with a view to movement. For when it was found that the principles which move the celestial bodies are immaterial and incorporeal, there was no way left to them in which they might move the bodies other than by ordering them to move. And from this, the philosophers concluded that the celestial bodies are rational animals, conscious of themselves and of their principles, which move them by command. And since it was established in the De Anima that there is no difference between knowledge and the object of knowledge, except for the latter's being in matter, of necessity, the substance of immaterial beings, if there are such, had to be knowledge or intellect or whatever you wish to call it. And the philosophers knew that these principles must be immaterial, because they confer on the celestial body's everlasting movement in which there is no fatigue or weariness, and that anything which bestows such an everlasting movement must be immaterial and cannot be a material power. And indeed, the celestial body acquires its permanence only through these immaterial principles. And the philosophers understood that the existence of these immaterial principles must be connected with a first principle amongst them. If not, there could be no order in the world. You can find these theories in the books of the philosophers, and if you want to make sure of the truth in these matters, you will have to consult them. It also becomes clear from the fact that all the spheres have the daily circular movement, although besides this movement they have, as the philosophers had ascertained, their own special movements, that he who commands this movement must be the first principle, i.e. God, and that he commands the other principles to order the other movements to the other spheres. Through this heaven and earth are ruled as a state is ruled by the commands of the supreme monarch, which, however, are transmitted to all classes of the population by the men he has appointed for this purpose in the different affairs of the state. As it says in the Quran, and he inspired every heaven with its bidding. This heavenly injunction and this obedience are the prototypes of the injunction and obedience imposed on man, because he is a rational animal. What Avicenna says of the derivation of these principles from each other is a theory not known amongst the ancients, who merely state that these principles hold certain positions in relation to the first principle, and that their existence is only made real through this relation to the first principle. As is said in the Quran, "There is none amongst us but has his appointed place." It is the connection which exists between them which brings it about that some are the effect of others, and that they all depend on the first principle. By agent and object, creator and creature, insofar as it concerns this existence, nothing more can be understood than just this idea of connection. But what we said of this connection of every existent with the one is something different from what is meant by agent and object, maker and product in this sublunary world. If you imagine a ruler who has many men under his command, who again have others under their command, and if you imagine that those commanded receive their existence only through receiving this command, and through their obedience to this command, and those who are under those commanded can only exist through those commanded. Of necessity, the first ruler will be the one who bestows on all existence the characteristic through which they become existent, and that which exists through its being commanded will only exist because of the first ruler. And the philosophers understood that this is what is meant by the divine laws when they speak of creation, of calling into existence out of nothing, and of command. This is Tyre's best way to teach people to understand the philosophical doctrine witut tile ignominy attaching to it, which seems to attach when you listen to the analysis Ghazali gives of it here. Tyre philosophers assert that all this is proved in their books, and the man who, raving, fulfilled the conditions they impose, is able to study their works, will find the truth of what they say, or perhaps its opposite, and will not understand. Aristotle's theory, or Plato's in any other sense than that here indicated, and their philosophy is Tyre's highest point human intelligence can reach. It may be that, and vererit man discover, these explanations of philosophical theory will find that they happen not only to be true, but to be generally acknowledged, and teachings which are ferrarily acceptable are pleasing and delightful to all. One of the premises from which this explanation is deduced is that when one observes this sublunary world, one finds that what is called living and knowing moves on its own account in well-defined movements towards well-defined ends and well-defined acts from which new well-defined acts arise. For this reason, the theologians say that any act can only proceed from a living, knowing being. When one has found this first premise, that what moves in well-defined movements from which arise well-defined and ordered actions is living and knowing, and one joins to this a second premise, which can be verified by the senses, that the heavens move on their own account in well-defined movements, from which there follow in the existence under them well-defined acts, order, and rank, through which these existence under them receive their subsistence. One deduces from this, no doubt, a third principle, namely, that the heavenly bodies are living beings endowed with perception, that from their movements there follow well-defined acts, from which this sublunary world, its animals, vegetables, and minerals, receive their subsistence and conservation, is evident from observation. For, were it not that the sun in its ecliptic approaches the sublunary world and recedes from it, there would not be the 4 seasons, and without tile 4 seasons, there would be no plants and no animals, and the orderly origination of elements out of each other necessary for the conservation of their existence would not take place. For instance, when the sun recedes towards tile south, the air in the north becomes cold, and rains occur, and tile production of the watery element increases, whereas in tile south tile production of the airy element becomes greater. Whereas in summer, when the sun approaches our zenith, the opposite takes place. Those actions which the sun exercises everlastingly through its varying distance from the different existence, which always occupy one and the same place, are also found in the moon and all the stars which have oblique spheres, and they produce tile 4 seasons through their circular movements. And the most important of all these movements, in its necessity for Tyre existence and conservation of the creation, is Tyre highest circular movement, which produces day and night. The Venerable Book refers in several verses to the providential care for man, which arises out of God's subjection of all tile heavens to his bidding, as, for instance, in tile Quranic verse, "And the sun and the moon and the stars are subjected to his bidding." And Wilarsian man observes these acts and this guidance, which proceed necessarily and permanently from Tyre movements of tile stars, and sees how these stars move in fixed movements, and drat they have well-defined shapes, and move in well-defined directions towards well-defined actions in opposite motions. He understands that these well-defined acts can only arise from beings perceptive, living, capable of choice, and of willing. And he becomes still more convinced of this when he sees that many beings in this world, which have small, despicable, miserable, and insignificant bodies, are not wholly devoid of life, notwithstanding the smallness of their size, the feebleness of their powers, the shortness of their lives, the insignificance of their bodies. And that divine munificence has bestowed on them life and perception, through which they direct themselves and conserve their existence. And he knows with absolute certainty that the heavenly bodies are better fitted to possess life and perception than the bodies of this sublunary world, because of the size of their bodies, the magnificence of their existence, and the multitude of their lights, as it says in the divine words. Surely the creation of the heavens and the earth is greater than the creation of man, but most men know it not. But especially when he notices how they direct the living beings of this sublunary world, does he understand with absolute certainty that they are alive, for the living can only be guided by a being leading a more perfect life. And when man observes these noble, living, rational bodies, capable of choice, which surround us, and recognizes a third principle, namely, that they do not need for their own existence the providence with which they guide the sublunary world, he becomes aware that they are commanded to perform these movements and to control the animals, vegetables, and minerals of this sublunary world, and that he who commands them is not one of them, and that he is necessarily incorporeal, for if not, he would be one of them, and that all these heavenly bodies control the existence which are under them, but serve him, who for his existence is in no need of them. And were it not for this commander, they would not give their care everlastingly and continuously to this sublunary world, which they guide willingly, without any advantage to themselves, especially in this act. They move thus by way of command and obligation the heavens which repair to them, only in order to conserve this sublunary world and to uphold its existence. And the commander is God, glory be to him. And all this is the meaning of the divine words, we come willingly. And another proof of all this is that, if a man sees a great many people, distinguished and meritorious, applying themselves to definite acts without a moment's interruption, although these acts are not necessary for their own existence and they do not need them, it is absolutely evident to him that these acts have been prescribed and ordered to them, and that they have a leader who has obliged them in his everlasting service to act continually for the good of others. This leader is the highest among them in power and rank, and they are, as it were, his submissive slaves. And this is the meaning to which the venerable book refers in the words, "Thus did we show Abraham the kingdom of heaven, and the earth that he should be of those who are safe." And when man observes still another thing, namely, that all the 7 planets in their own special movements are subservient to their universal daily motion, and that their own bodies as parts of the whole are submissive to the universal body, as if they were all one in fulfilling this service, he knows again with absolute certainty that each planet has its own commanding principle, supervising it as a deputy of the first commander. Just as, in the organization of armies, where each body of troops has one commander, called a centurion, each centurion is subordinate to the one commander-in-chief of the army, so also in regard to the movements of the heavenly bodies which the ancients observed. They number somewhat more than 40, of which 7 or 8, for the ancients disagreed about this, dominate the others and themselves depend on the first commander, praise be to him. Man acquires this knowledge in this way, whether or not Lai knows how the principle of the creation of these heavenly bodies acts, or what the connection is between the existence of these commanders and the first commander. In any case, Lai does not doubt that, if these heavenly bodies existed by themselves, that is, if they were eternal and had no cause, they might refuse to serve their own commanders, or might not obey them, and the commanders might refuse to obey the first commander. But, since it is not possible for them to behave in this way, the relation between them and the first commander is determined by absolute obedience, and this means nothing more than that they possess this obedience in the essence of their being, not accidentally, as is the case in the relation between master and servant. Servitude, therefore, is not something additional to their essence, but these essences subsist through servitude, and this is the meaning of the divine words. There is none in the heavens or the earth, but comes to the merciful as a servant. And their possession is the kingdom of the heavens and the earth, which God showed to Abraham, as it is expressed in the divine words. Thus did we show Abraham the kingdom of heaven and earth, that he should be of those who are safe. Therefore you will understand that the creation of these bodies and the principle of their becoming cannot be like the coming to be of the bodies of this sublunary world, and that the human intellect is too weak to understand how this act works, although it knows that this act exists. He who tries to compare heavenly with earthly existence and believes that the agent of the divine world acts in the way in which an agent in this sublunary world works is utterly thoughtless, profoundly mistaken, and in complete error. This is the extreme limit we can reach in our understanding of the theories of the ancients about the heavenly bodies, of their proof for the existence of a creator for these bodies who is immaterial, and of their statements concerning the immaterial existence under him, one of which is the soul. But to believe in his existence as if he were the cause through which these bodies had been produced in time, in the way we see the production of the bodies of this sublunary world, as the theologians desired, this indeed is very difficult, and the premises they use for its proof do not lead them where they desire. We shall show this later, when we discuss the different proofs for the existence of God. And since this has been firmly established, we shall now go back to relate and refute in detail what Ghazali tells of the philosophers, and to show the degree of truth reached by his assertions, for this is the primary intention of this book. Ghazali says, refuting the philosophers, what you affirm are only suppositions, and in fact, you do nothing but add obscurities to obscurities. If a man were to say that he had seen such things in a dream, it would be a proof of his bad constitution. Or if one should advance such arguments in juridical controversies, in which everything under discussion is conjectural, one would say these were stupidities which could not command any assent. I say, this is very much the way the ignorant treat the learned and the vulgar the eminent, and in this way, too, the common people behave towards the products of craftsmanship. For when the artisans show the common people the products of their craftsmanship, which possess many qualities from which they draw wonderful actions, the masses scoff at them and regard them as insane, whereas in reality, they themselves are insane and ignorant in comparison with the wise. With such utterances as these, the learned and the thoughtful need not occupy themselves. What Ghazali ought to have done, since he relates these theories, is to show the motives which led to them, so that the reader might compare them with the arguments through which he wants to refute them. Ghazali says, the ways of refuting such theories are countless, but we shall bring here a certain number. The first is that we say, you claim that one of the meanings of plurality in the first effect is that it is possible in its existence, but we ask whether its being possible in its existence is identical with its being, or something different. If you say identical, then no plurality proceeds from it. But if you say that it is different, why then do you not assert that there is a plurality in the first principle? For it not only has existence, but is necessary in its existence, and existence and necessary existence are not identical. Therefore, because of this plurality in the first principle, let us allow that different entities proceed from it. If it is said, necessity of existence cannot mean anything but existence, we answer, possibility of existence cannot mean anything but existence. If, however, you say, its existence can be known without its possibility being known, and therefore they are different, we answer, in the same way the existence of the necessary existent can be known without its necessity being known, unless another proof is added. Let them therefore be different. Generally speaking, existence is a universal, which can be divided into necessary and possible. And if the one specific difference is an addition to the universal, the other specific difference is also an addition, for both cases are the same. If you say, it possesses the possibility of its existence through itself, and its existence through another, how then can what it possesses through itself, and what it possesses through another, be identical? We answer, how then can the necessity of its being be identical with its being, so that the necessity of its existence can be denied, and its existence affirmed? And to God, the One, the absolute truth, negation and affirmation cannot be applied equivocally, for one cannot say of him that he is and is not, or that his existence is at the same time necessary or not necessary. but it can be said of him that he exists, but that his existence is not necessary, as it can be said of him that he exists, but that his existence is not possible. And it is through this that his unity can be recognized. But this unity in the first cannot be upheld, if what you say is true, that possibility of existence is something different from the possible existent. I say, Ghazali affirms that when we say of a thing that it is possible in its existence, this must either mean that it is identical with its existence or different from it, i.e., something additional to its existence. If it is identical, there is no plurality, and the statement of the philosophers that there is a plurality in the possible existent has no sense. If, however, it is not identical, the philosophers will have to make the same admission about the necessary existent, i.e., that there is a plurality in it, but this is in contradiction to their own principle. This reasoning, however, is not valid, for Ghazali has overlooked a third case, namely, that necessity of being might be not something added to existence outside the soul, but a condition in the necessary existent which adds nothing to its essence. It might be said to refer to the denial of its being the effect of something else, a denial of that which is affirmed of all other entities, just as, when we say of something that it is one, nothing additional to its essence existing outside the soul is meant, as is, on the contrary, the case when we speak of a white existent, but only a negative condition, namely, indivisibility. In the same way, when we speak of the necessary existent, we mean by the necessity of his existence a negative condition, which is the consequence of his existence, namely, that his existence is necessary through himself, not through something else. And also when we speak of the existent, which is possible through itself, it is not something additional to its essence outside the soul, as is the case with the real possible, that should be understood, but merely that its essence determines that its existence can become necessary only through a cause. What is meant, therefore, is an essence which will not be by itself necessary in its existence when its cause is removed, and therefore is not a necessary existent, i.e., it is denied the quality of necessary existence. It is as if Ghazali said that the necessary existent is partially necessary through itself, partially through a cause, and that which is necessary through a cause is not necessary through itself. Nobody doubts that these specific differences are neither substantial differences which divide the essence nor additions to the essence, but that they are only negative or relative relations. Just as, when we say that a thing exists, the word exists does not indicate an entity added to its essence outside the soul, which is the case when we say of a thing that it is white. It is here that Avicenna erred, for he believed that unity is an addition to the essence, and also that existence, when we say that a thing exists, is an addition to the things. This question will be treated later. And the first to develop this theory of the existent, possible by itself and necessary through another, was Avicenna. For him, possibility was a quality in a thing, different from the thing in which the possibility is, and from this, it seems to follow that what is under the first is composed of two things, one to which possibility is attributed, the other to which necessity is attributed. But this is a mistaken theory. But he who has understood our explanation will not be concerned about the difficulty which Ghazali adduces against Avicenna. The only question he will have to ask, when he has understood the meaning of possibility of existence for the first effect, is whether this possibility brings about a compound character in the first effect or not, for if the quality is relative, it does not bring about a compound character. For not all the different dispositions which can be imagined in a thing need determine additional qualities in its essence outside the soul. Indeed, this is the case with the disposition of privations and relations, and for this reason, certain philosophers do not count the category of relation among things which exist outside the soul, i.e., the 10 categories. Ghazali, however, implies in his argument that any additional meaning must apply to an additional entity actually outside the soul. But this is a mistake, and a sophistical argument. This follows from his words. Generally speaking, existence is a universal which can be divided into necessary and possible, and if the one specific difference is an addition to the universal, the other specific difference also is an addition, for both cases are the same. But the division of existence into possible and necessary is not like the division of animal into rational and irrational, or into walking, swimming, and flying animals, for those things are additional to the genus, and provide additional species. Animality is their common concept, and they are specific differences added to it. But the possible into which Avicenna divides existence is not an entity actually outside the soul, and his theory is wrong, as we said before. For the existence which for its existence is in need of a cause can, as an entity by itself, only be understood as non-existence. That is to say, anything that exists through another thing must be non-existent by itself, unless its nature is the nature of the true possible. Therefore, the division of existence into necessary and possible existence is not a valid one, if one does not mean by possible the true possible, but we will treat of this later. The summary of what we said here is that the existent can be divided either into essential differences, or into relative conditions, or into accidents additional to its essence. Out of the division into essential differences, there must necessarily result a plurality of acts which arise out of the existent, but out of the division into relational and accidental dispositions, no such plurality of different acts results. And if it should be claimed that out of relational qualities, a plurality of acts results, well then, a plurality will proceed from the first principle of necessity, without need of the intervention of an effect, as the principle of plurality. On the other hand, if it should be claimed that out of relational qualities, no plurality of acts results, well then, out of the relational qualities of the first effect, also, there will result no plurality of acts, and this latter assumption is the better. Ghazali says, how then can what it possesses through itself and what it possesses through another be identical? But how can this same man who affirms that possibility exists only in the mind say such a thing? Why then does he not apply this doctrine here? For it is not impossible for the one essence to be positive and negative in its relations without there resulting a plurality in this essence, which, however, Ghazali denies. But if you have understood this, you will be able to solve the problem Ghazali poses in this section. If it is said, it follows from this that there is no composition, either in existence, necessary by itself, or in existence, necessary through another, we answer. As to what is necessary through another, the mind perceives in it a composition through cause and effect. If it is a body, there must be in it both a unity actually, and a plurality potentially. If it is, however, incorporeal, the mind does not perceive a plurality either in act or in potency. For this reason, the philosophers call this kind of existence simple, but they regard the cause as more simple than the effect, and they hold that the first is the most simple of them all, because it cannot be understood as having any cause or effect at all. But composition can be understood of the principles which come after the first. Therefore, according to the philosophers, the second principle is more simple than the third, and it is in this way that their theory must be understood. The meaning of cause and effect in these existence is that a potential plurality, as it were, exists in them, which shows itself in the effect, i.e., there proceeds out of it a plurality of effects, which it never contains actually in any definite moments. If the hearer has understood their theory in this way and accepted it, he will see that they are not affected by the objections of Ghazali. But one should not understand this theory in the way Ghazali does, namely, that out of the second principle, because it knows its own essence and knows its principle, and therefore possesses two forms, or a dual existence, there proceed two different things, for this is a false theory. For this would mean that this second principle is composed of more than one form, and that therefore this form is one in its substratum, many by its definition, as is the case with the soul. But the theologians keep tenaciously to this false explanation in their statements about the derivation of these principles from each other, as if they wanted to understand the divine through an analogy with perceptible acts. Indeed, when metaphysics contains such theories, it becomes more conjectural than jurisprudence. You will have seen from this that the conclusion Ghazali wants the philosophers to draw concerning the plurality in the necessary existent, because of the plurality which he considers must exist in the possible existent, has no validity. For, if possibility were understood as real possibility, it would indeed imply here a plurality. But since this is impossible, according to what we have said and shall show later, nothing similar follows concerning the necessary existent. But if possibility is understood as being a concept of the mind, it follows that neither the necessary existent nor the possible existent must be regarded as composite for this reason. The only reason why composition must be admitted here is because of the relation of cause and effect. Ghazali says, the second objection is that we say, is the knowledge the first effect has of its principle identical with its own existence and with the knowledge it has of itself? If so, there is only a plurality in the expression used to describe the essence, not in the essence itself. If not, this plurality will exist also in the first, for he knows himself and he knows others. I say, what is true is that the knowledge the first effect has of its principle is identical with its own essence, and that the first effect belongs to the domain of relation, and is therefore of a lesser rank than the first, who belongs to the domain of what exists by itself. It is true, according to the philosophers, that the first thinks only his own essence, not something relative, namely, that he is a principle, but his essence, according to the philosophers, contains all intellects, nay, all existence, in a nobler and more perfect way than they all possess in reality, as we shall explain later. Therefore, this theory does not imply the abominable consequences he ascribes to it. Ghazali says, it may be said by the philosophers that his knowing himself is identical with his essence, and that he who does not know that he is a principle for others does not know his own essence, for knowledge conforms to the thing known and refers therefore to his essence. I say, this statement is wrong, for his being a principle is something relative and cannot be identical with his essence. If he could think that he is a principle, he would be conscious of the things the principle of which he is, in the way these things really exist, and in this case, the higher would be perfected through the lower, for the thing known is the perfection of the knower according to the philosophers, as is set forth in the sciences about the human intellect. Ghazali says, but we answer, in this case, the knowledge the effect has of itself is identical with its essence, for it thinks with its substance and knows itself, and intellect and knower and thing known are all one. Therefore, if its knowing itself is identical with its essence, well then, let it think itself as the effect of a cause, for this it really is. But the intellect conforms to the thing known. Therefore all this refers solely to its essence, and so there is no plurality. If indeed there is a plurality, it must exist in the first. Therefore, let differentiation proceed from the first. I say, what he says here of the philosophers, about the exclusive existence of a plurality in the principles under the first principle, is wrong, and does not follow from their principles. There is, according to them, no plurality in these intellects, and they do not distinguish themselves by simplicity and plurality, but only by being cause and effect. And the difference between the knowledge of the first principle, as knowing itself, and the knowledge of the other principles, as knowing themselves, is that the first principle thinks itself as existing by itself, not as being related to a cause, whereas the other intellects think themselves as related to their cause, and in this way, plurality is introduced into them. They need not all have the same degree of simplicity, since they are not of the same rank in relation to the first principle, and none of them is simple in the sense in which the first principle is simple, because the first principle is regarded as an existence by itself, whereas they are in related existence. And as to Ghazali's words, therefore, if its knowing itself is identical with its essence, well then, let it think itself as the effect of a cause, for this it really is. But the intellect conforms to the thing known, and therefore all this refers solely to its essence, and so there is no plurality. If indeed there is a plurality, it must exist in the first principle. I say, it does not follow from the fact that intellect and the thing known are identical in the separate intellects that they are all similar in simplicity. For in this, according to the philosophers, some are superior to others in a greater or lesser degree. Absolute simplicity is only found in the first intellect, and the reason is that the essence of the first intellect is subsistent by itself, and the other intellects, when they think themselves, are conscious that they subsist by it. If intellect and the intelligible were in each of them of the same degree of unity as in the first principle, either the essence existing by reason of itself and the essence existing by reason of another would be congruous, or intellect would not conform to the nature of the intelligible thing, which is impossible, according to the philosophers. All these arguments and their answers, as set forth by Ghazali, are dialectical, and the only man who can. notwithstanding the deficiency of the human understanding concerning these questions, give a demonstrative argument about them, is the man who knows, to begin with, what the intellect is. And the only man who knows what the intellect is the man who knows what the soul is. And the only man who knows what the soul is the man who knows what a living being is. There is no sense in discussing these matters in a superficial way, and according to the common notions, which do not contain specific knowledge and are not properly related to the problem. To discuss these questions, before knowing what the intellect is nothing more than babbling. The Ash'arites, therefore, when they relate the philosophical doctrines, make them extremely hateful, and something very different from even the first speculation of man about what exists. Ghazali says, "Let us therefore drop the claim of its absolute unity, if this unity is annulled through plurality of this kind." I say, Ghazali means that when the philosophers assume that the first thinks its own essence and knows through this that it is the cause of others, they must conclude that it is not absolutely one. For it has not yet been proved that God must be absolutely one. This is the theory of some peripatetics, who interpreted it as the theory of Aristotle himself. Ghazali says, "If it is said that the first knows only its own essence, and the knowledge of its own essence is identical with its essence, for intelligence, thinker, and intelligible are all one, and it does not know anything but itself. This can be refuted in two ways. First, because of its worthlessness, this theory was abandoned by Avicenna and other philosophers of repute, who affirm that the first knows itself as the principle of what emanates from it, and knows all other existence in their species by a universal thought, and not individually. For they repudiate the theory that there emanates out of the first principle, which does not know what emanates from it, only one intellect, that its effect is an intellect from which there emanates an intellect, and the soul, and the body of a sphere, and that this intellect knows itself and its three effects, whereas its cause and principle knows only itself. For according to this theory, the effect is superior to the cause, since from the cause only one thing emanates, whereas from the effect three things emanate. Moreover, the first principle knows only itself, but the effect knows its principle and effects besides itself. Who can be satisfied with the idea that such words can apply to the status of God? For indeed they make him lower than any of his creatures, who know themselves and know him. And he who knows him and knows himself is of a nobler rank than he is, since he knows none but himself. Their profound thoughts about God's glory end therefore in a denial of everything that is understood by his greatness, and assimilate the state of God to that of a dead body which has no notion of what happens in the world, with the sole exception that God possesses self-knowledge. So does God deal with those who turn aside from his way and deviate from the path of his guidance, denying his words. I did not make them witnesses of the creation of the heavens and the earth, nor of the creation of themselves, who think wicked thoughts about God, who believe that the powers of man suffice to reach the essence of the divine, who, deceived in their minds, believe that the human understanding is competent to free itself from the authority of the prophets and from obedience to them. For no doubt, they are now forced to acknowledge that the quintessence of their thought is reduced to absurdities, which would make one wonder if they were told in a dream. I say, one who wants to enter deeply into these speculations must know that much of what is firmly established in the speculative sciences seems at first sight, and compared to the opinions the common man holds about them, like the visions of a dreamer, as Ghazali truly says. Many of these truths are deduced from a different kind of premises from that which satisfies the masses. Indeed, there is no other way for anyone to become convinced of their truth than that of comprehending them by logical proof and evidence. If, for example, the common man, and even he who has reached a somewhat higher degree of culture, is told that the sun, which appears to the eye as being the size of a foot, is about 170 times bigger than the earth, he will say that it is absurd and will regard him who believes it as a dreamer. And it is difficult for us to convince him through propositions which he can easily understand and acknowledge in a short time. The only way, indeed, to attain such knowledge is through deductive proof, that is, for the man who is amenable to proof. If it is the case even with geometrical questions and mathematical problems in general, that, when a solution is explained to the common man, It will appear to him fallacious and open to criticism at first sight, and to have the character of a dream. How much more this will be the case in the metaphysical sciences, since for this kind of knowledge there are no plausible premises which satisfy the superficial understanding, by which I mean the understanding of the masses. One might say that the final knowledge the understanding can reach will seem to the common man at first sight something absurd. And this happens not only in the theoretical sciences, but in the practical sciences as well. Therefore, the assumption that one of the sciences should vanish and then come into existence again, at first sight, would seem to be impossible. For this reason, many have thought that those sciences are of supernatural origin, and some attribute them to the jinn, others to the prophets, so that Ibn Hazm goes so far as to affirm that the strongest proof of the existence of prophecy is the existence of these sciences. Therefore, if a lover of truth finds a theory reprehensible and does not find plausible premises which remove its reprehensible character, he must not at once believe that the theory is false, but must inquire how he who puts it forward has arrived at it, must employ much time in learning this, and follow the systematic order corresponding to the nature of the topic. And if this is necessary in other sciences than metaphysics, how much more will this hold for metaphysics, since that science is so remote from the sciences built on common sense? Thus it should be learned that in metaphysics, rhetorical reasoning cannot be applied, as it may be applied in other questions. For dialectics is useful and permissible in the other sciences, but forbidden in this. For this reason, most students of this science seek refuge in the theory that metaphysics is wholly concerned with the qualification of the substance which the human mind cannot qualify, for if it could do so, the eternal and the transitory would be on the same level. If this is so, may God judge him who discusses these questions with common opinions and who argues about God without scientific knowledge. So it is often thought that the philosophers are extremely inefficient in this science, and for this reason, Ghazali says that metaphysics is only conjectural. But in any case, we shall try to show some plausible premises and true propositions, and we try this only because Ghazali gave such a false representation of this noble science, and denied people the possibility of attaining happiness through excellent acts. And God is the inquirer and the reckoner in order, to set out the motives which moved the philosophers to believe these theories about the first principle and other existence, the limit which the human understanding can reach in this matter, and the doubts which beset these problems. And we shall show all this also in respect to the Muslim theologians, and indicate how far their wisdom attained. We hope through this to help the lover of knowledge to find the truth, and to urge him to study the sciences of both parties, hoping also that God may assist him in all this. We say, the philosophers tried to acquire knowledge about reality through speculation alone, without relying on the words of anyone who should induce them to acquiesce in them without proof. On the contrary, sometimes through speculation, they came into contradiction with the facts as shown by the senses. They discovered that the sublunary world can be divided into two classes, the living and the inanimate, any instance of which only comes into being through something called form, which is the entity by which it comes into being after having been non-existent, through something called matter, out of which it comes into being, through something called the agent, from which it comes into being, and through something called the end, for the sake of which it comes into being. And so they established that there are four causes, and they found that the form by which a thing comes into being, i.e. the form of the thing generated, is identical with the proximate agent, from which it comes into being, either in species, like the generation of man out of man, or in genus, like the generation of the mule from a horse and a donkey. And since, according to them, the causes do not form an infinite series, they introduced a primary, permanent, efficient cause. Some of them believed that the heavenly bodies are this efficient cause, some that it is an abstract principle, connected with the heavenly bodies, some that it is the first principle, some again that it is a principle inferior to it. And these philosophers thought it sufficient to regard the heavens and the principles of the heavenly bodies as the cause for the coming into being of the elements, since according to them, they too need an efficient cause. As to the generation of living beings from each other in the sublunary world, the philosophers had, because of this faculty of life, to introduce another principle, which was the bestower of soul and of form, and of the wisdom which is manifested in this world. This is what Galen calls the formative faculty, and some regard it as an abstract principle, some as an intellect, some as a soul, some as the body of the heavens, and some as the first. Galen called this potency the demiurge, and was in doubt whether it is God or another principle. This faculty acts in the generative animals and in plants, and is needed still more in those plants and animals which have an equivocal generation. This was the point they reached in the examination of the sublunary world. When they had agreed that the heavens were the principles of the perceptible bodies, they investigated the heavens also, and agreed that the heavenly bodies are the principles of the changeable perceptible bodies and of the species in the sublunary world, either by themselves or in combination with an abstract principle. And from their investigation of the heavenly bodies, it appeared to them that these do not come into being in the way that the transitory things of the sublunary world come into being. For what comes into being, insofar as it comes into being, is seen to be a part of this perceptible world, and its coming into being is only affected insofar as it is a part of it. For what has come into being has come into being out of something, through the act of something, by means of something, in time and in space. And they discovered that the celestial bodies are, as remote efficient causes, a condition for the coming into being of perceptible things. If, however, the celestial bodies themselves had come into being in this way, they would, as a condition of their becoming, have required prior to them other bodies which would have needed to be parts of another world, and there would be in this other world bodies like these, and if these bodies had also come into being, they would have required other celestial bodies before, and so ad infinitum. And since this was established in this way and many others, they were convinced that the heavenly bodies neither come into being nor are destroyed in the way that sublunary things come into being and are destroyed. For coming into being has no other definition or description or explanation or meaning than that which we have laid down here. Then they found that the celestial bodies have also moving principles, by means of which, and by the agency of which they are moved. And when they investigated their principles, they found that the moving principles were neither bodies nor potencies in bodies. They are not bodies, because they are the first principles of the bodies encircling the world. They are not potencies in bodies, i.e., their bodies are not a condition for their existence, as is the case in this sublunary world with the composite principles in animals, because any potency in a body is, according to the philosophers, finite, since it can be divided through the division of the body, and every body which can be divided is generable and corruptible, i.e. composed of matter and form, and the existence of its matter is a condition for the existence of its form. And again, if the principles of heavenly bodies were like the principles of earthly bodies, the former would be like the latter, and would need other bodies prior to them. Thus, they were convinced of the existence of incorporeal principles, which are not potencies in a body. Moreover, they had already found, concerning the human intellect, that form has two modes of existence, a sensible existence in matter. As in the stone, there is the form of the inorganic, which exists in the matter outside the soul, and an intelligible existence, namely perception and intellect, which is separate from matter and exists in the soul. From this, they concluded that these absolutely abstract existences are pure intellects. For if what is separated from another is already intellect, how much better suited to be intellect will something be that is absolutely separate? And so, of necessity, they deduced that the objects of thought of those intellects are the forms of the existence and of the order which exists in the world, as is the case with the human intellect. For the human intellect is nothing other than the perception of the forms of the existence, insofar as they are without matter. They concluded, therefore, that existence have two modes of existence, a sensible existence and an intelligible existence, and that the relation between sensible and intelligible existence is like the relation between the products of art and the arts of the craftsman. And they believed, therefore, that the heavenly bodies are conscious of these principles, and that they can only guide what exists in the sublunary world, because they are animated. And when they compared the separate intellects with the human intellect, they found that these intellects are superior to the human intellect, although they have it in common with the human intellect that their intelligibles are the forms of existence, and that the form of each of these intellects is nothing but the forms and the order of the existence it perceives, in the way that the human intellect is nothing but the forms and the order of the existence it perceives. The difference between these two kinds of intellect is that the forms of the existence are a cause of the human intellect, since it receives its perfection through them, in the way that the existent is brought into being through its form, whereas the intelligibles of these intellects are the cause of the forms of the existence. For the order and arrangement in the existence of this sublunary world are only a consequence and result of the order which exists in these separate intellects, and the order which exists in the intellect which is in us is only a consequence of the order and arrangement which it perceives in the existence, and therefore it is very imperfect, for most of this order and arrangement it does not perceive. If this is true, there are different degrees in the forms of the sensible existence. The lowest is their existence in matters. Then their existence in the human intellect is superior to their existence in matters, and their existence in the separate intellects is still superior to their existence in the human intellect. Then again, they have in the separate intellects different degrees of superiority of existence, according to the different degrees of superiority in these intellects in themselves. And again, when they investigated the body of the heavens, they found that in reality it is one unique body, similar to one single animal, and that it has one general movement, which is like the general movement of the animal, which moves the whole body of the animal, namely, the daily movement. And they found that the other heavenly bodies and their individual movements were similar to the particular members of a single animal and its particular movements. And they believed, because of this connection between these bodies, they're referring to one body and to one end, and their collaboration in one act, namely, the world in its totality, that they depended on one principle, as happens to different arts, which aim at one product and which depend on one primary art. For this reason, they believe that these abstract principles depend on a unique abstract principle, which is the cause of all of them, that the forms and the order and arrangement in this principle are the noblest existence, which the forms, the order, and the arrangement in all reality can possess, that this order and arrangement are the cause of all the orders and arrangements in this sublunary world, and that the intellects reach their different degrees of superiority in this, according to their lesser or greater distance from this principle. The first amongst all these principles thinks only its own essence, and by thinking its essence, thinks at the same time all existence in the noblest mode of existence and in the noblest order and arrangement. The substance of everything under the first principle depends on the way in which it thinks the forms, order, and arrangement which exist in the first intellect, and their greater or lesser superiority consists only in this. They conclude, therefore, that the inferior cannot think the superior in the way the superior thinks its own essence, nor does the superior think the inferior in the way the inferior thinks its own essence. This means that no one of any pair of existence can be of the same rank as its fellow, since if this were possible, they would have become one and would not form a numerical plurality. Because of this, they say that the first thinks only its own essence, and that the next principle can think only the first, but cannot think what is under itself, because this is its effect, and if it should think its effect, the effect would become a cause. The philosophers believe that the consciousness which the first has of its own essence is the cause of all existence, and that which each of the intellects inferior to it thinks is in part the cause of those existence, the creation of which pertains especially to it, in part the cause of its own essence, i.e. the human intellect in its universality. It is in this way that the doctrine of the philosophers concerning these things, and concerning the motives which lead them to these beliefs about the world, must be understood. On examination, they will not be less convincing than the motives of the theologians of our religion, first the Mu'tazilites, and secondly the Ash'arites, which lead them to their view of the first principle. They believed, namely, that there exists an essence, neither corporeal nor in a body which is living, knowing, willing, provided with power, speaking, hearing, and seeing, while the Ash'arites, but not the Mu'tazilites, held besides that this essence is the agent of everything without intermediary, and knows them with an infinite knowledge, since the existence themselves are infinite. The Ash'arites denied the existence of causes, and professed that this living, knowing, willing, hearing, seeing, powerful, speaking essence exists in continuous existence, connected with everything and in everything. But this assumption may be thought to imply consequences open to criticism, For an essence with qualities as mentioned above must necessarily be of the genus of the soul. For the soul is an essence, incorporeal, living, knowing, provided with power, willing, hearing, seeing, speaking, and therefore these theologians assumed the principle of reality to be a universal soul, separated from matter in a way they did not understand. We shall now mention the difficulties which result from this assumption. The most obvious one concerning their theory of the qualities is that there must exist a composite, eternal essence, and therefore an eternal compound, which contradicts the Asherite theory that every compound is temporal, because it is an accident, and every accident is, according to them, a temporal product. They assumed besides that all existents are possible acts, and they did not believe that there is in them an order, a proportion, and a wisdom which the nature of these existents requires. No, they held that all things could be different from what they are, and this applies necessarily also to the intellect. Still, they believed that in the products of art, to which they compared the products of nature, there exist order and proportion, and this was called wisdom, and they called the Creator wises. The argument by which they tried to show that there is in the universe something like this principle was that they compared natural acts to acts of will, and said that every act, insofar as it is an act, proceeds from an agent endowed with will, power, choice, life, and knowledge, and that the nature of an act, insofar as it is an act, demands this. And they tried to prove the truth of this by arguing that what is not living is inorganic and dead, and, since from the dead there cannot proceed any act, there does not proceed any act from what is not alive. Thus, they denied the acts which proceed from natural things, and moreover, they refused to admit that the living beings which we see in the empirical world have acts. They said that these acts seem connected with the living in the empirical world, but their agent is only the living God in the divine world. But the logical conclusion for them would be that there is in the empirical world no life at all, for life is inferred from things in the empirical world because of their acts. And further, it would be interesting to know how they arrived at this judgment about the divine world. The manner in which they established this creator was by assuming that every temporal product must have a cause, but that this cannot go on infinitely, and that therefore of necessity the series must end in an eternal cause. And this is true enough, only it does not follow from this that this eternal principle cannot be body. They need therefore the additional proposition that a body cannot be eternal, but this proposition causes them many difficulties. For it is not sufficient for them to prove that this world is produced, since it might still be argued that its cause is an eternal body, which has none of the accidents, no circular movements, nor anything else, through which, although they themselves admitted an eternal composite being, they proved that the heavens must be produced. Now, having assumed that the liliaphically body has been produced, they supposed that this production had taken place in quite a different way from what is understood by production in the empirical world. In the empirical world, namely, things are produced from something, in time and space, and with a definite quality, not in their totality. And in the empirical world, there is no production of a body from that which is not a body. Nor did they suppose its agent to act like an agent in the empirical world, for the empirical agent changes one quality in the existent into another. It does not change absolute non-existence into existence. No, it brings the existent into a form and an intelligible quality through which this existent becomes another existent instead of this, different from it in substance, definition, name, and act, as it is expressed in the divine words. We have created man from an extract of clay, then we made him a clot in a sure depository, then we created the clot congealed blood, and we created the congealed blood a morsel, etc. It is for this reason that the ancient philosophers believed that the absolute existent neither comes into existence nor can be destroyed. Now, if one concedes to the theologians that the heavens were created in time, they are unable to prove that they are the first of created things, as is the evident meaning of what is said in the venerable book in more than one verse. For instance, in the divine words, "Do not those who misbelieve see that the heavens and the earth were both solid, etc.?" And in the words, "And his throne was upon the water," and in the words, "Then he made for heaven, and it was but smoke," etc. And as concerns this agent, according to the theologians, it creates the matter, and the form of that which becomes, if they believe that it has a matter, or it creates the thing in its totality, if they believe it to be simple in the way they believe the atom to be simple. And if this is so, this kind of agent changes either non-existence into existence, namely, when there is generation, that is when the atom, which according to them is the element of the bodies, comes into being, or existence into non-existence, namely, when there is destruction, that is, when the atom is destroyed. But it is clear that an opposite cannot be changed into its opposite, and that non-existence itself cannot become existence nor warmth itself cold. It is the privation which becomes existent. It is the warm thing which becomes cold, and the cold thing which becomes warm. And for this reason, the Mu'tazilites say that privation is an entity, although they deprive this entity of the attribute of existence before the becoming of the world. And their arguments by which they believe it can be proved that a thing does not come into being from another thing are incorrect. The most plausible of them is their affirmation that if a thing came into being from another thing, this would imply an infinite regress. The answer is that this is only impossible for production in a straight line, which indeed needs an infinite existence in act. But as to circular production, it is not impossible that, for instance, fire should come from air and air from fire ad infinitum, while the substratum is eternal. They support their theory of the temporal production of the universe by saying that that which cannot be devoid of things produced must itself be produced, and the universe, being the substratum of the things that are produced, must therefore be produced. The greatest mistake in this argument, when its premise is conceded, is that it is a false generalization, for that which cannot be devoid of things produced in the empirical world is a thing produced out of something else, not out of nothing, whereas they assume that the universe is produced out of nothing. Further, this substratum, which the philosophers call primary matter, cannot be devoid of corporeality according to the philosophers, and, according to the philosophers, absolute corporeality is not produced. Besides, the premise which affirms that what cannot be devoid of things produced is only true when the things produced of which it cannot be devoid are individual things. But if the things produced are one generically, they have no initial term. And from whence then should it follow that their substratum must be produced? And since among the theologians the Asherites understood this, they added to this proposition another, namely, that it is not possible that infinite generated things, i.e. without initial and final term, should exist, a proposition which the philosophers regard as necessary. Such difficulties follow from the assumption of the theologians, and they are much more numerous than those which can be held against the philosophers. And again, their assumption that the identical agent, which is the first principle, is an agent for everything in the world without an intermediary, contradicts the evidence of the senses that things act upon other things. Their most convincing argument on this point is that, if the agent were an effect, this would lead to an infinite regress. But this would only follow if the agent were agent only, insofar as it is effect, and if what is moved were the mover, insofar as it is moved. But this is not the case. On the contrary, the agent is only agent, insofar as it is an actual existent, for the non-existent does not produce any effect. What follows from this is not that there are no acting effects, as the theologians thought, but that the acting effects end in an agent which itself is not an effect at all. Further, the impossibility, which is the consequence of their deduction, is still greater than the impossibility which follows from the premises from which they draw this conclusion. For if the principle of the existence is an essence endowed with life, knowledge, power, and will, and if these qualities are additional to its essence, and this essence is incorporeal, then the only difference between the soul and this existent is that the soul is in a body, and this existent is a soul which is not in a body. But that which has such a quality is necessarily composed of an essence and attributes, and each compound requires of necessity a cause for its being a compound, since a thing can neither be compounded by itself nor produced by itself. For producing, which is an act of the producer, is nothing but the putting together of the product. And, in general, just as for each effect there must be an agent, so for each compound there must be an agent which puts it together, for the putting together is a condition of the existence of the compounds, and nothing can be a cause of the condition of its own existence, because this would imply that a thing should be its own cause. Therefore, the Mu'tazilites assumed that these attributes in the first principle refer to its essence and are nothing additional to it, in the way in which this happens with many essential qualities in many existence, like a thing's being existent and one and eternal and so on. This comes nearer to the truth than the theory of the Ash'arites, and the philosophers' theory of the first principle approaches that of the Mu'tazilites. We have now mentioned the motives which led these two parties to their theories about the first principle, and the conclusions which their adversaries can draw from them and hold against them. As concerns the objections against the philosophers, Ghazali has related them in full. We have answered some of them already, and we will answer some of them later. The difficulties which beset the theologians we have shown in this discussion in detail. We shall now return to distinguish the degree of conviction and plausibility reached by the different statements which Ghazali makes in this book, as we propose to do, and we were only compelled to mention the plausible propositions which led the philosophers to their theories about the principles of the universe, because they answer the objections which their adversaries, the theologians, adduce against them. On the other hand, we mentioned the difficulties which beset the theologians, because it is only right that their arguments on this problem should be known and their views represented, since they are free to use them as they wish. It is right, as Aristotle says, that a man should adduce the arguments of his adversaries as he brings forward his own. That is, he should exert himself to find the arguments of his opponents in the same way as he exerts himself to find the arguments of his own school of thought, and he should accept the same kind of arguments from them as he accepts when he has found the arguments himself. We say, the objection that the first principle, if it can think only its own essence, must be ignorant of everything it has created, would be only a valid inference if the way it thinks its essence were to exclude all existence absolutely. But the philosophers mean only that the manner in which it thinks its own essence includes the existence in their noblest mode of existence, and that it is the intellect which is the cause of the existence, and that it is not an intellect because it thinks the existence, insofar as they are the cause of its thinking, as is the case with our intellect. The meaning of their words, that it does not think the existence which are under it, is that it does not think them in the way we think them, but that it thinks them in a way no other thinking existent can think them. For if another existent could think them in the way it thinks them, it would participate in the knowledge of God, and God is far too exalted for this. This is a quality which is peculiar to God, and for this reason, certain theologians concluded that God, besides the 7 qualities which they attribute to him, has yet another which is peculiar to him. Therefore his knowledge can be described neither as universal nor as individual, for both the universal and the individual are effects of existence, and the knowledge of both universal and individual is transitory. We shall explain this still better when we discuss the question whether God knows individuals or does not know them, as the philosophers mostly assert when they pose this problem, and we shall explain that the whole problem is absurd in relation to God's. This problem as a whole is based on 2 necessary points. First, if God thought existence in such a way that they should be the cause of his knowledge, his intellect would necessarily be transitory, and the superior would be brought into being through the inferior. Secondly, if his essence did not contain the intelligibles of all things and their order, there would exist a supreme intellect which would not perceive the forms of existence in their order and proportion. And since these 2 cases are absurd, it follows that when this principle thinks its own essence, these existents exist in it in a nobler mode than that in which they exist by themselves, and that one and the same existent can have different degrees of existence can be shown from what occurs with color. For we find that color has different degrees of existence, some higher than others. The lowest degree is its existence in matter. A higher degree is its existence in sight, for it exists in such a way that the color becomes conscious of itself, whereas existence in matter is an inorganic existence without consciousness. Further, it has been proved in the science of psychology that color has also an existence in the imaginative faculty, and this is a superior existence to its existence in the faculty of sight. It has equally been shown that it has an existence in the remembering faculty superior to that in the imaginative faculty, and finally, it has in the intellect an existence superior to all these existences. Now, in the same way, we are convinced that it has, in the essence of the first knowledge, an existence superior to all its other existences, and that this is the highest degree of existence possible. As for what Ghazali mentions concerning the philosophical theory of the order in the emanation of these separate principles, and of the number of entities which emanate out of each of them, there is no proof that this really takes place, and that this happens exactly in this way. And the form in which Ghazali relates it is therefore not to be found in the works of the ancient philosophers. But these philosophers all agree on the theory that the principles, both separate and non-separate, all emanate from the first principle, and that through the emanation of this unique power, the world in its totality becomes a unity, and that through this power, all its parts are connected, so that the universe aims at one act, as happens with the one body of an animal, which, however, has different potencies, members, and acts. And indeed, the world is according to the learned one, and the same existent only because of this one power which emanates from the first principle. And they agree about all this, because according to them, the heavens are like a single animal, and the daily movement which is common to all the heavens is like the animal's general movement in space, and the particular movements which the different parts of heaven have are like the particular movements of the members of the animal. And the philosophers had already proved that there is one power in the animal through which it becomes one, and through which all the potencies which it possesses tend towards one act, that is, towards the preservation of the animal. And all these potencies are connected with the potency which emanates from the first principle. And if this were not the case, its parts would disconnect themselves, and it would not persist for the twinkling of an eye. If, however, it is necessary that for a single animal there should be a single spiritual potency, permeating all its parts, through which the plurality of potencies and bodies in it becomes unified, so that it can be said of its bodies and potencies that they are one, and if further, the relations of individual beings to the universe in its totality are like the relation of the parts of an animal to the animal itself, it needs must be the case that all the potencies in the particular parts of this unique animal and in the psychological and intellectual motive powers of these parts should be such that there is in them one single spiritual force which connects all the spiritual and bodily potencies, and which permeates the universe in one and the same penetration. If this were not the case, no order and no proportion would exist. And in this way, it is true that God is the creator, supporter, and preserver of everything. And to this, the divine words apply. Verily, God supports the heavens and the earth, lest they should decline. See, and it in no way follows from the fact that this one potency permeates many things that there should be a plurality in it, as those thought who said that from the first principle there can in the first place emanate only one from which plurality can then emanate. For this statement can only be regarded as valid if the immaterial agent is compared to the material agent. Therefore, the term agent can only be applied equivocally to both the immaterial agent and the material. And this will explain to you the possibility of the procession of plurality from the monad. Again, the existence of all other separate principles consists only in the forms in which they conceive the first principle, and it is not impossible that this should be one identical thing, notwithstanding the difference of the forms in which they conceive it, in the same way as it is not impossible that a plurality should be conceived through one and the same form. And we find indeed that all the heavenly bodies in their daily movement, and the sphere of the fixed stars, conceive one identical form, and that they all, moving in this daily movement, are moved by one and the same mover, who is the mover of the sphere of the fixed stars. And we find, too, that they have also different particular movements. Therefore it needs must be that their movements proceed partly from different movers, partly namely through the connection of their movements with the first sphere, from one unique mover. And just as the removal of an organ, or a potency vital to the whole animal, would invalidate all the organs and potencies of this animal, so the same applies to heaven with respect to its parts and its moving potencies, and in general with respect to the principles of the world and their parts in relation to the first principle and in their mutual relations. According to the philosophers, the world is closely similar to a single state. A state is upheld through one ruler and many deputies subordinate to him. All the deputies in the state are connected with the first ruler, because the authority of each of them is based on him alone, with respect to the ends and the order of the acts which lead to these ends, for the sake of which these deputies exist. And so is the relation of the first ruler in the world to his deputies. And it is evident to the philosophers that he who bestows on the immaterial existence their end is identical with him who bestows on them their existence. And therefore it is clear that the first principle is the principle of all these principles, and that he is an agent, a form, and an ends. And as to his relation to the sensible existence, he is, since he bestows on them the unity which causes their plurality and the unification of their plurality, the cause of all of them, being their agent, form, and end, and all the existents seek their end by their movement towards him. And this movement by which they seek their end is the movement for the sake of which they are created. And insofar as this concerns all existence, this movement exists by nature, and insofar as this concerns man, it is voluntary. And therefore man is of all beings the one charged with duty and obligation. And this is the meaning of the divine words. Verily, we offered the trust to the heavens and the earth and the mountains, but they refused to bear it and shrank from it. But man bore it. Verily, he is ever unjust and ignorant. And the philosophers only assert that, although all these ruling principles proceed from the first principle, it is only some of them that do so directly, whereas others, ascending gradually from the lower world to the higher, proceed mediately. For they discovered that certain parts of heaven exist for the sake of the movements of other parts, and they related them in each instance to a first principle, till they finally arrived at the absolutely first principle. And so it was evident to them that there was one unique order and one unique act in which they all participate. But to ascertain the order, which he who contemplates reality and aspires to the knowledge of the first principle perceives, is difficult, and what human understanding can grasp of it is only its general principle. What led the philosophers to believe in a gradation of these principles, in conformity with the spatial order of their spheres, is that they saw that the highest sphere seems in its action superior to what is under it, and that all the other spheres follow its movement. And therefore they believed that what was said about their order was based on their spatial order. But one might perhaps object that the order in the spheres is perhaps only based on their activity, not on their spatial order. For since it seemed that the activities and movements of the planets exist because of the movement of the sun, perhaps their movers in setting them in motion follow the sun, and the movement of the sun derives perhaps directly from the first. For this reason, there are in this question no indubitable assertions, but only assertions more or less plausible and likely to be true. And since this is established, let us now return to our subject. Ghazali says, the second answer is, people say of the first principle that it knows only itself, because they want to avoid the implication of plurality in it. For the statement that it knows another would imply a duality, its knowing itself and its knowing another. However, the same applies to the first effect. It must necessarily know only itself. If it knew another, and not itself alone, there would have to be a different cause for its knowing another than that for its knowing itself. But there is no other cause than that for its knowing itself, namely the first principle. So it can only know itself, and the plurality which arose in this way disappears. If it is said that it follows from its existence and from its knowing itself that it must know its principle, we answer, does this necessity arise from a cause or without a cause? If the former is the case, there is no other cause than the one first cause from which only one effect can proceed, and indeed has proceeded, namely this first effect itself. How, therefore, could this second effect proceed from it? In the latter case, then, let the existence of the first principle imply a plurality of existence without a cause, and let the plurality follow from them. But if such a thing cannot be imagined, because the necessary existent can be only one, and anything added to it must be a possible, and the possible needs a cause, then the following conclusion must be drawn concerning the effect. If it is an existent necessary by itself, then what the philosophers say is untrue, that there is only one necessary existent. If it is a possible, then it needs a cause, but it has no cause, and therefore it cannot know the existence of its cause. There is no special necessity for the first effect to have a possible existence. This is necessary for any effect. However, that the effect should know its cause is not necessary for its existence. just as the knowledge of its effect is not necessary for the existence of the cause. Still, it seems more plausible that the cause should know its effect than that the effect should know its cause. Therefore, the plurality which would arise from its knowing its principle is impossible. There is no principle for this knowledge, and it is not a necessary consequence of an effect that it should know its principle, and out of this there is no issue. I say, this is a proof of one who affirms that the first principle must, besides knowing itself, know its effect. For if not, its knowing itself would be imperfect. The meaning of Ghazali's objection is that the knowledge the effect has of its principle must either be based on a cause or be without a cause. In the former case, there must be a cause in the first principle, but there is none. In the latter case, a plurality must follow from the first principle, even if it does not know it. If, however, a plurality follows from it, it cannot be a necessary existent, for there can be only one necessary existent, and that from which there proceeds more than one is only a possible existent. But the possible existent needs a cause, and therefore their assertion that the first principle is a necessary existent is false, even if it does not know its effect. He says also that if it is not a necessity of its existence that the effect should have knowledge of its cause, it even seems more fitting that it is not a necessity of its existence that the cause should know its effect. My answer to this is that all this is sophistical. If we assume that the cause is an intellect and knows its effect, it does not follow that this is an addition to the essence of the cause. On the contrary, it belongs to the essence itself, since the emergence of the effect is the consequence of its essences. And it is not true that if the effect proceeds from the first principle, not because of a cause, but because of the essence of this principle, a plurality proceeds from it. For according to the thesis of the philosophers, the emergence of the effect depends on the essence of the first principle. If its essence is one, one proceeds from it. If many, many proceed from it. What he assumes in this discussion, namely, that every effect is a possible existent, is only true for the composite effect, for there cannot be a compound that is eternal, and everything that is of a possible existence is generated, according to the philosophers, as Aristotle has shown in different passages of his works. And we shall prove this more fully later in our discussion of the necessary being. What Avicenna calls the possible existent has only its name in common with what is in reality the possible existent. It is, therefore, by no means clear that it needs an agent in the way it is clear that the possible existent needs an agent. Ghazali says, the third objection is the self-knowledge of the first effect identical with its essence or not? If the former, this is impossible, for knower and known cannot be identical. If the latter, let the same apply to the first principle, so that plurality will follow from the first principle. And if the self-knowledge of the effect is not identical with the essence of the effect, there will not only be a triplicity in the effect, as they affirm, but a quadruplicity, to wit, its essence, its knowledge of itself, its knowledge of its principle, and its being a possible existent by itself. And to this, it should perhaps be added that it is an existent necessary through another, and then it would be fivefold. From this you can see and measure the depth of their ignorance. I say, in this discussion of the intellects, there are 2 points. First, the question about what these intellects know or do not know. This question was fully treated by the ancients. Secondly, the question of what proceeds from these intellects. What Ghazali mentions here as the theory of the philosophers is in fact the individual opinion of Avicenna on this latter problem. Ghazali exerts himself especially to refute him and his followers in order to create the impression that he has refuted them all. And this is acting like one who is, as he puts it, in the depths of ignorance. But this theory is not found in the works of any of the ancients, and there is no proof of it except the supposition that from the one there can proceed only one. But this proposition does not apply in the same way to the agents which are forms in matter as to the agents which are forms separate from matter, and according to the philosophers, an intellect which is an effect must necessarily know its principle. And there are here not 2 entities, i.e. the intellect and something additional to its essence, for if so, it would be a compound, and the intellect, which is simple, cannot be composite. And the difference in the separate forms between cause and effect is that the first cause exists by itself, and the second cause exists through its relation with the first cause, for the fact of its being an effect lies in its substance and is not an additional entity, in contrast with material effects. E.g., colour is an entity which exists by itself in a body, but it is the cause of sight insofar as it is related, and sight has no existence except in this relation. And in the same way, substances which are separate from matter are substances which are of the nature of relation. For this reason, the cause and the effect are unified in the forms separated from matter, and in the same way, sensible forms are of the nature of relation, as has been proved in the book on psychology. Ghazali says, "The fourth objection is that it can be said, triplicity is not sufficient in the first effect, for the body of heaven which, according to the philosophers, proceeds from one entity out of the essence of its principle is composite, and this in three ways. The first way is that it is composed of form and matter, as is body generally, according to the philosophers, and both must have a principle, since matter differs from form, and they are, according to the philosophers, interdependent causes, so that the one cannot come into being by means of the other, without the intervention of another cause." I say, what he says here is that according to the philosophers, the body of the heavens is composed of matter, form, and soul, and that therefore there must be in the second intellects from which the body of the heavens proceeds, four entities, namely, one from which the form proceeds, one from which the hyle proceeds. As both are interdependent, for matter is in one way a cause of form and form in one way a cause of matter, one from which the soul proceeds, and one from which the mover of the second sphere proceeds. But the view that the body of the heavens is composed of form and matter, like other bodies, is falsely ascribed by Avicenna to the Peripatetics. On the contrary, according to them, the body of the heavens is a simple body. If it were composite, it would, according to them, suffer corruption, and therefore they say that it neither comes into being nor perishes, and does not possess the potency for contraries. If it were as Avicenna says, it would be composite like a living being, and if this were true, quadruplicity would be a necessary consequence for the man who asserted that from the one only one can proceed. And we have already stated that the way these forms are causes for each other, for the heavenly bodies, and for the sublunary world, and the way the first cause is a cause for all of them, is quite different from all this. Ghazali says, the second way is that the highest sphere has a definite measure of size, and its determination by this special measure taken from among all other measures is an addition to the existence of its essence, since its essence might be smaller or bigger than it is. Therefore, it must have a determinant for this measure, added to the simple entity which causes its existence. The same necessity does not exist for the existence of the intellect, which is pure existence, and not specified by any measure taken from among other measures, and therefore may be said to need only a simple cause. I say, the meaning of this statement is that when the philosophers say that the body of the sphere proceeds as a third entity, which by itself is not simple, for it is a body possessing quantity, there are here in reality two entities, the one which provides the substantial corporeality, the other the definite quantity. Therefore there must be in the intellect from which the body of the sphere proceeds more than one entity, and therefore the second cause is not triple, but quadruple. But this is a false assumption, for the philosophers do not believe that body in its entirety proceeds from the separate principles. If anything proceeds from them, according to the philosophers, it is only the substantial form, and according to them, the measures of the bodily parts follow from the forms. This, however, refers only to the forms in matter, but the heavenly bodies, since they are simple, are not susceptible of measure. Therefore, to assume that form and matter proceed from an abstract principle is by no means in conformity with philosophical principles, and is quite absurd. In reality, the agent in transitory things, according to the philosophers, produces neither the form nor the matter. It only makes a compound out of matter and form. If the agent produced the form in matter, it would produce the form in something, not from something. This is not philosophical theory, and there is no sense in refuting it, as if it were. Ghazali says, on behalf of the philosophers, it might be said, if the sphere were bigger than it is, this greater size would be superfluous for the order of the universe. If smaller, it would not suffice for the intended order. I say, he means by this statement that the philosophers do not believe that, for example, the body of the sphere could be bigger or smaller than it is, for in either case, the order intended in the universe would not be realized, and the sphere would not set the world in motion according to its natural power, but either too strongly or too weakly, both of which would involve the corruption of the world. A greater size of the world would not be a superfluity, as Ghazali says. No, out of both bigness and smallness, the corruption of the world would result. Ghazali says, to refute the philosophers, we answer, does the determination of the manner of this order suffice in itself for the existence of what possesses this order, or does it need a cause to effect it? If you believe it suffices, then you regard it as superfluous to assume causes at all, and you may well judge that from the order of these existence, the existence themselves result without any additional cause. If, however, you believe it does not suffice, but a cause is necessary, this new cause will not suffice either for the specification of these measures, but will itself need a cause for its specifying. I say, the summary of this is that he makes the objection against them that in the body there are many things which cannot proceed from one agent, unless they admit that many acts can proceed out of one agent, or unless they believe that many accidents of the body result from the form of the body, and that the form of the body results from the agent. For, according to such an opinion, the accidents resulting from the body, which comes into being through the agent, do not proceed from the agent directly, but through the mediation of the form. This is a conception permissible to the doctrines of the philosophers, but not to those of the theologians. However, I believe that the Mu'tazilites think, as the philosophers do, that there are things which do not directly proceed from the agent. We have already explained how the monad is the cause of the order, and of the existence of all things which support this order, and there is no sense in repeating ourselves. Ghazali says, the third way is that in the highest heavens there are marked out 2 points, the poles, which are immovable and do not leave their position, whereas the parts of the equator change their position. Now either all the parts of the highest sphere are similar, and then there will not be a special determination of 2 points amongst all the points to be poles, or the parts of the sphere are different, and some have a special character, which others have not. What, then, is the principle of these differences? For the body of the heavens proceeds from only one and the same simple entity, and the simple can cause only that which is simple of shape, namely the sphere, and that which is homogeneous, that is, has no special distinguishable character. And out of this, there is no issue. I say, simple has 2 meanings. First, simplicity can be attributed to that which is not composed of many parts, although it is composed of form and matter, and in this way, the 4 elements are called simple. Secondly, it can be attributed to that which is not composed of form and matter capable of changing its form, namely to the heavenly bodies. Further, simplicity can be attributed to the agglomerate, which has the same definition for its whole and its part, even when it is composed of the 4 elements. The simple character, which is attributed to the heavenly bodies, can very well possess parts which are differentiated by nature, as are the right and left sides of the sphere and the poles. For the globe, insofar as it is a globe, must have definite poles and a definite center through which globes differ individually, and it does not follow from the fact that the globe has definite sides that it is not simple, for it is simple insofar as it is not composed of form and matter in which there is potency, and it is non-homogeneous insofar as the part which receives the place of the poles cannot be any part of the globe, but is a part determined by nature in each globe individually. If this were not so, globes could not have centers by nature through which they were differentiated. Thus, they are heterogeneous in this special meaning of the word heterogeneous. But this does not imply that they are composed of bodies different by nature, nor that their agent is composed of many potencies, for every globe is one. Nor do the philosophers regard it as true that every point of whatever globe can be a center, and that only the agent specifies the points, for this is only true in artificial things, not in natural globes, and from the assumption that every point of the globe can be a center, and that it is the agent which specifies the points. It does not follow that the agent is a manifold, unless one assumes that there is in the empirical world nothing that can proceed from a single agent. For in the empirical world, things are composed of the 10 categories, and therefore anything whatever in the world would need 10 agents. But all this, to which the view in question leads, which is very much like babbling in metaphysics, is stupid and senseless talk. The artificial product in the empirical world is produced indeed by only one agent, even if it possesses the 10 categories. How untrue is this proposition that the one can produce only one, if it is understood in the way Avicenna and Farabi understand it, and Ghazali himself in his Niche for Lights, where he accepts their theory of the first principle. Ghazali says, one might say, perhaps there are in the principle different kinds of plurality, which do not result from its being a principle. Only 3 or 4 are manifest to us, and the rest we do not perceive. But our incapacity for observation does not shake our belief that the principle of plurality is plurality, and that from the one no manifold can proceed. I say, if the philosophers made such a statement, they would have to believe that there is in the first effect an infinite plurality, and one would necessarily have to ask them whence plurality comes in the first effect. And since they say that from the one no manifold proceeds, they would have to concede that the manifold cannot proceed from the one. But their statement that from the one only one proceeds contradicts their statement that what proceeds from the first monad possesses plurality, for from the one must proceed. Of course, they can say that each term in the plurality of the first effect is a first term, but then there must be a plurality of first terms. It is most astonishing how this could remain hidden from Farabi and Avicenna, for they were the first who made these silly statements, and many followed them and attributed these theories to the philosophers. For when Farabi, Avicenna, and their school say that the plurality in the second principle arises through its self-knowledge and its knowing another, it follows for them that its essence has 2 natures, or 2 forms, and it would be interesting to know which form proceeds from the first principle and which does not. And there is a similar difficulty in their statement that the second principle is possible by itself, but necessary by another, for its possible nature must necessarily be different from its necessary nature, which it acquires from the necessary being. But the possible nature cannot become necessary unless the nature of the possible can become necessary. Therefore, there is in necessary natures no possibility at all, be it a possibility necessary by itself or a possibility necessary by another. All these are senseless statements and assertions, weaker than those of the theologians, extraneous to philosophy, and not congruous with its principles. And none of these affirmations reaches the level of rhetorical persuasion, to say nothing of dialectic persuasion. And therefore what Ghazali says in different passages of his books is true, that the metaphysics of Farabi and Avicenna are conjectural. Ghazali says, we answer, if you regard this as possible, say then that all existing things in their multiplicity, and indeed their number reaches thousands, derive from the first effect, and one need not limit this to the body of the extreme sphere and its soul, but all souls, heavenly and human, and all earthly and heavenly bodies can proceed from it, with the many diversities belonging to them, which nobody has ever seen. But then the first effect will suffice. I say, this conclusion is true, especially when they imagine that the first act proceeding from the first principle is the unity through which the first effect becomes a unique existent, notwithstanding the plurality in it. And indeed, if they allow an undetermined plurality in the first effect, it must be less or more than the number of existents, or equal to it. If less, they must introduce a third principle, unless there is a thing without cause. If equal or more, the plurality assumed in it will be superfluous. Ghazali says, and then it follows that the first cause by itself will suffice too. For if one regards it as possible that a plurality should arise inevitably, although without a cause, and although there is no necessity for it in the existence of the first effect, this will be permissible also with reference to the first cause, and the existence of all things will be without a cause, although it is said that they follow inevitably, and their number is not known. And if their existence without a cause can be imagined with reference to the first cause, it can also be imagined with reference to the second cause. Indeed, there is no sense in speaking of a reference to the first or to the second cause, since there is no distinction between them in time and place, and neither the first nor the second cause can be characterized by its relation to things which do not differ from them in time and place, and can exist without a cause. I say, he says that if a plurality in the first effect is permissible without a cause, because out of the first cause there does not follow a plurality, One may also suppose a plurality within the first cause, and there is no need to assume a second cause and a first effect. And if the existence of something without cause within the first cause is impossible, then it is also impossible within the second cause. Indeed, our expression second cause has no sense, since in fact they are one and the same thing, and the one is not different from the other either in time or in space. And if it is permissible that something should exist without a cause, neither the first cause nor the second can be specially distinguished by this. It suffices that it refers to one of them, and therefore it is not necessary to refer it to the second cause. Ghazali says by way of an answer in the name of the philosophers, it might be said, the entities have become so many that they exceed thousands, but it seems absurd that a plurality of that extent exists in the first effect, and for this reason we have multiplied the intermediates. Then he says in refutation of this, we answer, however, to say it seems absurd is pure conjecture, and such a judgment should not be applied to intelligibles. But if one says that it is impossible, we ask, why is it impossible? What will refute it? And where is the criterion? For once we exceed the one, and believe that one, two, or three entities can arise in the first effect without a cause, what makes it impossible that there should be 4, 5, indeed, 1,000 and many thousands? And who could fix the limit? No, if unity is once exceeded, nothing can be rejected. This proof again is decisive. I say, if, however, Avicenna and these other philosophers had answered that the first effect possesses plurality, and that necessarily any plurality becomes one through a unity which requires that plurality should depend on unity, and that this unity through which plurality becomes one is a simple entity which proceeds from an individual simple monad, then they would have saved themselves from these objections of Ghazali and disengaged themselves from these false theories. But since Ghazali secured his point by ascribing a false assumption to the philosophers and did not find anyone to give him a correct answer, he made merry and multiplied the impossibilities which can be deduced from their theory. For anyone who lets his horse canter in an empty space can make merry. But if he had known that he did not thereby refute the philosophers, he would not have been so delighted about it. The fundamental mistake of Avicenna and Farabi was that they made the statement that from the one only one can proceed, and then assumed a plurality in the one which proceeds. Therefore, they were forced to regard this plurality as uncaused, and their assumption that this plurality was a definite plurality, which demanded the introduction of a third and fourth principle, was a supposition not enforced by any proof. And generally, this assumption is not a legitimate assumption for a first and second principle, for they might be asked, why has only the second principle and not the first this special character of possessing a plurality? All this is foolish and senseless talk. The fact is that Avicenna and Farabi did not know how the monad was a cause in the system of Aristotle and the Peripatetics. Aristotle, in the 12th book of his Metaphysics, expresses pride in his solution, and says that none of his predecessors could say anything about this problem. In the sense in which we have expounded the Aristotelian doctrine, this statement that out of the one only one can proceed is true, and the statement that out of the one a plurality proceeds is equally true. Ghazali says, further, we affirm that the statement that out of the one only one can proceed is false in respect of the second effect, for out of it there emanates the sphere of the fixed stars, in which there are 1,020-odd stars, different in magnitude, shape, position, colour, and influence, be it of ill omen or auspicious, some in the shape of a ram, a bull, or a lion, others in the shape of a man. They influence one and the same place of the sublunary world differently, in conferment of cold and warmth, fortune and misfortune, and their own measures are variable. On account of their differences, it cannot be said that they are all of one kind, for if this could be said, it might also be said that all the bodies of the world were of one and the same kind of corporeal nature, and that one cause sufficed for them all. But just as the differences in qualities, substances, and natures of the bodies of the sublunary world show that they themselves are different, in the same way the stars, no doubt, are shown to differ, and each of them will need a cause for its form, a cause for its matter, a cause for the special function in its nature, to bring warmth or cold or happiness or calamity, a cause for its being in the definite place it occupies, then again a cause for its special tendency to group itself with others in the shapes of different animals. And if this plurality can be imagined to be known in the second intellect, it can also be imagined in the first intellect, and then this first intellect will suffice. I say, he had already exhausted this difficulty, which is of a type he uses abundantly in this book. And if the answer we have given in defense of the philosophers is valid, none of these impossibilities need follow. But if by this expression one understands that, from the simple numerically one, only one simple one, not something numerically one in one way, but plural in another, can proceed, and that its unity is the cause of the existence of plurality, then one can never escape from these doubts. And again, things only become many, according to the philosophers, through substantial differences, and differences through accidents, be they quantitative, qualitative, or in whichsoever of the 9 categories of the accident, do not cause, according to them, differentiations in the substance. And the heavenly bodies, as we said, are not composed of matter and form, and are not specifically different, since they have, according to the philosophers, no common genus, for if so, they would be composite, not simple. But we have treated of this already, and there is no sense in repeating ourselves. Ghazali says, the 5th objection is to say, if we concede these inept assumptions and these erroneous judgments, how is it then that they are not ashamed to say that from the fact that the first effect is of a possible existence, there results the existence of the highest sphere, and that from its knowledge of itself, there follows the existence of the soul of the sphere, and from its knowledge of the first principle, there follows the existence of an intellect? What is the difference between this and the statement that the existence of an unknown man is necessary, and that he is of a possible existence and knows himself and his creator, and then that from the fact that he is of a possible existence, there follows the existence of a sphere? But it will be objected, what is the relation between his having a possible existence and the existence of a sphere following from him? And the same holds for the fact that from his knowing himself and his creator, there follow 2 other entities. But it would be ridiculous to say such a thing about a man or any other existent whatever, for the possibility of existence is a concept which does not change through the changing of the possible object, be it a man or an angel or a sphere. I do not know how any madman could content himself with any of these assertions, let alone the learned who split hairs in their discussions about intelligibles. I say, these are all theories of Avicenna and his followers, which are not true and are not built on the foundations of the philosophers. Still, they are not so inept as this man says they are, nor does he represent them in a true light. For the man whom he supposed to be of a possible existence through himself, and necessary through another, knowing himself and his agent, is only a true representation of the second cause, when it is assumed in addition that through his essence and through his knowledge, he is the agent of the existence, in the way this is assumed by Avicenna and his school of the second principle, and in the way all philosophers must admit it of the first principle, God, glory be to him. If this is admitted, it follows that from this man 2 things proceed. One insofar as he knows himself, the other insofar as he knows his creator, for he is supposed to act only because of his knowledge, and it is not absurd if he is supposed to act because of his essence. To say that what proceeds from him, insofar as lie has a possible existence, is different from what proceeds from him, insofar as he has a necessary existence, since both these attributes exist in his nature. This theory, therefore, is not so ignominious as this man tries to represent it to be through this comparison, in order to cast odium on the theories of the philosophers and to make them despicable in the eyes of students. There is no difference between Ghazali's comparison and a person who said, if you assume a being living through life, willing through will, knowing through knowledge, hearing, seeing, and speaking through audition, sight, and speech, and the whole world proceeds from him. It is possible that from man, living, knowing, hearing, seeing, speaking, the whole world proceeds. For if these attributes by themselves determine the existence of the world, it cannot make any difference in the effect through whichever being possessing these attributes they produce it. If this man Ghazali sought to speak the truth in this and erred, he might be forgiven. If, however, he understood how to deceive in these things and tried that, and if there were no necessity for him to do so, there is no excuse for him. And if he only wanted to show that he possessed no proof by which he could provide an answer to the question whence plurality proceeds, as might be inferred from what he says below, he speaks the truth. For Ghazali had not reached the degree of knowledge necessary for comprehending this problem, as will be seen from what he says later. And the reason is that he studied only the books of Avicenna, and through this, the deficiency in his knowledge arose. Ghazali says, "But if one should say to us, 'Certainly, you have refuted their theory, but what do you say yourself? Do you affirm that from one thing, two different things can in any way proceed? In that case, you offend reason. Or will you say that in the first principle there is plurality? In that case, you abandon the doctrine of God's unity. Or will you say that there is no plurality in the world? In that case, you contradict the evidence of the senses. Or will you say that plurality occurs through intermediates? In that case, you are forced to acknowledge the theory of your opponents." We answer, "We have not made a deep inquiry in this book. Our aim, which we have attained, was only to disturb the claims of our opponents. To this, we may add that the claim that the thesis that two proceed from one is an affront to reason, and the claim that the attribution of eternal attributes to the first principle contradicts the doctrine of God's unity. Both these claims, we say, are vain and possess no proof. The impossibility that two should proceed from one is not known in the way the impossibility of one single person's being in two places is known. In short, it is known neither by intuitive necessity nor by deduction. What is the objection against saying, the first principle is provided with knowledge, power, will. He acts as he wants, he judges as he wants, he creates the dissimilar and the similar as he hants, and in the way he wants. The impossibility of this is known neither by immediate necessity nor by deduction. But the prophets have brought us this truth, justifying it through their miracles, and we must accept it. To inquire, however, how God's act proceeds from him through his will is vain and an illusory pursuit. Those who have sought to represent and understand this have arrived as a result of their inquiry at a first effect from which, as a possible existent, there proceeds a sphere, and from which, so far as it knows itself, there proceeds the soul of the sphere. But this is nonsense, and is by no means an appropriate explanation. Let us therefore accept the principles of these things from the prophets, and let us believe in this, since the intellect does not regard it as impossible. And let us abandon the inquiry about quality, quantity, and quiddity, for the human powers do not suffice for this. And therefore the master of the divine law has said, "Think about God's creation, but do not think about God's essence." I say, his statement is true, that we have to refer to the law of God everything which the human mind is unable to grasp. For the knowledge which results from revelation comes only as a perfection of the sciences of the intellect. That is, any knowledge which the weakness of the human mind is unable to grasp is bestowed upon man by God through revelation. This inability to comprehend things the nose ledge of which is, however, necessary in the life and existence of man, is either absolute, i.e., it is not in the nature of the intellect, insofar as it is intellect, to comprehend such a thing, or it is not in the nature of a certain class of men, and this kind of weakness is either a fundamental character of his disposition, or something accidental through a lack of education. Revelation is a mercy bestowed on all these classes of men. And as to Ghazali's words, "Our aim, which we have attained, was only to disturb our opponents." This aim is not a proper one for him, and is censurable in a learned man, for the intention of the learned, insofar as they are learned, must be to seek the truth, not to sow doubts and perplex minds. And as to his words, "The impossibility that two should proceed from one is not known in the way the impossibility a single person's being in two places is known." Although these two propositions are not of the same degree of assent, still the proposition that from the simple unit there proceeds only one single unit keeps its evidence inside the empirical world. Propositions which are evident differ in their degree of evidence, as has been shown in the posterior analytics, and the reason for this is that when evident propositions are supported by imagination, they receive a stronger degree of assent, and unsupported by imagination, their assent is weakened. But only the masses rely on imagination, and he who is well trained in intellectual thought and renounces imagination accepts both propositions with the same degree of assent. The strongest degree of evidence pertains to this proposition when a man makes an induction from transitory existence and sees that they only change their names and definitions through their acts, and that, if any existent whatever could arise from any act and any agent whatever, the essences and definitions would become mixed, and knowledge would be annihilated. The soul, for instance, distinguishes itself from the inorganic only through its special acts which proceed from it, and inorganic things are only distinguished from one another through the acts that are proper to them. And the same applies to souls. And if many acts were to proceed from a single potency, in the way that many acts proceed from composite potencies, there would be no difference between the simple and the composite essence, and they would be indistinguishable for us. And again, if many acts could proceed from one single essence, an act without an agent would be possible, for an existent comes to be through an existent, not through a non-existent, and therefore the non-existent cannot come to be by itself. And if it is true that the mover of the privation and the transposer of its potency into act transposes it only through the actuality it possesses itself, of necessity, the actuality it possesses must be of the same kind as the act it transposes. If any effect whatever could proceed from any agent whatever, it would not be impossible that the effects should be actualized by themselves without an agent. And if many kinds of potency could be actualized through one and the same agent, this agent would itself have to possess these kinds or related kinds, for if it possessed only one of these kinds, all the other kinds would have to be actualized by themselves without a cause. It is not permissible to say, the only condition for the agent is that it exists as acting with an absolute action, not with a specified kind of action, for in that case, any existent whatever would be able to perform any act whatever, and what exists would be mixed. Besides, the absolute, that is the universal existent, stands nearer to non-existence than the real individual existent. So those who denied the theory of universals denied the belief in a universal existent and in a universal becoming, whereas the champions of this theory regarded them as something midway between being and non-being. But if this were the case, it would follow that the universals could be a cause of existence. The proposition that from the one only one act can proceed is more evident for the empirical than for the divine world. For knowledge multiplies through the multiplying of the objects of thought in the world, since the intellect knows these objects in the way that they exist in the world, and they are the cause of its knowledge. It is not possible for many objects of thought to be known through one act of thought, nor can one act of thought produce many effects in the empirical world, e.g. the knowledge of the artisan which produces, for example, a cupboard is different from the knowledge which produces a chair. But eternal wisdom and the eternal agent differ in this matter from temporal knowledge and the temporal agent. If I were asked, what is your own point of view in this question? You have denied Avicenna's theory of the cause of plurality, but what do you say yourself? For it has been pointed out that the different schools of philosophy have three different answers to this question. That the plurality comes only through matter. That the plurality comes only through instruments. That the plurality comes through mediators. And it is said of the Peripatetics that they accept the theory which makes mediation the cause of plurality. I cannot give in this book an answer to this question supported by a demonstrative proof. We find, however, neither in Aristotle nor in any of the known Peripatetics this theory which is ascribed to them, with the exception of Porphyry, the Tyrian, the author of the Introduction to Logic, and he is not among the most subtle of philosophers. My opinion is that according to the principles of the Peripatetics, the cause of plurality is a combination of three factors: the intermediates, the dispositions, and the instruments. And we have already explained how all these depend on the monad and refer to it, for each of them exists through an absolute unity which is the cause of plurality. For it seems that the cause of the plurality of the separate intellects is the difference in their natures, by which they receive the knowledge they gain of the first principle, and which acquire from the first principle a unity which by itself is one single act, but which becomes many through the plurality of the recipients, just as there are many deputies under the power of a king, and many arts under one art. This we shall examine in another place, and if some part of it becomes clear, it will suffice. Otherwise we must take refuge in revelation. Insofar as the differences depend on differences between the four causes, the question is clear. For the differentiation of the spheres arises from the differences of their movers, of their forms, of their matter, supposing they have matter. and of their acts, which serve a special end in the world, even if the philosophers did not believe that these spheres exist for the sake of these acts. As to the differences which arise primarily in the sublunary world in the elements, as for instance the differences between fire and earth, and in short the opposites, they are based on the differentiation of matter and on their varying distances from their movers, which are the heavenly bodies. As to the difference between the two supreme movements, one of which is the agent of generation and the other the agent of corruption, they depend on the differentiation of the heavenly bodies and their motions, as is proved in the book on generation and corruption. For the difference which arises from the heavenly bodies resembles the difference which arises from the difference in the instruments. To sum up, the factors for the origination of plurality from the one agent are three, according to Aristotle, and he refers to the one in the sense mentioned above, namely, that the one is the cause of the plurality. In the sublunary world, the differences arise from the four causes, that is to say, the difference of the agents, the matter, the instruments, and the intermediaries, which transmit the acts of the first agent without its direct interference, and those intermediaries are very similar to the instruments. And an example of the differentiation which arises through the difference of the recipients, and out of the fact that certain differentiated things cause others, is colour. For the colour which arises in the air differs from the colour in the body, and the colour in the faculty of sight, i.e. in the eye, from the colour in the air, and the colour in the common internal sense from the colour in the eye, and the colour in the imagination from the colour in the common internal sense, and the colour in the memorative and retentive faculty from the colour in the imagination. And all this has been explained in the Book of Psychology. The fourth discussion. Showing that they are unable to prove the existence of a creator of the world. Ghazali says, "We say, mankind is divided into two categories. One, the men of truth, who have acknowledged that the world has become, and know by necessity that what has become does not become by itself, but needs a creator, and the reasonableness of their view lies in their affirmation of a creator. The other, the materialists, believe the world, in the state in which it exists, to be eternal, and do not attribute a creator to it, and their doctrine is intelligible, although their proof shows its inanity. But as to the philosophers, they believe the world to be eternal, and still attribute a creator to it. This theory is self-contradictory, and needs no refutation. I say, the theory of the philosophers is, because of the factual evidence, more intelligible than both the other theories together. There are two kinds of agent. T, the agent to which the object which proceeds from it is only attached during the process of its becoming. Once this process is finished, the object is not any more in need of it. For instance, the coming into existence of a house through the builder. 2. The agent from which nothing proceeds, but an act which has no other existence than its dependence on it. The distinctive mark of this act is that it is convertible with the existence of its object, i.e. when the act does not exist, the object does not exist, and when the act exists, the object exists. They are inseparable. This kind of agent is superior to the former, and is more truly an agent, for this agent brings its object to being and conserves it, whereas the other agent only brings its objects to being, but requires another agent for its further conservation. The mover is such a superior agent in relation to the moved and to the things whose existence consists only in their movement. The philosophers, believing that movement is the act of a mover, and that the existence of the world is only perfected through motion, say that the agent of motion is the agent of the world, and if the agent refrained for only one moment from its action, the world would be annihilated. They use the following syllogism: the world is an act, or a thing, whose existence is consequent upon this act. Each act by its existence implies the existence of an agent. Therefore the world has an agent existing by reason of its existence. The man who regards it as necessary that the act which proceeds from the agent of the world should have begun in time says, the world is temporal through an eternal agent. But the man for whom the act of the eternal is eternal says, the world has come into being from an eternal agent having an eternal act, i.e. an act without beginning or end, which does, however, not mean that the world is eternal by itself, as people who call the world eternal imagine it to be. Ghazali says, on behalf of the philosophers, The philosophers might answer, when we affirm that the world has a creator, we do riot understand thereby a voluntary agent who acts after not having acted, as we observe in the various kinds of agents, like tailors, weavers, and builders. But we mean the cause of the world, and we call it the first principle, understanding by this that there is no cause for its existence, but that it is a cause of the existence of other things. And if we call this principle the creator, it is in this sense. It is easy to establish by a strict proof an existent for the existence of which there is no cause. For we say that the world and its existence either have a cause or have not. If it has a cause, this cause itself either has or has not a cause, and the same can be said about the latter cause, and either we go on ad infinitum in this way, and this is absurd, or we arrive at a last term, and this end is the first cause, which has no cause for its existence, and which we call first principle. And if the world existed by itself without cause, then it would be clear what the first principle is, for we only mean by it an existent without a cause, and which is necessarily eternal. However, it is not possible that the first principle should be the heavens, for there are many of these, and the proof of unity contradicts this, and its impossibility is shown on examination of the attribute of the principle. Nor can it be said that one single heaven, or one single body, the sun or any other body, can be the first principle. For all these are bodies, and body is composed of matter and form, and the first principle cannot be composite, as is clear on a second examination. Our intention is to show that an existent which has no cause is eternal by necessity and by universal consent, and only about its qualities is there a divergence of opinion. And this is what we mean by a first principle. I say, this argument carries a certain conviction, but still it is not true. For the term cause is attributed equivocally to the four causes agent, form, matter, and end. Therefore, if this were the answer of the philosophers, it would be defective. For if they were asked which cause they mean by their statement that the world has a first cause, and if they answered, that agent whose act is uncreated and everlasting, and whose object is identical with its act, their answer would be true according to their doctrine. For against this conception, in the way we expounded it, there is no objection. But if they answered the formal cause, the objection would be raised whether they supposed the form of the world to subsist by itself in the world, and if they answered, we mean a form separate from matter, their statement would be in harmony with their theory. But if they answered, we mean a form in matter, this would imply that the first principle was not something incorporeal, and this does not accord with philosophical doctrine. Further, if they said, it is a cause which acts for an end, this again would agree with the philosophical doctrine. As you see, this statement is capable of many interpretations, and how can it be represented there as an answer of the philosophers? And as to Ghazali's words, we call it the first principle, understanding by this that there is no cause for its existence, but that it is a cause for the existence of other things. This again is a defective statement, for this might be said also of the first sphere, or of heaven in its entirety, or generally of any kind of existence which could be supposed to exist without a cause. And between this and the materialistic theory, there is no difference. And as to Ghazali's words, it is easy to establish by a strict proof an existent for the existence of which there is no cause. This again is a defective statement, for the causes must be specified, and it must be shown that each kind has an initial term without cause. That is, that the agents lead upwards to a first agent, the formal causes to a first form, the material causes to a first matter, and the final causes to a first end. And then it must still be shown that these four ultimate causes lead to a first cause. This is not clear from the statement, as he expresses it here. And in the same way, the statement in which he brings a proof for the existence of a first cause is defective, i.e., his statement. For we say that the world and its existence either have a cause or have not. For the term cause is used in an equivocal way. And similarly, the infinite regress of causes is according to philosophical doctrine in one way impossible, in another way necessary. Impossible when this regress is essential and in a straight line, and the prior cause is a condition of the existence of the posterior. Not impossible when this regress is accidental and circular, when the prior is not a condition for the posterior, and when there exists an essential first cause, for instance, the origin of rain from a cloud, the origin of a cloud from vapor, the origin of vapor from rain. And this is, according to the philosophers, an eternal circular process, which of necessity, however, presupposes a first cause. And similarly, the coming into existence of one man from another is an eternal process, for in such cases, the existence of the prior is not a condition for the existence of the posterior. Indeed, the destruction of some of them is often a necessary condition. This kind of cause leads upwards to an eternal first cause which acts in each individual member of the series of causes at the moment of the becoming of its final effect. For instance, when Socrates engenders Plato, the ultimate mover, according to the philosophers, is the highest sphere, or the soul, or the intellect, Z, or all together, or God the Creator. And therefore Aristotle says that a man and the sun together engender a man, and it is clear that the sun leads upwards to its mover, and its mover to the first principle. Therefore the past man is not a condition for the existence of the future man. Similarly, when an artisan produces successively a series of products of craftsmanship with different instruments, and produces these instruments through instruments, and the latter again through other instruments, the becoming of these instruments one from another is something accidental, and none of these instruments is a condition for the existence of the product of craftsmanship, except the first instrument, which is in immediate contact with the work produced. Now the Father is necessary for the coming into existence of the Son in the same way as the instrument which comes into immediate contact with the product of craftsmanship is necessary for its coming into existence. And the instrument with which this instrument is produced will be necessary for the production of this instrument, but will not be necessary for the production of the product of craftsmanship, unless accidentally. Therefore, sometimes, when the posterior instrument is produced from the matter of the anterior, the destruction of the anterior is a condition for the existence of the posterior. For instance, when a man comes into being from a man who has perished, through the latter becoming first a plant, then sperm, or menstrual blood. And we have already discussed this problem. Those, however, who regard an infinite series of essential causes as possible are materialists, and he who concedes this does not understand the efficient cause. And about the efficient cause, there is no divergence of opinion among philosophers. And as to Ghazali's words, "And if the world existed by itself without cause, then it would be clear what the first principle is," he means that the materialists, as well as others, acknowledge a first cause which has no cause, and their difference of opinion concerns only this principle. For the materialists say that it is the highest sphere, and the others that it is a principle beyond the sphere, and that the sphere is an effect. But these others are divided into two parties: those who say that the sphere is an act that has a beginning, and those who say that it is an eternal act. And having declared that the acknowledgement of a first cause is common to the materialists as well as to others, Ghazali says, "However, it is not possible that the first principle should be the heavens, for there are many of these, and the proof of unity contradicts this, meaning that from the order of the universe, it is evident that its directing principle is one, just as it appears from the order in an army that its leader is one, namely, the commander of the army. And all this is true." And as to Ghazali's words, "Nor can it be said that one single heaven or one single body, the sun or any other body, can be the first principle. For all these are bodies, and body is composed of matter and form, and the first body cannot be composite." I say, the statement that each body is composed of matter and form does not accord with the theory of the philosophers, with the exception of Avicenna, about the heavenly body, unless one uses matter here equivocally. For according to the philosophers, everything composed of matter and form has a beginning, like the coming into existence of a house and a cupboard, and the heavens, according to them, have not come into existence in this sense, and so they called them eternal, because their existence is co-eternal with the first principle. For since according to them, the cause of corruption is matter, that which is incorruptible could not possess matter, but must be a simple entity. If generation and corruption were not found in sublunary bodies, we should not draw the conclusion that they were composed of matter and form, for the fundamental principle is that body is a single essence, not less in its existence than in perception. And if there were no corruption of sublunary bodies, we should judge that they were simple, and that matter was body. But the fact that the body of the heavens does not suffer corruption shows that its matter is actual corporeality, and the soul which exists in this body does not exist in it, because this body requires, as the bodies of animals do, the soul for its continuance, nor because it is necessary for the existence of this body to be animated, but only because the superior must of necessity exist in the condition of the superior, and the animate is superior to the inanimate. According to the philosophers, there is no change in the heavenly bodies, for they do not possess a potency in their substance. They therefore need not have matter in the way the general bodies need this, but they are either, as Themistius affirms, forms z, or possess matter in an equivocal sense of the word. And I say that either the matters of the heavenly bodies are identical with their souls, or these matters are essentially alive, not alive through a life bestowed on them. Ghazali says, to this there are two answers. The first is that it can be said, since it follows from the tenets of your school that the bodies of the world are eternal, it must follow too that they have no cause, and your statement that on a second examination such a conclusion must be rejected will itself be rejected when we discuss God's unity, and afterwards the denial of attributes to God. I say, Ghazali means that since they cannot prove the unity of the first principle, and since they cannot prove either that the one cannot be body, for since they cannot deny the attributes, the first principle must, according to them, be an essence endowed with attributes, and such an essence must be a body, or a potency in a body. It follows that the first principle which has no cause is the celestial bodies. And this conclusion is valid against those who might argue in the way he says the philosophers argue. The philosophers, however, do not argue thus, and do not say that they are unable to prove the unity and incorporeality of the first principle. But this question will be discussed later. Ghazali says, the second answer, and it is the answer proper to this question, is to say, it is established as a possibility that these existence can have a cause, but perhaps for this cause there is another cause, and so on, ad infinitum. And you have no right to assert that to admit an infinite series of causes is impossible, for we ask you, do you know this by immediate necessary intuition, or through a middle term? Any claim to intuition is excluded, and any method of deductive proof is forbidden to you, since you admit celestial revolutions without an initial term. And if you permit a coming into existence for what is without ends, it is not impossible that the series should consist of causal relations and have as a final term an effect which has no further effect, although in the other direction, the series does not end in a cause which has no anterior cause. Just as the past has a final term, namely the ever-changing present, but no first term. If you protest that the past occurrences do not exist together at one moment or at certain moments, and that what does not exist cannot be described as finite or infinite, you are forced to admit this simultaneous existence for human souls in abstraction from their bodies, for they do not perish, according to you, and the number of souls in abstraction from their bodies is infinite, since the series of becoming from sperm A to man, and from man to sperm A is infinite, and every man dies. But his soul remains and is numerically different from the soul of any man who dies before, simultaneously, or afterwards, although all these souls are one in species. Therefore, at any moment, there is an infinite number of souls in existence. If you object that souls are not joined to each other, and that they have no order, either by nature or by position, and that you regard only those infinite existence as impossible which have order in space, like bodies which have a spatial order of higher and lower, or have a natural order like cause and effect, and that this is not the case with souls, we answer, this theory about position does not follow any more than its contrary. You cannot regard one of the two cases as impossible without involving the other, for where is your proof for the distinction? And you cannot deny that this infinite number of souls must have an order, as some are prior to others, and the past days and nights are infinite. If we suppose the birth of only one soul every day and night, the sum of souls, born in sequence one after the other, amounts at the present moment to infinity. The utmost you can say about the cause is that its priority to the effect exists by nature, in the way that its superiority to the effect is a matter of essence and not of space. But if you do not regard an infinite sequence as impossible for real temporal priority, it cannot be impossible for natural essential priority either. But what can the philosophers mean when they deny the possibility of an infinite spatial superposition of bodies, but affirm the possibility of an infinite temporal sequence? Is this theory not really an inept theory without any foundation? I say, as to Ghazali's words, but perhaps for this cause there is another cause, and so on, ad infinitum. And any method of deductive proof is forbidden to you, since you admit celestial revolutions without an initial term. To this difficulty an answer was given above, when we said that the philosophers do not allow an infinite causal series, because this would lead to an effect without a cause, but assert that there is such a series accidentally from an eternal cause, not, however, in a straight line, nor simultaneously, nor in infinite matters, but only as a circular process. What he says here about Avicenna, that he regarded an infinite number of souls as possible, and that infinity is only impossible in what has a position, is not true, and no philosopher has said it. Indeed, its impossibility is apparent from their general proof which we mentioned, and no conclusion can be drawn against them from this assumption of an actual infinity of souls. Indeed, those who believed that the souls are of a certain number through the number of bodies, and that they are individually immortal, profess to avoid this assumption through the doctrine of the transmigration of souls. And as to Ghazali's words, but what can the philosophers mean when they deny the possibility of an infinite spatial superposition of bodies, but affirm the possibility of an infinite temporal sequence? I say, the difference between these two cases is very clear to the philosophers, for from the assumption of infinite bodies existing simultaneously, there follows an infinite totality and an actual infinite, and this is impossible. But time has no position, and from the existence of an infinite temporal series of bodies, no actual infinite follows. Ghazali says on behalf of the philosophers might say, the strict proof of the impossibility of an infinite causal series is as follows. Each single cause of a series is either possible in itself or necessary. If it is necessary, it needs no cause. And if it is possible, then the whole series needs a cause additional to its essence, a cause standing outside the series. I say, the first man to bring into philosophy the proof which Ghazali gives here as a philosophical one was Avicenna, who regarded this proof as superior to those given by the ancients, since he claimed it to be based on the essence of the existent, whereas the older proofs are based on accidents consequent on the first principle. This proof Avicenna took from the theologians, who regarded the dichotomy of existence into possible and necessary as self-evident, and assumed that the possible needs an agent, and that the world in its totality, as being possible, needs an agent of a necessary existence. This was a theory of the Mu'tazilites before the Ash'arites, and it is excellent, and the only flaw in it is their assumption that the world in its totality is possible, for this is not self-evident. Avicenna wanted to give a general sense to this statement, and he gave to the possible the meaning of what has a cause, as Ghazali relates. And even if this designation can be conceded, it does not affect the division which he had in view. For a primary division of existence into what has a cause and what has no cause is by no means self-evident. Further, what has a cause can be divided into what is possible and what is necessary. If we understand by possible the truly possible, we arrive at the necessary possibles and not at the necessary which has no cause. And if we understand by possible that which has a cause and is also necessary, there only follows from this that what has a cause, and we may assume that this cause has a cause, and so ad infinitum. We do not therefore arrive at an existent without cause, for this is the meaning of the expression entity of a necessary existence, unless by the possible which Avicenna assumes as the opposite of what has no cause we understand the truly possible, for in these possibles there cannot exist an infinite series of causes. But if by possible is meant those necessary things which have a cause, it has not yet been proved that their infinite number is impossible, in the way it is evident of the truly possible existence, and it is not yet proved that there is a necessary existent which needs a cause, so that from this assumption one can arrive at a necessary entity existing without a cause. Indeed, one has to prove that what applies to the total causal series of possible entities applies also to the total causal series of necessary existence. Ghazali says, the terms possible and necessary are obscure, unless one understands by necessary that which has no cause for its existence, and by possible that which has a cause for its existence. Then, by applying the terms as defined to the statement, we say, each member of a causal series is possible in this sense of possible, namely, that it has a cause additional to its essence, but the series as a whole is not possible in this sense of possible. And if anything else is meant by possible, it is obscure. If it is objected that this makes the necessary existent consist of possible existence, and this is impossible, we answer, by defining necessary and possible as we have done, you have all that is needed, and we do not concede that it is impossible. To say that it is impossible would be like saying that it is impossible that what is eternal should be made up of what is temporal. For time, according to you, philosophers, is eternal. But the individual circular movements are temporal and have initial terms, though collectively they have no initial term. Therefore, that which has no initial term consists of entities having initial terms, and it is true of the single units that they have a beginning, but not true of them collectively. In the same way, it can be said of each term of the causal series that it has a cause, but not of the series as a whole. And so not everything that is true of single units is true of their collectivity, for it is true of each single unit that it is one and a portion and a part, but not true of their collectivity. And any place on the earth which we choose is illuminated by the sun by day and is dark by night. And according to the philosophers, each unit has begun, but not the whole. Through this, it is proved that the man who admits temporal entities without a beginning, namely, the forms of the four elements, cannot at the same time deny an infinity of causes, and we conclude from this that because of this difficulty, there is no way in which they can prove the first principle, and their dichotomy is purely arbitrary. I say, the assumption of infinite possible causes implies the assumption of a possible without an agent, but the assumption of infinite necessary entities having causes implies only that what was assumed to have a cause has none. And this argument is true with the restriction that the impossibility of infinite entities, which are of a possible nature, does not involve the impossibility of infinite necessary entities. If one wanted to give a demonstrative form to the argument used by Avicenna, one should say, possible existence must of necessity have causes which precede them, and if these causes again are possible, it follows that they have causes, and that there is an infinite regress. And if there is an infinite regress, there is no cause, and the possible will exist without a cause, and this is impossible. Therefore the series must end in a necessary cause, and in this case, this necessary cause must be necessary through a cause, or without a cause. And if through a cause, this cause must have a cause, and so on infinitely. And if we have an infinite regress here, it follows that what was assumed to have a cause has no cause, and this is impossible. Therefore the series must end in a cause necessary without a cause, i.e. necessary by itself, and this necessarily is the necessary existent. And when these distinctions are indicated, the proof becomes valid. But if this argument is given in the form in which Avicenna gives it, it is invalid for many reasons, one of which is that the term possible used in it is an equivocal one, and that in this argument, the primary dichotomy of all existence into what is possible and what is not possible, i.e., this division comprising the existent qua existent, is not true. And as to Ghazali's words in his refutation of the philosophers, we say, each member of a causal series is possible in this sense of possible, namely, that it has a cause additional to its essence, but the whole series is not possible in this sense of possible. I say, Ghazali means that when the philosophers concede that they understand by possible existent that which has a cause, and by necessary existent that which has no cause, it can be said to them, according to your own principles, the existence of an infinite causal series is not impossible, and the series in its totality will be a necessary existent. For according to their own principles, the philosophers admit that different judgments apply to the part and to the whole collectively. This statement is erroneous for many reasons, one of which is that the philosophers, as was mentioned before, do not allow an infinite series of essential causes, whether causes and effects of a possible or of a necessary nature, as we have shown. The objection which can be directed against Avicenna is that when you divide existence into possible and necessary, and identify the possible existent with that which has a cause, and the necessary existent with that which has none, you can no longer prove the impossibility of the existence of an infinite causal series, for from its infinite character, it follows that it is to be classed with existents which have no cause, and it must therefore be of the nature of the necessary existent, especially as, according to him and his school, eternity can consist of an infinite series of causes, each of which is temporal. The fault in Avicenna's argument arises only from his division of the existent into that which has a cause and that which has none. If he had made his division in the way we have done, none of these objections could be directed against him. And Ghazali's statement that the ancients, since they admit an infinite number of circular movements, make the eternal consist of an infinite number of entities, is false. For the term eternal, when it is attributed both to this infinite series and to the one eternal being, is used equivocally. And as to the words of Ghazali, if it is objected that this makes the necessary existent consist of possible existence, and this is impossible, we answer, by defining necessary and possible as we have done, you have all that is needed, and we do not concede that it is impossible. I say, Ghazali means that the philosophers understand by necess that which has no cause, and by possible that which has a cause, and that he, Ghazali, does not regard it as impossible that what has no cause should consist of an infinite number of causes, because if he conceded that this was impossible, he would be denying the possibility of an infinity of causes, whereas he only wants to show that the philosopher's deduction of a necessary being is a petitio principii. Then Ghazali says, to say that it is impossible would be like saying that it is impossible that what is eternal should be made up of what is temporal, for time, according to you philosophers, is eternal, but the individual circular movements are temporal and have initial terms. Therefore, that which has no initial term consists of entities having initial terms, and it is true of the single units that they have a beginning, but not true of them collectively. In the same way, it can be said of each term of the causal series that it has a cause, but not of the series as a whole. And so not everything that is true of single units is true of their collectivity, for it is true of each single unit that it is one and a portion and a part, but not true of their collectivity. I say, Ghazali means that it is not impossible that what has no cause should consist of infinite effects in the way the eternal, according to the philosophers, consists of temporal entities, which are infinite in number. For time, according to the philosophers, is eternal, and consists of limited temporal parts, and likewise, the movement of heaven is eternal according to the philosophers, and the circular movements of which it consists are infinite. And the answer is that the existence of an eternal consisting of temporal parts, insofar as they are infinite in number, is not a philosophical principle. On the contrary, they deny it most strongly, and only the materialists affirm it. For the sum must consist either of a finite number of transitory members or of an infinite number. If the former is the case, it is generally admitted that the members must also be generically transitory. For the latter case, there are two theories. The materialists believe that the totality is of a possible nature, and that the collectivity must be eternal and without a cause. The philosophers admit this infinity, and believe that such genera, because they consist of possible transitory constituents, must necessarily have an external cause, lasting and eternal, from which they acquire their eternity. It is not true either, as Ghazali seems to imply, that the philosophers believe that the impossibility of an infinite series of causes depends on the impossibility that the eternal should consist of an infinity of constituents. They affirm that the eternity of these generically different movements must lead to one single movement, and that the reason why there exist genera, which are transitory in their individuals, but eternal as a whole, is that there is an existent, eternal partly and totally, and this is the body of the heavens. The infinite movements are generically infinite only because of the one single continuous eternal movement of the body of the heavens. And only for the mind does the movement of heaven seem composed of many circular movements, and the movement of the body of the heavens acquires its eternity, even if its particular movements are transitory, through a mover which must always move, and through a body which also must always be moved and cannot stop in its motion, as happens with things which are moved in the sublunary world. About genera, there are three theories. that of those who say that all genera are transitory, because the individuals in them are finite, and that of those who say that there are genera which are eternal and have no first or last term, because they appear by their nature to have infinite individuals. The latter are divided into two groups. Those, namely, the philosophers, who say that such genera can only be truly said to be everlasting, because of one and the same necessary cause, without which they would perish on innumerable occasions in infinite time. And those, namely the materialists, who believe that the existence of the individuals of these genera is sufficient to make them eternal. It is important to take note of these three theories, for the whole controversy about the eternity or non-eternity of the world, and whether the world has an agent or not, is based on these fundamental propositions. The theologians, and those who believe in a temporal creation of the world, are at one extreme, the materialists at the other, while the philosophers hold an intermediate position. If all this is once established, you will see that the proposition that the man who allows the existence of an infinite series of causes cannot admit a first cause is false, and that on the contrary, the opposite is evident, namely, that the man who does not acknowledge infinite causes cannot prove the existence of an eternal first cause, since it is the existence of infinite effects which demands the necessity of an eternal cause from which the infinite causes acquire their existence. For if not, the genera, all of whose individuals are temporal, would be necessarily finite. And in this and no other way can the eternal become the cause of temporal existence, and the existence of infinite temporal existence renders the existence of a single eternal first principle necessary, and there is no God but He. Ghazali, answering this objection in the name of the philosophers, says, "The philosophers might say, the circular movements and the forms of the elements do not exist at the present moment. There actually exists only one single form of them, and what does not exist can be called neither finite nor infinite, unless one supposes them to exist in the imagination, and things which are only suppositions in the mind cannot be regarded as impossible, even if certain of these suppositions are supposed to be causes of other suppositions. For man assumes this only in his imagination, and the discussion refers only to things in reality, not to things in the mind. The only difficulty concerns the souls of the dead, and indeed, some philosophers have arrived at the theory that there is only one eternal soul before it is united with bodies, and that after its separation from the bodies, it becomes one again, so that it has no numerical quantity, and can certainly not be called infinite. Other philosophers have thought that the soul follows from the constitution of the body, that death is nothing but the annihilation of the soul, and that the soul cannot subsist by itself without the body. In that case, souls have no existence except in respect of the living, and the living are beings limited in number, and their finitude is not denied, and those that have ceased to exist cannot be qualified at all, either by finitude or by infinity, except when they are supposed to exist in imagination." Then Ghazali says, "We answer, this difficulty about the souls has come to us from Avicenna and Farabi and the most acknowledged philosophers, since they concluded that the soul was a substance subsistent by itself. And this is also the view taken by Aristotle and by the commentators on the ancient philosophers. And to those philosophers who turn aside from this doctrine, we say, can you imagine that at each moment something comes into being which will last forever? A negative answer is impossible, and if they admit this possibility, we say, if you imagine that every day some new thing comes into being and continues to exist, then up to the present moment there will have been an infinite collection of existence, and even if the circular movement itself comes to an end, the lasting and endless existence of what has come into being during its revolution is not impossible. In this way, this difficulty is firmly established, and it is quite irrelevant whether this survival concerns the soul of a man or a jinni, the soul of a devil or an angel, or of any being whatever. And this is a necessary consequence of every philosophical theory which admits an infinity of circular movements. I say, the answer which lie gives in the name of the philosophers that the past revolutions and the past forms of the elements which have come from each others are non-existent, and that the non-existent can be called neither finite nor infinite, is not a true one. And as to the difficulty he raises against them, as to their theory about souls, no such theory is held by any philosophers, and the transference of one problem to another is a sophistical artifice. The fifth discussion. To show their incapacity to prove God's unity and the impossibility of two necessary existence, both without a cause. Ghazali says, the philosophers have two proofs of this. The first is to say, if there were two necessary existents, the species of necessary existence would be attributed to them both. But what is said to be a necessary existent must either be so through itself and cannot be imagined to be so through another, or it must be so through a cause, and the essence of the necessary existent will be an effect, and its cause then determines its necessity of existence. But, say the philosophers, we understand by necessary existent only an entity whose existence has no connection with a cause. And the philosophers affirm that the species man is asserted of Zaid and of Amr, and that Zaid is not a man through himself, for in that case Amr would not be a man, but through a cause which makes both him and Amr a man. And the plurality of men arises from the plurality of matter in which humanity inheres, and its inherence in matter is an effect which does not lie in the essence of humanity. The same is the case with necessary existence in respect to the necessary existent. If it is through itself a necessary existent, it must possess this qualification exclusively, and if it exists because of a cause, it is an effect and cannot be a necessary existent. And from this, it is clear that the necessary existent must needs be one. To this Ghazali objects and says, we say, your statement that the species of necessary existence must belong to the necessary existent either through the necessary existent itself or through a cause is a self-contradictory disjunction, for we have already shown that the expression necessary existence is obscure, unless we mean by it the denial of a cause, and so let us rather use the term which is really meant by it and say, to admit two existence without a cause, and without the one's being a cause of the other, is not impossible. And your statement that what has no cause has none, either because of its own essence or through some cause, is a faulty disjunction, for one does not ask for the cause of a thing which is said to have no cause, and to need no cause for its existence. And what sense is there in the statement that what has no cause either because of its own essence or through a cause? For to say no cause is an absolute negation, and an absolute non-entity has no cause, and cannot be said to exist either by its own essence or not by its own essence. But if you mean by necessary existence a positive qualification of the necessary existent, besides its being an existent without a cause for its existence, it is quite obscure what this meaning is. But the genuine meaning of this word is the negation of a cause for its existence, and this is an absolute negation about which it cannot be said that it is due to its essence or to a cause, such that the intended proof might be based on the supposition of this disjunction. To regard this as a proof is senseless and has no foundation whatever. On the contrary, we say that the meaning of its necessity is that it has no cause for its existence and no cause for its coming into existence, without there being any cause whatever for this. Its being without a cause is, again, not caused by its essence. No, the fact that there is no cause for its existence and no cause for its being has itself no cause whatsoever. This disjunction cannot be applied even to positive qualities, not to speak of that which is really equivalent to a negation. For suppose one were to say, black is a color because of its essence or through a cause, and if it is a color because of its essence, then red cannot be a color, and then the species of coloredness can exist only because of the essence of black. If, however, black is a color because of a cause which has made it a color, then black can be thought of as being without a color, i.e., as not having been made a color by a cause, for a determination added to an essence through a cause can be represented in the imagination as absent, even if it exists in reality. But, it will be objected, this disjunction is false in itself, for one cannot say of black that it is a color because of its essence, meaning by this that it cannot be through anything but its essence, and in the same way, one cannot say that this existent is necessary because of its essence, i.e., that it has no cause because of its own essence, meaning by this that it cannot exist through anything but its essence. I say, this method of proving the unity of God is peculiar to Avicenna, and is not found in any of the ancient philosophers. Its premises are common sense premises, and the terms are used in a more or less equivocal way. For this reason, many objections can be urged against it. Still, when those terms and the aim they intend are properly analyzed, this statement comes near to being a proof. That this primary disjunction is faulty, as Ghazali asserts, is not true. He says that the meaning of necessary existent is that which has no cause, and that the statement that what has no cause, either because of its own essence or through another cause. And similarly, the statement that the necessary existent is a necessary existent, either because of its own essence or through another cause, are meaningless statements. But this is by no means the case. For the meaning of this disjunction is only whether the necessary existent is such, because of a nature which characterizes it, insofar as it is numerically one, or because of a nature which it has in common with others. For instance, when we say that Amr is a man because Lai is Amr, or because of a nature he has in common with Khalid. If he is a man because he is Amr, then humanity does not exist in anyone else. And if he is a man because of a general nature, then he is composed of two natures, a general one and a special one, and the compound is an effect. But the necessary existent has no cause, and therefore the necessary existent is unique. And when Avicenna's statement is given in this form, it is true. And Ghazali's words, "And an absolute non-entity has no cause, and it cannot be said to exist, either by its own essence or not by its own essence," form a statement which is not true either. For there are two kinds of negation: the negation of a particular quality, proper to something, and this kind of negation must be understood in respect of the words "by its own essence" used in this statement, and the negation of a quality, not particular to something, and this kind of negation must be understood here in respect of the term cause. Ghazali affirms that this disjunction is not even true of positive qualities, and therefore certainly not of negative, and he objects to thus disjunction by giving as ATI example black acid coloredness. And lie means that now we say of black that it is a color, either because of its essence or through a cause. Neither alternative can be true, send both are false. For if black were a cause, because of its essence, red could not he a color. Just as if Amr were a man because of his essence, Khalid could not be CC man. On the other hand, if black were a color through a cause, color would have to be an addition to its essence, and an essence which receives an addition can be represented without this addition, and therefore this assumption would imply that black could be represented without coloredness, and this is absurd. But this argument, Ghazali, is erroneous and sophistical, because of the equivocation in the terms essence and cause. For if by its essence is understood the opposite of by accident, our statement that black is a color because of its essence is true, and at the same time it is not impossible that other things, red for instance, should be colors. And if by cause, in the expression that black is a color through a cause, is understood something additional to its essence, i.e., that it is a color through a cause external to black, it does not follow that black can be represented without coloredness. For the genus is an addition to the specific quality, and the species or the specific quality cannot be represented without the genus, and only an accidental additional quality, not the essential additional quality, can be represented without the genus. And therefore our statement that black is a color, either because of its essence or through a cause, is a disjunction of which indeed one of the alternatives must be true, i.e., black must be a color either by black itself or through an entity additional to black. And this is what Avicenna meant by his assertion that the necessary existent must be a necessary existent, either through its own special character or through an addition which is not peculiar to it. If through the former, there cannot be two existents which are both necessary existents. If through the latter, both existents must be composed of a universal and of a peculiar entity, and the compound is not a necessary existent through itself. And if this is true, the words of Ghazali, "What prevents us from representing two existents which should both be of a necessary existence?" are absurd. And if it is objected, "You have said that this statement comes near being a proof, but it seems to be a proper proof," we answer. We said this only because this proof seems to imply that the difference between those two assumed necessary existents must lie either in their particularity and then they participate in their specific quality, or in their species, and then they participate in their generic quality. And both these differences are found only in compounds. And the insufficiency of this proof lies in this, that it has been demonstrated that there are existents which are differentiated, although they are simple and differ neither in species nor individually, namely, the separate intellects. However, it appears from their nature that there must be in their existence a priority and posteriority of rank, for no other differentiation can be imagined in them. Avicenna's proof about the necessary existent must be therefore completed in this way. If there were two necessary existents, the difference between them must consist either in a numerical difference, or in a specific difference, or in rank. In the first case, they would agree in species, in the second case in genus, and in both cases, the necessary existent would have to be composite. In the third case, however, the necessary existent will have to be one, and will be the cause of all the separate existence. And this is the truth, and the necessary existent is therefore one. For there is only this tripartite disjunction, two members of which are false, and therefore the third case, which necessitates the absolute uniqueness of the necessary existent, is the true one. Ghazali says, the second proof of the philosophers is that they say, if we assumed two necessary existents, they would have to be similar in every way, or different. If they were similar in every way, they could not be thought to be a plurality or a duality, since two blacks can have only a duality when they are in two places, or in one place at different times, for black and movement can only exist in one place and be two at the same time, because they differ essentially. When the two essences, like the two blacks, do not differ, and at the same time are simultaneous and in one place, they cannot be thought to be a plurality. If one could speak of two simultaneous blacks as being in the same place, any individual could be said to be two, although not the slightest difference could be perceived between the two. Since they cannot be absolutely similar, they must be different, but they cannot differ in time or in place, and they can therefore only differ in essence. But two things which differ in something must either participate in something or not participate in anything. The latter is impossible, for it would mean that they would participate neither in existence, nor in the necessity of existence, nor in being subsistent in themselves, and not inhering in a substratum. But if they agree in something and differ in something, that in which they agree must be different from that through which they differ. There will therefore be composition in them, and it will be possible to analyze them in thought. But there is no composition in the necessary existent, and just as it cannot be divided quantitatively, so it cannot be analyzed by thought either, for its essence is not composed of elements which intellectual analysis could enumerate. The words animal and rational, for instance, mean that which constitutes the essence of man, namely animal and rational, and what is meant by the word animal when one speaks of a man is different from what is meant by rational, and therefore man is composed of parts which are ordered in the definition by words which indicate these parts, and the term man is applied to the whole of them. This composition, however, cannot be imagined in the necessary existent, while duality cannot be imagined except in this way. The answer is that we concede that duality can only be imagined where there is a differentiation, and that in two things, similar in every way, no difference can be imagined. But your statement that this kind of composition is impossible in the first principle is a mere presumption, and where is your proof of it? Let us now treat this problem in detail. It belongs to their well-known theories that the first principle can as little be analyzed intellectually as divided quantitatively, and on this fundamental truth, according to the philosophers, the uniqueness of God must be based. I say, Ghazali does not know the mistake which is in this second proof, and he begins to discuss with the philosophers the question to which they give a negative answer, namely, if one may introduce a plurality into the definition of the necessary existent. He wants to consider this problem in detail, since the Asherites allow a plurality in God, regarding him as an essence with attributes. The mistake in this second proof is that two different things can be essentially different and have nothing in common but their name, in the case where they have no common genus, either proximate or remote. For instance, the term body, attributed by the philosophers to both the body of the heavens and the transitory body, and the term intellect, attributed to the intellect of man and the separate intellects, and the term existent, attributed to transitory things and to eternal. Such terms must be regarded as equivocal rather than as univocal, and therefore it does not follow that things which are differentiated must be composite. And since Ghazali, in his answer to this proof of the philosophers, limits himself in the way he has indicated, he begins first by stating their theory of God's unity, and then tries to refute the philosophers. Ghazali, expounding the philosophical theory, says, "For the philosophers assert that God's unity can only be perfected by establishing the singleness of God's essence in every way, and by the denial of any possible plurality in him. Now plurality can belong to things in 5 ways. First, to what can undergo division actually or in imagination, and therefore the single body is not absolutely one. It is one through the continuity which exists in it, which can suffer a decrease and can be quantitatively divided in imagination. This is impossible in the first principle. Secondly, a thing may be divided by thought, not quantitatively, into 2 different concepts, as for instance, the division of body into matter and form. For although neither matter nor form can subsist separately, they are 2 different things in definition and in reality, and it is by their composition that a unity results, namely body. This also must be denied of God, for God cannot be a form or a matter in a body, or be the compound of both. There are 2 reasons why God cannot be their compound. First, because this compound can be divided into quantitative parts, actually or in imagination. Secondly, because this compound can be divided conceptually into form and matter, and God cannot be matter, because matter needs a form, and the necessary existent is self-sufficient in every respect, and its existence cannot be conjoined with the condition of something else besides it, and God cannot be form, because form needs matter. Thirdly, the plurality through attributes implied in knowledge, power, and will. If these attributes had a necessary existence, the essence and these attributes would participate in necessary existence, and the necessary existent must be a plurality, and its uniqueness would be denied. Fourthly, the rational plurality, which results from the composition of genus and species. For black is black and color, and blackness is not coloredness for the intellect, but coloredness is a genus, and blackness a specific difference, and therefore black is composed of genus and species. And animality is for the mind something different from humanity. For man is a rational animal, animal is a genus, and rational a specific difference, and man is composed of genus and species, and this is a kind of plurality, and the philosophers affirmed that this kind also must be denied of the first principle. Fifthly, the plurality which results from the duality of a quiddity and the existence of this quiddity. For man before his existence has a quiddity, and existence occurs to it and enters into relation with it, and in this way the triangle has a quiddity, namely, it is a figure surrounded by 3 sides, and existence is not a component of this quiddity, and therefore the intellect can perceive the quiddity of man and the quiddity of a triangle without knowing whether they exist in the external world or not. If existence were a component of the quiddity to which it is added, the fixation of this quiddity in the mind before its existence could not be imagined. Existence stands in a relation to quiddity, whether in a necessary inseparable relation, for instance heaven, or in an accidental relation occurring after a thing's non-existence, like the quiddity of man in respect of Zaid or Amr, and the quiddity of accidents and forms which occur. And the philosophers affirm that this kind of plurality also must be denied of the first principle. They say that the first principle has no quiddity to which existence is joined, but existence is necessary to it, as is quiddity to the other entities. Therefore, necessary existence is at once a quiddity, a universal reality, and a real nature, in the same way as a man, a tree, and heaven are quiddities. For if the necessary existent needed a quiddity for its existence, it would be consequent on this essence, and would not constitute it, and the consequent is something secondary, and an effect, so that the necessary existent would be an effect, and that would be in opposition to its being necessary. I say, these are the theories of the philosophers, which Ghazali mentions on the subject of their denial of plurality in the monad. Then he begins to show how they contradict themselves on this question. We must now first examine these statements which he ascribes to them. and explain the degree of consent they reach. We shall then investigate the contradictions of the philosophers which he mentions, and his methods of opposing them on this problem. The first kind of division which, according to Ghazali, the philosophers deny of the first principle, is the quantitative division, either in supposition or in reality. Everyone who believes that the first principle is not a body, whether he believes that a body is composed of atoms or not, agrees about this. The proof of this is that the first principle is not a body, and its discussion will follow. The second kind is the qualitative division, like the division of body into matter and form, and this according to the doctrine of those, namely, the philosophers, who believe that body is composed of matter and form, and this is not the place to discuss the truth of either of these theories. This division also is denied of the first principle by everyone who believes that the first principle is not body. As to the denial of the corporeality of the first principle, insofar as it is essentially a necessary existent, the discussion of this will follow later, when we give a complete account of the whole argument used in this matter. For as to Ghazali's words, that the necessary existent does not need another, i.e. it does not consist of anything else, but that body consists of form and matter, and neither of them are necessary existents, for form cannot dispense with matter, and matter cannot dispense with form. There is here a problem, for according to the philosophers, the body of the heavens is not composed of matter and form, but is simple, and it has sometimes been thought that it is a necessary existent by its own essence. But this problem will be treated later, and I do not know of any philosopher who has believed that the body of the heavens is composed of matter and form, with the sole exception of Avicenna. We have already spoken on this question in another place, and shall discuss it still later on. The third kind is the denial of the plurality of attributes in the necessary existent. For if these attributes were of a necessary existence, the necessary existent would be more than one, since the essence also is a necessary existent. And if the attributes were caused by the essence, they could not be necessary existents, and attributes of the necessary existent would not be necessary existents. Otherwise, the term necessary existent would comprise the necessary existent, and that which is not a necessary existent, and this is impossible and absurd. And this is a proof which comes very near to being an absolute truth, when it is conceded that the necessary existent must indicate an immaterial existent, and in such existence, which subsist by themselves without being bodies, there cannot be imagined essential attributes of which their essence is constituted, not to speak of attributes which are additional to their essence, that is, the so-called accidents, for when accidents are imagined to be removed, the essence remains, which is not the case with the essential attributes. And therefore it is right to attribute essential attributes to their subject, since they constitute its identity, but it is not right to attribute non-essential attributes to it, except through derivative words, for we do not say of a man that he is knowledge, but we only say that he is an animal, and that he is knowing. However, the existence of such attributes in what is incorporeal is impossible, since the nature of these attributes is extraneous to their subject, and for this reason they are called accidents, and are distinct from what is attributed essentially to the subject, be it a subject in the soul or in the external world. If it is objected that the philosophers believe that there are such attributes in the soul, since they believe that the soul can perceive, will, and move, although at the same time they hold that the soul is incorporeal, we answer that they do not mean that these attributes are additional to the essence, but that they are essential attributes, and it is of the nature of essential attributes not to multiply the substratum which actually supports them. They are a plurality only in the sense that the thing defined becomes a plurality through the parts of the definitions. That is, they are only a subjective plurality in the mind, according to the philosophers, not an actual plurality outside the soul. For instance, the definition of man is rational animal, but reason and life are not actually distinguishable from each other outside the soul in the way color and shape are. And therefore, he who concedes that matter is not a condition for the existence of the soul must concede that in the separate existences there is a real oneness existing outside the soul, although this oneness becomes a plurality through definition. This is the doctrine of the Christians concerning the three hypostases in the divine nature. They do not believe that they are attributes additional to the essence, but according to them, they are only a plurality in the definition. They are a potential, not an actual, plurality. Therefore they say that the three are one, i.e. one in act, and 3 in potency. We shall enumerate later the reprehensible consequences and absurdities which arise from the doctrine that the first principle possesses attributes additional to his essence. The 4th kind of plurality is that which occurs to a thing because of its genus and specific difference. This plurality comes very near to that which belongs to a thing because of its matter and form, for there are only definitions for that which is composed of matter and form, and not for simple, non-compound things, and nobody need disagree about denying a plurality through definition to the first principle. The 5th kind of plurality is the plurality of essence and existence. Existence in the nature of things is a logical concept which affirms the conformity of a thing outside the soul with what is inside the soul. Its meaning is synonymous with the true, and it is this that is meant by the copula in categorical propositions. The term existence is used in 2 senses. The first synonymous with the true, when we ask, for instance, if something exists or not, or whether a certain thing has such and such a quality or not. The second sense stands in relation to the existing things as their genus, in the way the existent is divided into the 10 categories, and into substance and accident. When by existent is understood the true, there is no plurality outside the souks. When by existent is understood what is understood by entity and thing, the term existent is attributed essentially to God, and analogically to all other things in the way warmth is attributed to fire and to all warm things. This is the theory of the philosophers. But Ghazali based his discussion on the doctrine of Avicenna, and this is a false doctrine. For Avicenna believed that existence is something additional to the essence outside the soul, and is like an accident of the essence. And if existence were a condition for the being of the essence, and a condition for the essence of the necessary existent would be composed of the conditioning and the conditioned, and it would be of a possible existence. Avicenna affirms also that what exists as an addition to its essence has a cause. Now, existence for Avicenna is an accident which supervenes on the essence. And to this, Ghazali refers when he says, "For man before his existence has a quiddity, and existence occurs to it and enters into relation with it. And in this way, the triangle has a quiddity, namely, it is a figure surrounded by 3 sides, and existence is not a component of this quiddity, and therefore the intellect can perceive the quiddity of man and the quiddity of a triangle without knowing whether they exist in the exterior world or not." This shows that the term existence, which he uses here, is not the term which signifies the most universal genus of all entities, nor the term which indicates that a thing exists outside the soul. For the term existence is used in 2 meanings. The former signifies the true, and the latter the opposite of non-existence. And in this latter sense, it is that which is divided into the 10 categories and is like their genus. This essential sense, which refers to the things which exist in the real world outside the soul, is prior to the sense it has in the existence of second intention, and it is this sense which is predicated of the 10 categories analogically, and it is in this sense that we say of the substance that it exists by itself, and of the accident that it exists through its existing in the existent, which subsists by itself. As to the existent which has the meaning of the true, all the categories participate in it in the same way, and the existent which has the meaning of the true is something in the mind, namely, that a thing is outside the soul in conformity with what it is inside the soul, and the knowledge of this is prior to the knowledge of its quiddity. That is, knowledge of the quiddity of a thing cannot be asked for, unless it is known that it exists. And as to those quiddities which precede in our minds the knowledge of their existence, they are not really quiddities, but only nominal definitions, and only when it is known that their meaning exists outside the soul does it become known that they are quiddities and definitions. And in this sense it is said in the Book of the Categories that the intelligible universals of things become existent through their particulars, and that the particulars become intelligible through their universals. And it is said in the De Anima that the faculty by which it is perceived that a thing is a definite particular and exists is another faculty than the faculty by which the quiddity of the definite particular is perceived. B. And it is in this way that it is said that particulars exist in the external world and universals in the mind. And there is no difference in the meaning of the true, whether it concerns material existence or separate existence. the theory that existence is an addition to the quiddity, and that the existent in its essence does not subsist by its, and this is the theory of Avicenna, is a most erroneous theory, for this would imply that the term existence signified an accident outside the soul, common to the 10 categories. And then it can be asked about this accident when it is said to exist, if exist is taken here in the meaning of the true, or whether it is meant that an accident exists in this accident, and so on ad infinitum, which is absurd, as we have shown elsewhere. I believe that it is this meaning of existence which Ghazali tried to den of the first principle, and indeed in this sense it must be denied of all existence, and a fortiori of the first principle, since it is a false theory. Having mentioned this sense of unity in the statements of the philosophers, Ghazali now proceeds to describe the ways in which they contradict themselves in his opinion, and Lai says, "Now notwithstanding all this, the philosophers affirm of God that he is the first, and a principle, an existent, a substance, a monad, that he is eternal, everlasting, knowledge, and knower, and known, an agent and a creator, that he is endowed with will and power and life, that he is the lover and the beloved, the enjoyer and the enjoyed, that he is generous and the absolute good," and they believe that all this is meant by the term one, and does not imply airy plurality. And this indeed is something very wonderful. Now we must first state their theory clearly, in order to understand it well, and then we shall occupy ourselves with its refutation, for it is an absurd undertaking to refute a theory before it is well understood. Now the central point for the understanding of their doctrine is that they say that the essence of the principle is one, and the plurality of terms arises only through bringing something in relation to it, or through bringing it in relation to something, or through denying something of it. For the negation of something does not cause plurality in that of which it is denied, nor does the establishment of relation produce a plurality. Therefore they do not deny the plurality of the negations and the relations, and it is thus their task to refer all the qualities mentioned to negation and relation. They say that when God is said to be the first, this means a relation to all the existence after him. When he is said to be a principle, it signifies that the existence of everything else depends on him and is caused by him. It means therefore a relation to an effect. And when he is said to exist, it means that he is apprehended. And when he is said to be a substance, it means that he is the being of which it is denied that it inheres in a substratum, and this is a negation. When he is said to be eternal, it means that his non-existence in the past is denied. And when he is said to be everlasting, it means that his non-existence in the future is denied. And the terms eternal and everlasting are reduced to an existence not preceded nor followed by a non-existence. When he is said to be a necessary existent, it means that there is no cause for his existence, and that he is the cause of everything else. And this is a combination of negation and relation. The denial of a cause for his existence is a negation, and making him the cause of everything else is a relation. When he is said to be intellect, this means that he is free from matter, and everything free from matter is intellect, i.e. thinks its own substance, is self-conscious, and knows everything else. And the essence of God is such. He is free from matter, and therefore, for these two expressions, have the same meaning. He is an intellect. When he is said to be knowing, it means that his essence, which is intellect, has an object of thought, namely his essence, for he is self-conscious and knows his own self, and his essence is the known and the knower for all that is one, since he is the known insofar as he is a quiddity, abstract from matter, not hidden from his essence, which is intellect in the sense that it is a quiddity abstract from matter, from which nothing is hidden. And because he thinks his own self, he is knowing, and because he is his own object of thought, he is an object known, and since he thinks through his own essence, not through something additional to his own essence, he is intellect, and it is not impossible that the knower and the thing known should be one, for the knower, when he knows that he knows it because he is a knower, so that knower and known are in a way the same. Although our intellect is in this respect different from the intellect of the first principle, for the intellect of the first principle is eternally in act, whereas our intellect is sometimes in potency, sometimes in act. And when he is said to be a creator, an agent, and an originator, and to have the other attributes of action. It means that his existence is eminent, from which the existence of the universe emanates in a necessary emanation, and that the existence of everything derives from him and is consequent on his existence in the way that light is consequent on the sun and heat consequent on fire. But the relation of the world to God resembles the relation of light to the sun only in this, that both are effects, and not in any other way. For the sun is not aware of the emanation of light from it, nor fire of the emanation of heat from it, for this is mere nature. But the first is conscious of himself, and is aware that his essence is the principle of everything else, and the emanation of everything which emanates from him is known to him, and he is not inattentive to anything that proceeds from him. Nor can he be compared to one of us who puts himself between a sick man and the sun, for then it is the case that because of him, but not through his choice, although he does it consciously and not unwillingly either, the sick man is protected against the sun's heat, and it is his body which causes the shadow, but it is his soul, not his body, which knows that the shadow is falling and is pleased about it. But this does not apply to the first. In him, the agent is at the same time the knower and the one that is pleased. That is, he is not unwilling, and he is conscious that his perfection consists in the emanation proceeding from him. Yes, even if it were possible to assume that the man's body causing the shadow were identical with the knower of the shadow, who is pleased with it, even then he would not be similar to the first. For the first is both knower and agent, and his knowledge is the principle of his act, and his consciousness of himself as the principle of the universe is the cause of the emanation of the universe and the existing order. And the existing order is the consequence of the order thought of, in the sense that it occurs through him, and that he is the agent of the universe, without there being an addition to his knowledge of the universe, since his knowledge of the universe is the cause of the emanation of the universe from him, and his knowledge of the universe does not add anything to his self-consciousness, for he could not be self-conscious if he did not know that he is the principle of the universe. The object of his knowledge is in first intention his own essence, and the universe is the object of his knowledge in second intention, and this is the meaning of his being an agent. And when it is said that he has power, nothing is meant but that he is an agent in the way we have stated, namely, that his existence is the existence from which the powers emanate, through the emanation of which the arrangement of the world is ordered in the most perfect way possible in accomplishment and beauty. And when it is said that he is willing, nothing is meant but that he is not inattentive to what emanates from him, and that he is not opposed to it. No, he knows that in the emanation of the universe, his own perfection is attained, and it is permissible to say in this sense that he is satisfied, and it is permissible to say of the satisfied that he is willing, and his will is nothing but his very power, and his power is nothing but his very knowledge, and his knowledge nothing but his very essence, so that everything is reduced to his very essence. For his knowledge of things is not derived from things, for otherwise he would acquire his quality and perfection through another, and this is impossible in the necessary existence. But our knowledge is twofold, partly knowledge of a thing which results from its form, like our knowledge of the form of heaven and earth, partly knowledge of our own invention, when we represent in ourselves the form of a thing we do not see, and then produce it. In this case, the existence of the form is derived from the knowledge, and not the knowledge from the existence. Now the knowledge the first has is of the second category, for the representation of the order in himself is the cause of the emanation of the order from him. Indeed, if the mere presence of the form of a picture or of writing in our souls were sufficient for the occurrence of this form, then our knowledge would be identical with our power and our wills. But through our deficiency, our representation does not suffice to produce the form, but we need besides a new act of will, which results from our appetitive faculty, so that through these two, the power which moves our muscles and our nerves in our organs can enter into motion, and through the movement of our muscles and nerves our hand or any other member can move, and through its movement the pen or any other external instrument can come into motion, and through the movement of the pen the matter, e.g. the ink, can move, and so the form is realized, which we represented in our souls. Therefore the very existence of this form in our souls is not a power and an act of will. No, in us power lies in the principle which moves our muscles, and this form moves the mover, which is the principle of the power. But this is not the case with the necessary existent, for he is not composed of bodies from which the powers in his extremities originate, and so his power, his will, his knowledge, and his essence are all one. When it is said that he is living, nothing is meant but that he is conscious of the knowledge through which the existent which is called his act emanates from him. For the living is the doer, the perceiver, and the meaning of the term is his essence in relation to his acts, in the way we have described, not at all like our life, which can be only perfected through two different faculties from which perception and action result. But his life again is his very essence. And when it is said that he is generous, what is meant is that the universe emanates from him, but not for an end which refers to himself, for generosity is perfected by two conditions. First, that the receiver of the benefit has profit of what is given to him, for the giving of something to one who is not in need of it is not called generosity. Secondly, that the benefactor is not himself in need of generosity, so that he himself becomes a benefactor through a need he experiences himself, and anyone who is generous out of a desire for praise and approbation or to avoid blame seeks a reward and is not generous. But true generosity belongs to God alone, for he does not seek to avoid blame, nor does he desire a perfection acquired through praise, and the term generosity indicates his existence in relation to his act and with the denial of an end, and this does not imply a plurality in his essence. When he is said to be the absolute good, it means that his existence is free from any imperfection and from any possibility of non-existence, for badness has no essence, but refers to the non-existence of an essence or to the absence of the goodness of the essence. Component placement. For existence itself, insofar as it is existence, is good, and therefore this term refers to the negation of the possibility of non-existence and of badness. Sometimes good means that which is the cause of the order in things, and the first is the principle of the order of everything, and therefore he is good. And in this case, the term signifies existence in a certain kind of relation. When he is said to be a necessary existent, this existence is meant with the denial of a cause for his existence and the impossibility of a cause for his non-existence, in the beginning and at the end. When it is said that he is the lover and the beloved, the enjoyer and the enjoyed, it means that he is every beauty and splendor and perfection, and that he is beloved and desired by the possessor of this perfection, and the only meaning of enjoyment is the perception of appropriate perfection. If it could be imagined of a single man that he knew his own perfection in comprehending all intelligibles, if he could comprehend them, that he knew the beauty of his own form, the perfection of his power, the strength of his limbs. In short, if he perceived in himself the presence of all perfection of which he was capable, he would love his perfection and enjoy it, and his enjoyment would only be incomplete through the possibility of its loss and its diminution. For the joy which refers to the transitory, or to what is feared to be transitory, is not perfect. But the first possesses the most perfect splendor and the most complete beauty, since all perfection is possible to him and present in him, and he perceives this beauty, secure against the possibility of its diminution and loss, and the perfection he possesses is superior to all perfection, and his love and his enjoyment of this perfection are superior to all love and to all enjoyment, and his enjoyment cannot be compared in any way to our enjoyment, and is too glorious to be called enjoyment, joy, and delight, for we have no expressions for such concepts, and using these terms metaphorically for him, we must be conscious of the great difference, just as when we apply to him metaphorically our terms, willing, choosing, acting, we are convinced of the great distance between his will, power, and knowledge, from our will, power, and knowledge, and it is not impossible that this term enjoyment should be regarded as improper, and that another term should be used. What we want to express is that his state is more glorious than the conditions of the angels, and more desirable, and the condition of the angels is more glorious than our condition. And if there were no other joy than in bodily desire and sex, the condition of the ass and the pig would be superior to the state of the angels. But the angels, who are separate from matter, have no other joy than the joy arising from the knowledge of their share in perfection and beauty, the cessation of which is not to be feared. But the joy of the first is superior to the joy of the angels, and the existence of the angels, which are intellects separate from matter, is possible in its essence and necessary of existence through another. And the possibility of non-existence is a kind of badness and imperfection, and nothing is absolutely free from badness except the first, and he is the absolute good, and he possesses the utmost splendor and beauty. Further, he is the beloved, whether anyone else loves him or not, as he is the knower and the known, whether anyone else knows him or not. And all these concepts refer to his essence, and to his perception, and to his knowledge of his essence. And the knowledge of his essence is his very essence, for he is pure intellect. And all this leads back to one single notion. This is the way to set forth their doctrine, and these things can be divided into that which may be believed, but we shall show that according to their own principles they must regard it as untrue, and into that which may not be believed, and we shall show its falsehood. We shall now return to the 5 classes of plurality, and to their claim to deny them, and shall show their inability to establish their proof, and shall treat each question separately. I say, the greater part of what he mentions in his description of the philosophical theories about God as being one, notwithstanding the plurality of attributes ascribed to him, he has stated accurately, and we shall not argue with him about it, with the exception of his statement that to him the designation of intellect is a negation. For this is not true. On the contrary, it is the most special appellation for his essence, according to the Peripatetics, in contrast